Chapter 51. After a long time, they flew back. Luchi saw from afar that Thor used lightning to knock Loki out of the teleportation hall. After all, Thor has now awakened his divine power, and his combat power has also changed a lot. After easily knocking Loki away, Thor looked back at the Bifrost that was turned on. Thinking of the giants of Jotunheim who broke into the treasure room and sent troops to cause trouble on Earth, Thor snorted, but did not stop Bifrost. Such a big plot change. Luchi was a little stunned. He didn't expect that Thor didn't stop Bifrost from destroying Jotun. But Luchi didn't bother with this stuff, and he didn't have a good impression of giants of Jotunheim. What he is most concerned about now is the development of the current plot and Odin's attitude towards it all. Although there was no sign of Odin around, Luchi was sure that this guy was somewhere watching everything quietly. When he landed on the bridge, Luchi saw Loki who had just gotten up not far ahead. Loki looked at Thor who did not turn off the Bifrost and laughed out loud. So what happened, can you tell me? Now that the plot has changed so much, Luchi cannot guarantee that the communication between Loki and Thor in the sleeping chamber will be the same as in the movie. He used my father as bait to lure the king of the giants of Jotunheim into Asgard and kill him. He originally thought that Loki would let the giant king Lauf kill his father and sit on the throne of Asgard forever. But when he went in, he actually saw Loki killing the giant king Lauf. But when Loki saw him, his face changed drastically, as if he saw something that shouldn't be in this world. Thor sensed something was wrong, and after a confrontation with Loki, he discovered that it was Loki who persuaded Lauf to send someone to assassinate him. But then Loki used the eternal spear to fly Thor away, then rushed out of the sleeping chamber, went straight to the Bifrost, turned on the Bifrost and aimed it at the Jotun giant town. Thor had already guessed Loki's idea: kill him first, and then Loki would be the only prince. Then he would take the credit for killing the giant king Lauf and destroying the giant town and directly sit on the throne of Asgard. But what he didn't know was that Loki would also send the destroyer to Earth to eliminate all the past giants of Jotunheim, and then bring back several Earthlings who had witnessed Thor being killed by the giants of Jotunheim as witnesses, so that even Odin would not know the truth of the incident. But Thor was not killed, which made the plan fail. In the eyes of the Asgard people, Thor, who led the charge, was always more qualified to become king than Loki, who was plotting behind the scenes. Loki believed that he had lost, but he did not lose because of his strategy, but because of his identity. In an accident, he accidentally touched the casket of ancient winters, only to find that his skin color turned blue, which reminded him of the race defeated by Odin. He remembered that Odin had treated Thor better than himself since childhood. He not only gave Mjolnir to Thor, but also let him join the army to gain reputation. However, he could only learn magic that Thor did not want to learn. Now, it seems that everything has an answer. Watching Bifrost's continued output, Loki's laughter gradually turned into sobs. Loki has very complicated feelings towards the giants of Jotunheim. He was taught since childhood that the giants of Jotunheim were an evil, tyrannical, and unreasonable race. But suddenly he found out that he was the giants of Jotunheim, which made him feel very confused and a little inferior. But looking at Thor, who was the center of attention and enjoying the cheers of countless people, Loki's heart was filled with longing for all of this, so he planned all of this. Looking at his own hands, Loki seemed to see countless of his people die because of these hands. Perhaps the giants of Jotunheim are just such a race, a dirty, selfish, and rude race, because I am just like that. Thor glanced at the Bifrost and was relieved to find that it was not aimed at the Earth. He thought Loki was going to destroy the Earth directly. As for the giants of Jotunheim, Thor doesn't care about their lives. Thor walked quickly to his brother and grabbed Loki by the collar, but found that Loki's expression was very wrong at the moment. Loki, what's wrong with you? Thor was still thinking about how to punish his brother who made a mistake, and the next moment he forgot everything that happened before. Brother? Do you still think so? Loki looked up and said to Thor. How could that be? No matter what you have done, you are still my brother. Thor looked at Loki seriously and the two looked at each other. Then a series of camera clicks were heard, which immediately destroyed the atmosphere of brotherly love. Uncle. Thor looked at Luchi in confusion. Sorry, I forgot to turn off the mute, you guys continue. Luchi quickly muted the camera and continued filming. Looking at the actions of these two people, Luchi had already thought about what he would write on the photo. Anyway, there was no such thing as a lawyer in Asgard. Thor looked at Luchi helplessly and said to Loki, you may not know him yet. His name is Luchi. He became sworn brothers with our father yesterday. He is considered our uncle. Become sworn brothers with Odin? Yesterday? Thinking of Odin sleeping in bed, Loki suddenly felt something was wrong. Luchi quickly took out the identity token given by Odin, so that Loki would not say that he was a fake. But when Loki looked at the token, his mind was shaken violently. If Odin had sworn brotherhood with this Midgardian yesterday, then why is he in deep sleep? Or? Loki seemed to calm down and pushed Thor away, and the two kept a distance. So, it was you who ruined my plan? Uncle. Loki seemed like a different person, looking at Luchi fiercely. What's wrong with you? Luchi looked at Loki in confusion, but found that there was something wrong with Loki's eyes. Specifically, the color of Loki's pupils was wrong, and they had turned into a dull yellow. This seemed very familiar to Luchi, as if someone had experienced this symptom before. While he was recalling, Loki raised his hand and used the Spear of Eternity to knock Thor away, then shot lasers madly at Luchi. What's wrong? Luchi quickly released dark energy to block the attack. Now that he could recover 11,200 energy per second, he easily blocked the attack. But being beaten without fighting back was not her style. Looking at her casual shoes, Luchi regretted not wearing leather shoes today, but she still walked towards Loki step by step despite Loki's attack. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Loki threw down the Spear of Eternity and took out the Casket of Ancient Winters. After looking at the pale blue lines spreading on his hands, Loki looked up and smiled at Luchi, then decisively opened the Casket of Ancient Winters towards Luchi, releasing the cold air inside. Luchi looked at the cold air coming towards him and did not dare to be careless. After all, this cold air would affect Heimdall. He released dark energy forward, trying to counteract the cold released by the Casket of Ancient Winters. Although it was effective, the amount was still too small. Thinking that this was not Earth, Luchi tried to connect to the shadow dimension directly behind him and soon succeeded. With a sigh of relief, countless dark energies surged out from behind Luchi. Now that he had more than 2 million energies, he was not afraid of playing consumption games with Loki. Although the Casket of Ancient Winters has enough power to freeze a planet, it is obviously unable to fully exert its power in Loki's hands. Therefore, with the support of a large number of backup hidden energy sources, Luchi not only withstood Loki's attack, but also constantly advanced towards Loki. Thor steadied himself and saw this scene, yelled, and rushed over from the side. But an energy ray unexpectedly shot from the distance of Bifrost and knocked Thor away directly. Another ray hit Luchi, but Luchi was prepared and dodged it directly, and the ray hit the Bifrost under Luchi's feet directly. A large hole was blown out of the Bifrost, and a large amount of energy continued to pour out of it. The Bifrost that was attacking the Jotun giant village finally stopped, but the bridge under its feet was still continuously transferring energy to the energy launch pad. Luchi could already feel the increasingly violent energy in the launch hall in the distance. If it continued to gather like this, the enemy in the dark would only need a firecracker to detonate the bomb. What's going on? Luchi looked at the energy gushing out under his feet. The dark energy wrapped around his whole body, resisting the impact of the energy. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky, looking at the chaotic scene below, and bursts of divine power surged out, blocking the attacks that came one after another. Odin gathered his divine power in his hands, and then suddenly burst out with a burst of energy, which actually directly suppressed the energy of Bifrost that could destroy the planet. Luchi quickly took this opportunity to leave the energy nozzle and looked in the direction where the rays were coming from in the distance, but he saw nothing. I glanced at Odin, only to find that he was breathing heavily and it seemed that he would fall down in the next second. Luchi was shocked. Now the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. Boss, you can't fall down. The remaining energy in the shadow dimension was poured into Odin's body through the contract. After pouring in more than 100,000 energies, Odin's body was finally stabilized. Odin nodded slightly to Luchi, stretched out his hand, and the Spear of Eternity broke free from Loki's motionless hand and flew into Odin's hand. Infusing divine power into the Spear of Eternity, Odin threw the Spear of Eternity in one direction. After the spear flew for a distance, it actually blew up a spaceship from the void. How could there be a spaceship? This was something Luchi had not expected. There would actually be an alien spaceship that dared to approach the Asgard divine domain. After all, Asgard was not considered weak in the universe. Turn on the air defense system. Odin gave the order, and different changes occurred in various places in Asgard, and gun muzzles appeared one after another. But embarrassingly, only some of these anti-aircraft guns were successful in firing, and the strikes on the airspace where Odin was attacking were not intensive, but the outlines of several spaceships were still illuminated. Odin frowned. He didn't expect Asgard, which hadn't experienced war for a long time, to be in such a state. But the battle wasn't over yet, so he couldn't say anything. He nodded towards Luchi and rushed out, enveloped by divine powers. He charged through the air, piercing through and sinking warships. Maintaining Odin's burst at a rate of 5,000 energy points per second, Luchi breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the interstellar battleships that kept falling in the distance. However, he also became more and more curious about who sent these organized battleships. There were footsteps behind him. Luchi looked back curiously, only to find Asgard guards rushing over with various weapons in hand. Just when Luchi was about to say that the battle here doesn't need you, he found that there was a yellow light flashing in their eyes. Something is wrong. Luchi looked around and found that the damage caused by the bombardment blocked the transmission of energy, and the Bifrost attacking the Jotun giant town had already stopped. Seeing that there was an area behind the damage with no energy, Luchi quickly summoned ninja soldiers there and ordered them to control the guards. By now, Luchi also knew what the attack was about. Thanos. Thanos has the mind gem in his hands. This gem can control people's minds. In the original movie, this gem was embedded in a scepter. It can only control others when it touches them, but now it seems that the ability of this gem is not so bad. A group of ninja soldiers came up side by side and quickly pinned the controlled Asgard people to the ground. At the moment, the warships in the distance also sent out small airships, which easily avoided the sparse anti-aircraft firepower and flew towards Luchi. Thor was blown away by the bombardment before, and now he just came back to face these small airships. So, Old Man Odin attacked the large battleship, and Thor attacked the small airship, and the two father and son killed everyone. Unfortunately, there were too many small airships, and a few of them still survived and broke through the blockade. Luchi suddenly saw Loki walking towards the edge of Bifrost and quickly asked a ninja soldier to stop him, but when the ninja soldier successfully stopped Loki, he found that Loki here was just a shadow. Suddenly, Loki appeared on the bridge, each laughing strangely, and then walked towards the bridge. Do you think you can escape? Luchi simply asked the ninja soldiers to knock out the guards who were pinned down and help them physically restart. Then he asked all the ninja soldiers to stop Loki. He hadn't kicked Loki's yet, so how could he let Loki be rescued? Thousands of ninja soldiers followed different Lokis and jumped off the bridge. They grabbed each other in midair with tacit understanding. A few ninja soldiers were left on the bridge pulling their companions who had jumped off. They actually succeeded in catching each Loki. But what's strange is that these are all illusions. How can this be fake? Luchi was a little puzzled, but then he thought of something. Loki's specialty. Turning around, he saw an Asgard guard standing up, rubbing the back of his head, smiling at Luchi, and then jumping off the Bifrost. A strangely shaped airship flew over quickly, picked up Loki, and took him away. Damn it! Loki is a giant of Jotunheim. Physically, he is stronger than the average Asgard guard. He was not knocked out by that blow just now. Luchi flew up to give chase, but a bunch of small airships attacked him from behind. What annoying flies! Luchi raised his hands, and nearly 1,000,000 dark energies rose into the air, like huge waves, slamming hard onto these small airships, tearing them into pieces. Looking back, the strange-shaped spaceship burst out with very strong energy, the surrounding space was distorted, and it disappeared directly in front of Luchi. Luchi's face was gloomy. Thanos. When he watched the movie before, he felt that there was something wrong with the screenwriter. Loki just wanted to get the same attention as Thor, so how could he come up with a plan to kill his brother? But if Thanos was behind this with malicious intentions, then everything could be explained. With the mind gem, it is easy for Thanos to do some tricks that are not easy to be discovered. Luchi originally thought that as long as Thanos was alive, he would not dare to do anything, but he did not expect that this guy would dare to do tricks under Odin's nose. They are just bullying Odin because he is blind in one eye. Chapter 52. As the spaceship carrying Loki jumped away, the invisible warships in the void did not leave. Instead, they fearlessly fired at Bifrost and crashed into it at the same time. Odin blocked the bombardment of several warships with his own strength. The Spear of Eternity cut through the space and flew into his hand. It then gathered infinite divine power. The powerful divine power rays directly blew up all the gathered warships. Liu Qi looked at the wreckage of the battleship in the starry sky, and felt that a certain ant was not as powerful as Odin. However, Odin's burst of energy consumed a lot, and Liu Qi dark energy was directly consumed by Odin, leaving only a little. With a casual blow, Odin destroyed all the small airships that were fighting with Thor, and landed on the Bifrost with a gloomy face. Looking at the staggering Asgard guards, Odin's face became more and more unfriendly. Very well, not only did you dare to attack Asgard, you also dared to take my son away. No matter who you are, I will find you, and then slowly crush you. Odin observed the surroundings with his one eye, and suddenly shouted to the sky, and swung out with divine power, crushing several flying birds. On the other side, Thanos was holding the mind gem emitting yellow light in his hand, but suddenly trembled in pain. Sir? Ebony Maw asked nervously. It's all right, Loki has been brought here, and we need to hide for a while starting today. Ebony Maw asked in confusion, Sir, Odin is a well-known strong man in the universe, why should we provoke him? If Odin finds us, we might. Thanos enclosed the mind gem in an instrument that could isolate the mind gem's power and make it undetectable. After placing the instrument in a secret compartment, Thanos finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually very nervous facing Odin. After all, Odin was so powerful that he could destroy him and his fleet alone. But he had to do it. There was a haze in Thanos' eyes, but as Ebony Maw was his most trusted and capable subordinate, Thanos didn't mind him knowing some information. Some time ago, I successfully detected the existence of another infinite gem using the mind gem. Ebony Maw was very surprised. Each infinite gems is a famous treasure in the universe, and collecting all 6 gems can solve all problems. Although they already have a mind gem, one gem is not enough to achieve their goal. Ebony Maw bowed slightly, Sir, please allow me to get the gem for you. Thanos shook his head. From my perception, that gem has the power to distort space. It should be the space gem among the 6 infinite gems. And it is located on Earth, one of the 9 realms under Odin. Ebony Maw was stunned for a moment. Now, she had offended Odin in the previous second, and in the next second she had to go to someone else's back garden. It was like turning on the light in the toilet. Seeing his stunned subordinates, Thanos didn't care about what he had just said. Loki is Odin's son. I originally planned to have him go to Earth to get the space gem for me. But now the plan has changed. How about having Proxima and Corvus Glaive go to Earth together to get the space gem, and have Loki follow them? If necessary, I can use Loki to exchange for the space gem. But Odin won't just sit there and do nothing. Ebony Maw said puzzledly. Thanos smiled, but we just slapped him in the face, didn't we? If he hears about us, he will definitely come looking for us. But part of Bifrost was also destroyed, so he can't travel back and forth quickly. This is our chance. Besides, he doesn't know it was us yet, right? Thanos suddenly remembered the Earthling who appeared at the last moment. Thinking of that guy, Thanos suddenly felt unsure. This time he originally planned to influence Loki to kill Thor, stimulate Odin, and test his true strength. After all, according to some news, the power of the Asgard gods will continue to increase with age, but their bodies will gradually be unable to withstand that power and collapse. Originally, he expected that Odin could no longer withstand that power and could not use too much power, but Odin's performance today was beyond his imagination. But that Earthling affected almost all of his plans, including the fact that more than 5,000 elite giants of Jotunheim could not kill Thor, and even failed to kill a few Earthlings. As for Odin's power, Thanos felt that it was also related to that guy. After all, Odin looked like he could die at any time before, but he became full of energy immediately after becoming sworn brothers with Liu Qi. There's something wrong with this guy. Thanos thought for a while and said to Ebony Maw, when Loki arrives, bring him to me. I need to give him something before I can start my plan. Liu Qi didn't know that Thanos had noticed him, otherwise he might have stayed in Kamar-Taj and never came out. He commanded the ninja soldiers to help bring the Asgard guards back, and then came to Thor and Odin who were talking. What's the situation? Thor looked at Liu Qi who was approaching. Don't worry, I just asked the ninja soldiers to knock them out. No one will die, but the back of their heads will inevitably hurt for 2 days. I suggest that they don't wear helmets when they are on guard for the next 2 days. Liu Qi said a few words casually and then looked at Odin. How do you feel? My dark energy was almost exhausted just now. Odin shook his head to indicate that he was fine, and looked with his one eye at the fixed star in the sky that he had pushed to be the Sunday. I just didn't expect that after a few decades, there would be forces in the universe that dared to provoke me. Liu Qi was a little speechless. Big brother, you have lived a long time, so you look down on these decades, right? This time is enough for you to hold your great-grandson. Liu Qi thought about taking Thor back to Earth to bring some local specialties to Odin, but Odin continued. I will not let this go, but the warships that were destroyed just now belonged to different people, including the Kree, Collector, Nova Empire, etc. They were also controlled by the murderer behind the scenes in some way. When I find out the murderer, I will chop those guys off. Not even Jesus can save them, I say. Odin thought viciously. Liu Qi shook his head. Good fellow, you don't even know who is behind this, yet you're already making promises. What if it's some big boss? Who knows, Asgard might be wiped out. But after thinking about it, Liu Qi decided to reveal some official news to Odin. From what I know, the power to control your guards should come from the Mind Gem, and the Mind Gem should now be in the hands of the Emperor of the Universe, Thanos. Odin looked at Liu Qi in surprise, but he did not doubt the meaning of Liu Qi's message. Maybe it was the old friend who revealed it to him through him. After all, the power of time is particularly mysterious. But doesn't she usually help? Odin didn't bother to think too much. The previous battle reminded him of his conquest of the 9 realms. With Liu Qi's help, he was able to burst out some power. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to directly destroy those behind the scenes, which would be good for everyone. If his power was not unusable, would he still be so cozy with those who dared to defy the dignity of Asgard? He is not a righteous king, but a famous god of war in the universe, the leader of Asgard. In that case, I will have someone gather information about Thanos, and then send them a great gift. Odin made the decision and asked Thor to prepare a room for Liu Qi. Liu Qi hasn't really visited Asgard yet, so he might as well just play here for a few days. The Battle of New York is still next year anyway, and who knows, some lonely old man might still be frozen in the ice. Follow Thor as you walk and admire the distinctive Asgard architecture. Taking out the camera from time to time to take a few pictures, Liu Qi followed Thor for half an hour and finally arrived at his room. Well, I think you need to tell me where the bathroom is first, otherwise I might get lost and can't find it. Liu Qi looked around the room and found that it looked very clean and luxurious, but he didn't find any toilet-like room. There will be maids outside. You can ask them if you have any questions. Thor said casually, as if this was extremely normal. My goodness, is this the luxurious life of a landlord? There are maids? Not knowing whether these maids could help rub his back, Liu Qi looked outside and saw several maids in complicated clothes. Why is this maid uniform so thick? Aren't you afraid of heat stroke? Liu Qi returned to the house disappointedly, looked at the interior layout, and told Thor to leave quickly and not to bother him. He had been busy for so long, and he wanted to have a good rest. After drawing a circle and returning to New York, Liu Qi smiled and threw himself onto his big bed. There is no place like home, no place to hide. Liu Qi chose a comfortable position and turned on his system. After several hours of mining, the energy has reached 5.21 million, which is enough for Liu Qi to upgrade his physique. I clicked the upgrade button without hesitation, and as my body trembled, everything became boring. After turning on the system, Liu Qi looked at his physical fitness, which had reached 32 times that of an ordinary person. He felt that he was getting stronger. He posed a few times, but there were still no muscle lines on his body. Liu Qi sat back on the bed disappointed. The current speed of collecting energy crystals is 22,400 points per minute, and the speed of energy recovery is 22,400 points per second. The strength is getting stronger and stronger. However, the system prompted that the next time the physical fitness would double would be when the number of ninja soldiers reached 50,000, which gave Liu Qi a headache. 50,000 ninja soldiers. Even if all the energy is used to buy ninja soldiers, it will take more than 100 million energy. It's simply outrageous. Not to mention that the physical condition upgrade later would require at least 50 million energy, which made Liu Qi feel that the road ahead was long. Looking at the little remaining energy that could be mined, Liu Qi called Mordo and asked him to bring some people to clean up the mess, and then he entered the shadow dimension to prepare for something big. Clicking on one dimension after another, Liu Qi began to test his luck. Anyway, the strength and number of the ninja corps have greatly improved now, so Liu Qi is too lazy to play single draw and just goes for it with 10 consecutive shots. I was lucky today. 2 elementary level dimensions appeared, and there were no empty numbers. Thinking that the improvement from 16 times the normal human quality to 32 times is still a huge amount, Liu Qi simply ordered the troops to attack 2 elementary level dimensions at the same time to see if they could take them down. The process was easier than Liu Qi had imagined. Almost no enemy was a match for the ninja soldiers, let alone the Thorn ninja soldiers and troll soldiers. Even the Lord of the Dimension had to retreat when seeing the troll soldiers and dared not get hit by them. It took only a dozen minutes to easily take over these planes. Liu Qi became more and more relaxed. He simply kept clicking on the coordinates, and the dark dimensions quickly turned into part of the shadow world. They kept doing this until Liu Qi was a little tired, and then they stopped. Looking at the coordinate book in his hand, which was almost 1/20th turned over, Liu Qi couldn't help but sigh that it was worthy of being a top force for tens of thousands of years. The reserves were definitely not comparable to those of the Ancient One. Sorry, Ancient One, you lose this time. In terms of wealth, companions, magic, and land, you may only be slightly better in magic. Looking at his energy reserves of nearly 10 million, Liu Qi felt that his life had become rich. After saying something to Mordo and the others who were moving the spoils, Liu Qi returned to the material world. Looking at the tens of millions of energies, Liu Qi decided to wait until the energy was mined, and use the energy to directly buy 7,000 ninja soldiers, leaving a few million as backup. After all, Odin was going to go out and destroy Thanos, so he had to support him in any way. Wouldn't it be great if Thanos was killed directly? Looking at the time, nearly 5 hours had passed. Liu Qi stretched his back and decided to take a nap and get up tomorrow to check on the situation. When you curl up in your quilt, time always passes quickly. It feels like a day has passed in the blink of an eye. Liu Qi stretched and sat up. Actually, with his current physical fitness level, staying up all night for a few days would not be a big deal. It was just that his biological clock of more than 20 years made him sleepy at a certain time. Besides, why stay up late when you have nothing to do? Isn't it better to have a good sleep after eating and drinking enough? Anyway, Liu Qi thinks that sleeping every day is much better than staying up late. After opening the system, one night later, Liu Qi energy reached 10.24 million. As expected, the later stages of the idle game were very outrageous. Liu Qi opened the system and bought 7,000 ninja soldiers according to last night's plan, spending 7.42 million energy, and had 2.82 million energy left. This total amount should be enough for Odin to go out and kill. Sure enough, behind every successful man, there is. Ugh. Ugh. Liu Qi quickly stopped, looked at the very little energy left to be mined, took out the book given by Odin, and continued to draw lots. While smoking, Liu Qi thought comfortably that it was fortunate that those medium-level dimensions could change their coordinates, otherwise he might have met a big guy here. No way, no way, is there really someone who would upgrade to a medium-sized dimension and not change his coordinates? Forget it, don't set the flag, Liu Qi, stop it quickly. This is what I am like when I am in a good mood. I like to think about random things. I have planted quite a few flags today. It is said that other people's dimensions only need a larger space to be upgraded to the medium level, so why do I feel any difference when I have a larger space? Liu Qi looked at his shadow world with some confusion. Didn't they say that the spatial coordinates could be changed? How could he change it? Did he have to move it himself? After brushing up energy for a few hours, Liu Qi simply tried to see if he could move the coordinates of the shadow world. As it turned out, he really can. This feeling is quite novel. He drives the shadow dimension around in the dimensional space like an experienced driver. However, the dimensional space was very empty, there was nothing interesting to see, and there was no need to worry about bumping into other dimensions. After playing for a while, Liu Qi lost interest and planned to go back. Damn! Where is my Marvel world? Liu Qi was stunned to find that he couldn't return to the Marvel world, and he was paralyzed. Chapter 53. I'm sorry, this world is not well written. You can skip this world. Just know that you got the Allspark and a few Decepticon followers. After confirming again and again that he really couldn't return to the Marvel world, Liu Qi was stunned. When Liu Qi arrived at the portal to Kamar-Taj, he found that the portal was no longer dark, and he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. You are really naughty, you just do it when no one is watching, why do you go to the dimension for no reason? Now the dimensional coordinates are messed up, how can I go back? Liu Qi quickly took out the coordinate book given by Odin, but found that there were no coordinates of the Marvel world on it. There was really nothing he could do now. Liu Qi doesn't have any ability to communicate with the Ancient One and others across dimensions, so this is really barbecue that's not right. It seems like I'm still connected to them. Liu Qi remembered the dark energy supply contract he had signed with Odin and the Ancient One, and thought he could use this method to contact the Ancient One. So what to use? Morse code. The key is that Liu Qi doesn't know how to do it. He is not one of those big guys who knows everything after traveling through time. Now he had to find a world to live in first, otherwise he would starve to death. If the civilization was advanced enough, he might be able to learn Morse code. If the Morse code in the two worlds was the same, he might be able to communicate with the Ancient One and the others. Liu Qi finally placed his hope on the coordinate book. After all, the dimensional space was extremely empty, and without a good exploration method, you might not find a world even after searching for 1,000,000 years. If he could obtain the enemy's high-level equipment in those dark dimensions and thus get the world coordinates, maybe he could go to that world first and wait for the Ancient One to rescue him. Then please bless me, Master Ancient One, Amen. Liu Qi first injected 1.1 million dark energy into Ancient One, saying that he was asking for help and hoped that Ancient One could understand. After resting for a while, Liu Qi calmed down. Not knowing whether the Ancient One understood, Liu Qi opened the coordinate book to see if he could find a lord of a dimension to snatch him away. Ancient One finally changed all his previous spell books and those just obtained from other dark dimensions to be powered by Liu Qi. However, Ancient One, who had just entered the slacking mode, suddenly found that Liu Qi was trying hard to pour energy into him. What are you doing? I want to rest. Since Liu Qi became stronger and stronger, the time gem had less and less effect on Liu Qi. After all, the level of dark energy was very high, and even time was not good for Liu Qi future. So she didn't know what Liu Qi had done. Isn't Liu Qi a guest at Odin's house now? Without thinking about anything else for the moment, Ancient One felt the energy in his body becoming more and more abundant, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. What's wrong with this guy? Does he have endless energy? Ancient One's own physique was not very strong and could not contain so much energy. When he was about to explode, Ancient One quickly released all the dark energy that was transmitted. In the square outside the tea room, Caecilius was practicing magic with his colleagues, and when they talked about their vision for the future, several of them laughed. Caecilius also looked forward to a life where he could bombard people indiscriminately. Having lived in the secular world for a long time, he once thought that magicians were just a group of human turrets. But after entering Kamar-Taj, he realized that everything has a price. Magicians are not only not Bayu, but also a group of guys who signed loan sharks to try to save the world. He was very disappointed at first, but the appearance of Liu Qi changed everything. Not only did he see the Bayu magic, but in the future he could also change it to dark energy. Although it was not like borrowing without paying it back, compared to usury, Liu Qi loan was undoubtedly interest-free, and it could be replaced by other things, such as working. However, Liu Qi still has too little energy now, which is only enough for some high-level magicians to use. But Liu Qi growth rate is not slow, so he can still wait. Oh, it would be great if Liu Qi had so much energy now. Just as he sighed, a large amount of dark energy burst out from the Sorcerer Supreme's tea room, offsetting the already dense natural energies of Kamar-Taj. For a moment, there were lightning and thunder, and special effects were at full capacity. How can there be so much dark energy? Caecilius was a little panicked at first. After all, so much dark energy was enough to assimilate everything around it. However, these energies seemed to be controlled and consciously annihilated with other energies, which made him feel relieved. But while relaxing, Caecilius was also a little confused. Didn't they say that Liu Qi energy was not much, not enough to support so many people? How could the Ancient One Master still use this dark energy to annihilate other energies? Although he didn't say it, Caecilius still felt a little unhappy. Liu Qi didn't know what was going on with Ancient One. After drawing prizes for more than 10 hours, his stored diggable energy was almost 20 million, but he still hadn't caught those dimensional masters who were as slippery as mice. No, we can't just scare those guys away. How about I show weakness to the enemy, lure them into deeper territory, and then send a large army to encircle them from both sides and directly capture the Lord of the opposite dimension. Top Think Tank.jpg. After thinking about the general plan, Liu Qi put away the large black mass of shadow troops behind him, who were all dressed in uniform, aggressive, and full of villains, warmed up his lower body, and prepared to put on a good show. Directly sending a 10-draw combo, guaranteeing an elementary level dimension, Liu Qi pretended to be afraid and glanced at the situation on the other side, only to find out. Why is there no one here? Why did I spend so much time thinking about the plot? I finally planned to take action myself, and you just gave me an elementary level dimension. That shouldn't be necessary. Liu Qi sent a team of shadow soldiers to explore, and they found that there was really no one on the other side. Could it be that someone is stinging to enforce the law? High-end hunters always appear as prey? Liu Qi simply let the shadow ninja directly exploit the opponent's dark dimension. He saw his energy constantly increasing, but the enemy still did not appear. There's really no one here. Liu Qi walked into this elementary level dimension with some doubts, and found that the dark energy here did not reject him, just like the ownerless one. So how did this grow to the elementary level dimension? Liu Qi simply released all the shadow troops to explore the world. A few hours later, a team of shadow ninjas said they had discovered a space crack. Following a few shadow ninjas to the space crack, Liu Qi perceived that dark energy had been leaking out from here. As the dark energy was lost, this dimension was also becoming weaker, but the speed was very slow. Oh my god, this place was a higher level dimension before? How could it become like this? Liu Qi first focused the dark energy in this dimension. He could still control the dark energy without a master at will. In order to prevent the dark energy that was already his from leaking out through this loophole, Liu Qi simply let a team of shadow ninjas go in to explore. After a while, all the surviving shadow ninjas came back and told us that the other side was very safe. Liu Qi did not devour this elementary level dimension first, but directly wrapped himself in dark energy and walked into the space crack. Passing through the space crack, Liu Qi found himself surrounded by a huge and hardcore machine, and this huge machine was surrounded by a pile of stones. To Liu Qi, it was like being in a cave that became narrower as he went up. Flying up from the center of the machine, Liu Qi took a look at the huge amounts of machinery and discovered that it seemed to be a device for creating and maintaining space cracks. This device also uses the dark energy that emerges from the space crack to maintain the space crack, but as Liu Qi controls the dark energy, this device can no longer maintain the space crack, and the space crack is constantly healing. After testing that his connection with the shadow world still existed, Liu Qi didn't care about anything else and directly swallowed up the elementary level dimension, completely cutting off the energy source of this thing. Liu Qi ignored this strange large device for the time being and simply came to the surrounding boulders. After perceiving that there was no special energy blockade, he sneaked out directly through the gap between the boulders. After coming out, Liu Qi saw a desert in front of him. Looking back, he found that he was actually in a pyramids. Oh my god, I didn't get the pharaoh's curse. Liu Qi used the dark energy to cleanse his entire body, washing away all the dirt and dust on his body while retaining his clothes. Now we don't have to worry about any super virus in this tower. Heaving a sigh of relief, Liu Qi looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he simply flew up and kept flying upwards as hard as he could. Finally, they arrived at the outer edge of the earth. Feeling the thin oxygen, Liu Qi stopped. Watching a satellite slowly floating past my eyes, I was sure that I was on a planet with technology, but I didn't know if there were any super abilities or superheroes. Just as he was thinking, Liu Qi suddenly felt something approaching. He turned around and saw several meteorites with flaming tails flying towards him. What the hell, meteorites are traveling in groups, right? Liu Qi hurriedly avoided these meteorites, and found that these meteorites actually turned slightly to avoid him. What the hell is this? It actually turns. This meteorite is impure. Liu Qi looked at the meteorite flying away, thought about it, and simply followed it. Anyway, this world does not have Kamar-Taj's magic shield, and his connection with the shadow world has not been sanctioned. When millions of energies are pulled out, he himself will not know how strong he is. These meteorites seemed to be consciously slowing down, and their speed was constantly decreasing. Liu Qi simply consumed some dark energy to catch up with these meteorites. Several inexplicable radio waves were transmitted between several meteorites. If converted into human language, that would be it. Shit, how can this creature keep up with us? Are all carbon-based organisms so outrageous? I'm beginning to be afraid of this planet. The energy index of this creature is so high that it scares me. How did Bumblebee survive on this planet? Liu Qi couldn't feel any strange radio waves, and he wasn't a radio wave boy. He just kept observing these meteorites and flew with them. It flew to a certain place and several meteorites separated directly. Ah, I don't know how to duplication, how can I follow? Liu Qi was stunned for a moment. He still wanted to see what these meteorites were. After thinking about it, Liu Qi tried to use dark energy to create a few eyes for himself, or try to create a few duplications or something. But he was not very skilled at it, and only made some strange big black balls. Although this black ball has the ability he expected, which is observation and tracking, it has little combat power. But Liu Qi was also quite satisfied. He still underestimated his own ability. When he had nothing to do in the future, he could create some spells by himself and explore the uses of dark energy. Let a few black balls follow a few of the meteorites, and Liu Qi also flew down casually following a meteorite. Collapse. Seeing a meteorite falling on a piece of land with sparks and lightning, Liu Qi was stunned. What kind of hell is this? You guys can travel through space, so please install a better landing gear. A strange sound was heard, and Liu Qi watched the meteorite in front of him constantly shape-shifting, becoming a mechanical giant about 7 meters tall. What the hell? Liu Qi looked at the extremely ugly robot in front of him and felt a little confused. I feel like I've seen this thing before, but it's not very familiar. Is this another fantasy world? Seeing this giant looking at him cautiously, Liu Qi was still a little confused. You are aliens, why would you be afraid of me, a native of Earth? Liu Qi now forgot about the nearly 1 million dark energies around him that added special effects to him, and looked at this big guy strangely. Hello, Earthlings, we have no ill intentions here. We are here to look for our lost items. The huge amounts of robots looked at Liu Qi cautiously, and through detection, they found that the energy index of this little guy even exceeded that of their leader, Optimus Prime. He simply couldn't touch the mechanical core. Liu Qi looked at this guy strangely. How do you speak Hyuxia? I learned your language through your internet. Judging from your appearance, you should be a yellow person. Based on the proportion of yellow people, I analyzed that you should be Hyuxia. You're starting to look familiar to me. What are you going to do next? Just do your thing and pretend I don't exist. Jazz looked at Liu Qi carefully. He found through the internet that there were no people with super abilities like this guy in the world, or rather, most of them were ordinary people. What's going on with this guy? Is it a genetic mutation or something? But this guy really doesn't have any hostility. Looking at his eyes, according to their psychology, he doesn't have any bad intentions. Well, since he, the leader and his companions might not be able to defeat this guy, he could only go and meet up with the leader first. At worst, he could tell the leader about the special situation on his side on the way. While walking out, the Jazz communicated with his companions, but found that there was a strange big black ball following them, but it neither attacked nor communicated with them. After integrating all the current information, Optimus Prime thought for a while and finally decided to reunite first. There may be some strange places on this planet, but they are not hostile. Secondly, they are just here to find something and then they will probably leave. I hope there won't be any accidents, or other accidents. The Jazz received the order and stopped taking small steps to waste time. Instead, he started running. Through the internet, they learned that shape-shifting King Kong would probably not be accepted by the people on this planet, so it would be better to find a so-called car to transform first. Liu Qi followed this guy to the door of a car shop. Seeing this big guy staring at a car, he was a little puzzled. You want to drive a car at this age? Do you ever feel like you're too big to fit in here? I'll do it. Seeing this big guy shape-shifting into the sports car inside, Liu Qi was completely stunned. He finally knew what kind of world this was. Chapter 54. Seeing this ugly big guy stealing a skin in front of him, Liu Qi remembered that this guy should be the Autobot that was torn apart by Megatron. Hiss, how miserable. Liu Qi shook his head, feeling sad for the guy's fate. Jazz looked at Liu Qi with a confused look on his face, as his mood changes were too obvious. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy. If he knew that Liu Qi was mourning for him, he would be very happy, right? Need a ride? I think you might be more concerned about not exposing your identity. Remembering that there was no news about such people with super abilities on the internet, Jazz said tentatively. What identity was revealed? Someone from other world? Liu Qi didn't know what the Jazz was talking about, but it felt like it was worth it to be able to ride a shape-shifting King Kong. Jazz opened the car door very sensibly, and Liu Qi quietly got into the driver's seat. Seeing that there were some mechanical-style decorations in the car, Liu Qi touched them lightly. Did you copy these little decorations from the car or did you put them there just for your own pleasure? Looking at the car shop going away behind, Liu Qi didn't know what these decorations were about, so he just asked Jazz directly. My own little hobby? I like cool little things like this. So you picked out a sports car specifically. This guy is in the center position. I like him very much. Perhaps understanding Liu Qi's personality, Jazz started speaking more freely and using trendy words. Very unique, play a song for me to listen to. Liu Qi rolled down the car window and looked at the changing scenery outside. Jazz also played a heavy metal soundtrack. That sounds good. Definitely, you have to trust my taste. I'm not some old-fashioned guy like Ironhide. The man in the car continued to move forward, and their relationship became more and more harmonious. Liu Qi felt that this big guy, Jazz, was not bad, and he could save him when the time came. Now that we are here, why not take a car back with you? Forget it, the Autobots are few in number, and those who come to Earth are elites, so don't harm them. If you want a mount, you might as well look for it among the Decepticons. Megatron is a good choice. Just capture Megatron, and that would open up the situation. The Jazz had no idea that this kind-hearted guy was planning to capture the enemy leader and use him as a vehicle, otherwise he might have been scared and the vehicle would have broken down. While looking at the scenery outside the window, Liu Qi recalled the plot of this world. It was probably that the unlucky Megatron finally found the Allspark, but before he could send a message, he was frozen near the Arctic Circle. In the end, his old friend took the Allspark away in advance and helped to destroy it very enthusiastically. But Megatron was also very lucky. Not only did he survive, he was also forced to strengthen again and again. In the end, his combat power soared to 999. If it weren't for Pillar Brother sacrificing his teammates to obtain the divine equipment, he really couldn't beat him. Thinking about how these seemingly mighty guys would be knocked down by various heavy weapons, Liu Qi felt that the combat power level of this world was relatively low. Not to mention the later parts, Liu Qi doesn't even know what they are talking about. It feels like only parts 1, 2, and 3 have obvious story connections. Hey, sir, do you know Morse code? No, we have a more advanced communication system, but I can learn it. What's wrong? I'll give you a few words. Please translate them into Morse code for me. I need to contact my friend. Do you need help? I can help you make the contact. Jazz said enthusiastically. It is never wrong to build a good relationship with a strong person, unless this strong person is a socially anxious person. You can connect with people across the world. Liu Qi said with a smile. Other world? What the hell? Could it be that parallel worlds or some theory are true? Jazz could still vaguely remember some of the things that Cybertron had researched during its heyday, but he hadn't had time to verify them. But he couldn't really contact Otherworld, so why could Morse code work? Was this some unknown high-tech thing? I'm trapped in Otherworld and need the coordinates of my original world. Just this sentence, help me translate it. Liu Qi thought about it, made up a sentence and asked Jazz to help him translate it into Morse code. After a while, Jazz translated this thing into Morse code. With the help of the Jazz, Liu Qi used the contract to add 10,000 long waves and no short waves to supply energy to the Ancient One. On the other side, Ancient One put down a book and prepared to go to sleep. Not long after he lay down, he sat up again. What's wrong with this guy? Is it annoying that he won't sleep at night? The Ancient One expelled the dark energy casually. It turns out that no matter who you are, everyone is grumpy when they wake up. Liu Qi didn't know whether Ancient One understood or not, but he planned to signal Ancient One every once in a while to prevent Ancient One from ignoring him. Finally it's done. This thing really takes time. Liu Qi spent more than 10 minutes typing out this simple sentence. Although it was also due to his lack of experience, he also realized the inconvenience of communication in the past. Remember to write it down for me later. It's such a long paragraph, I'm too lazy to remember it. The Jazz remained silent, but they were almost at their destination. As he was driving, the Jazz suddenly turned into a small alley. There were a few more cars around him, but there was a big black ball on each of these cars. It was not very conspicuous late at night. Jazz had already told the other Autobots about what happened on the road, and they all knew that Luchi had no ill intentions, he was just being cautious. Not long after driving, Luchi saw a yellow sports car in front of him with two people standing next to it. There was a large truck without a carriage coming in front, and Luchi's eyes lit up. Isn't this Brother Zuzi? Are all these? Sam looked at the cars in front and behind him in shock, but before he could verify his guess, he saw a guy getting out of a sports car. Hello. Luchi greeted him in a friendly way, but it made Sam confused. Did you come with them? Sam thought of the meteorite he had just seen, which meant that these big guys had just arrived on Earth. How come they met an Earthling so quickly? Luchi looked at the guy's confused look and pretended to be serious. Yes, I am a small robot, Model T-1000, codenamed Shadow. Dark energy surged in Luchi's hands, forming various shapes, such as knives, hooks, and guns. Cool. Sam said excitedly. But a mechanical shape-shifting sound was heard, and the surrounding cars all turned into human forms. They were no longer as ugly as they were at the beginning. Each of them looked very handsome, worthy of being bought, or stolen from. Don't really believe this kid. A smile was revealed in Jazz's electronic voice. Optimus Prime shook his head helplessly. Although he knew Luchi had no ill intentions, he was still speechless by this action. Hello, humans. We are an autonomous mechanical organism from the planet Cybertron. I am their leader, Optimus Prime. You can also call us Autobots. Ambulance said from the side. Hello, you silly boy who doesn't look very smart. Jazz made a cool pose, then jumped back and sat on an abandoned car. I like this cool planet more and more. My second in command, Seer. How did you learn to speak like that? Sam said stupidly. It couldn't be that the whole universe spoke the same language. We learned these languages through your internet. Optimus Prime simply answered Sam's question, pointing to Ironhide beside him, my weapons expert, Ironhide. Ironhide cooperated and exposed all the weapons on his body. I really want to compete with you to see who has more destructive power. Luchi smiled slightly and didn't attack you. Our medical officer, Ratchet. This silly boy has a high hormone level, which means he wants to be intimate with women. As for this guy, he doesn't seem to be surprised by our presence. Sam whistled awkwardly. What does it mean to be so rude? As for Luchi, he has already started to study how to print the image in the small black ball on paper. Including your Asgardian, Bumblebee. When Bumblebee saw that it was finally his turn, he quickly played the music he had chosen for a long time and threw a few punches in a cool manner. Sam was obviously most affectionate towards Bumblebee, and took the initiative to say, Bumblebee, are you my Asgardian? The Bumblebee nodded, and there was a buzzing sound in his chest. It really looked like a wasp. His sound processor was damaged during the battle, Ratchet checked it briefly, and there's no way to repair it at the moment. So, who are you? Optimus Prime's eyes turned to the humans. Sam was about to introduce himself, but a voice spoke from behind him first. Luchi, he is not from this planet, but from another planet in another world. He has some strange abilities. Sam looked at Luchi in confusion. Wasn't this guy a robot? How did he become an otherworld person again? What's wrong? Have you never seen someone from otherworld? Or do you really think I'm a robot? Come on, my strength is very different from theirs. Luchi was a little speechless. Why did he feel that this guy was not very smart? He didn't have the brain cells to imagine the complex mechanical shape-shifting movements in a short period of time, so when he changed his weapon just now, it was more like a liquid robot than a shape-shifting King Kong. He casually took back the big black balls flying above and looked at the memories stored in each big black ball. Luchi thought about studying the monitoring method of real-time transmission. Sam stood there in a daze for a long time. It shouldn't be strange if there are people from otherworld, right? In fact, people from otherworld are more surprising. The woman next to him looked at Sam in a daze and sighed. Let me go first, Michaela, a pure earthling in this universe. Compared to Sam, Michaela seemed calmer. After all, she had seen too many unusual things today. She could accept it even if God stood in front of her the next second. Sam is also a pure earthling. Sam finally responded and introduced himself. Optimus Prime also breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting on the right track. Why was it so difficult to make an introduction? Hello, Earthlings and otherworlders. Optimus Prime crouched down to save the men from the pain of tilting their heads back. We are from a distant planet, and we have come to Earth to search for a lost treasure. Optimus Prime gave Sam a little time to understand the situation, and then continued, that treasure is called the Allspark. It is very important to us and may even attract the attention of Megatron. Megatron? By what? Sam spoke first, feeling that something was wrong. Optimus Prime simply uses images and language to tell the story of the rise and fall of a civilization. While listening to Optimus Prime telling stories, Liu-Chi looked at the lifelike projection and felt that it would be fun to use it to play games. Well, here's one more reason to grab a car. After Optimus Prime finished telling this sad story, Michaela asked, so Megatron will come to Earth to steal the Allspark? I don't want any war to affect my current life. After realizing the difference between the Decepticons and the Autobots, Michaela stood on the side of the Autobots without hesitation. Can you take me with you? I hate these kind of people who are looking for trouble. Why don't they just stay calm and do nothing? Why do they have to come out and harm the world? Liu-Chi raised his hand obediently. Sam quickly raised his hand as well. I definitely hate those, annoying people, too, so count me in. Actually, you don't have to raise your hands. Michaela sighed helplessly. Optimus Prime was also pleased with the current situation and said to Sam, so, you are Sam? Was your great-grandfather an adventurer who once visited the Arctic Circle? Sam nodded in disbelief. Could it be that his great-grandfather had some strange connection with these big guys? Optimus Prime nodded, then he was not in the wrong place. In fact, Megatron discovered the Allspark before us, and your great-grandfather discovered Megatron. Megatron crashed and was frozen during the voyage, and your great-grandfather accidentally activated his navigation system, and the location of the Allspark was accidentally recorded on your great-grandfather's glasses. How did you know? Sam asked in surprise. Yuri. Optimus Prime told Sam the auction website he was on, which made Sam look at Michaela a little embarrassed. After all, he had just auctioned that pair of glasses in the classroom that morning. What would happen if the Allspark was obtained by the Decepticons? Michaela asked the key question. Ratchet answered, they will use the Allspark to create Decepticons and then take over the Earth. So we have to find that pair of glasses quickly. Where did you put them? Optimus Prime asked Sam nervously. I put it in my backpack at home. Sam said dully. That's easy. Let's go, hurry up and finish the work as soon as possible. My boss might come to take me home soon. Liu-Chi said confidently, not knowing that the Ancient One hadn't noticed he was missing at all. A group of shape-shifting King Kongs immediately shape-shifted, and then Liu-Chi sat on Optimus Prime. Bumblebee led the way in front, and the group headed towards Sam's house. Chapter 55. Can't you transform into an aerial vehicle and fly? Liu-Chi suddenly felt confused as he looked at the slightly slow speed of Optimus Prime and the others. Even now, he can fly at a speed of more than 2,000 meters per second in the air. Compared with this, it seems that this race that was once so glorious that it used the sun as an energy source is not that great. At least they still have to move on the ground at this speed that seems very slow to Liu-Chi. Optimus Prime's voice came from the radio, we were ordinary Autobots with ordinary jobs on the planet Cybertron. There were no special missions assigned to us. Just like the social structure of this planet, we are ordinary people and do not need any special components. Jazz's voice followed, but those Decepticons are different. They used to be warriors from the planet Cybertron. Their weapons and equipment are better than ours. It can be heard that this guy is still a little unconvinced. If you are given advanced equipment, can you turn defeat into victory? Liu-Chi suddenly became curious. Although he doesn't have any advanced equipment, he has a strong man behind him. Wouldn't it be easy to give him some advanced equipment? Definitely, even if we don't have advanced equipment, we can still fight them for so long. If our equipment is up to par, those guys will definitely not be our match. Right, Ironhide? That's right. Ironhide yelled in the channel. Just give me a big gun and I'll blow up Megatron. Advantageous firepower theory, right? Liu-Chi shook his head helplessly. Megatron, you can't blast him. I have decided to capture that big guy and use him as my mount. Oh, really? Jazz was watching the fun. Although he could see before that this guy had a very high energy index, it was not too outrageous. Could he really defeat Megatron? Little did he know that it was just a reaction to the energy emitted by Luchi as he flew up. Even Optimus Prime was a little bit unconvinced by what Luchi said. In his opinion, Luchi might be able to fight Megatron on equal terms, but he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Megatron. After all, the human was big enough. You guys aren't saying I can't beat you because I'm small, are you? Luchi roughly guessed what they were thinking, but according to the theory of this world, it was pretty much the same. A small Autobot like Bumblebee can't really beat a giant like Megatron. Not to mention the existence of the leadership module, at least it takes a guy of Optimus Prime's physique to fight Megatron. Size doesn't determine everything. In my world, many of the strong men I've seen are about the same size as me, but they can destroy a bunch of alien warships alone in the universe, and some can even destroy stars alone. Wow, what did you say? Sam exclaimed in surprise. What kind of monsters are there in your world? Luchi sighed helplessly. Bayo, do you think this is the end? I have a guy who is always thinking about carrying out a population elimination operation in the entire universe. It's really dangerous over there. The Jazz smacked his lips. He didn't expect that this guy lived in such a dangerous world all day. Wasn't he afraid that he would disappear after a day's sleep? So, the pressure to survive over there is actually quite high, and you have to look for opportunities to become stronger every day. Luchi said this without blushing when he thought of himself being addicted to playing games every day. Anyway, our own system is an idle system, and we can mine at full capacity every minute and every second. Now that he said that, he really worked hard, practicing anytime and anywhere. Luchi nodded in agreement. Okay, we're here. Various combinations of sounds unique to Bumblebee came out. Luchi looked at the small villa in front and jumped out of Optimus Prime's cockpit. Sam and Michaela also hurried out of the car. Okay, now you wait here, and be sure to hide. If my mom and the others see you, they will definitely call the police and ask the army to arrest you. Sam glanced at Luchi. Definitely, and you too, my parents don't know you. Luchi shrugged helplessly. He had no choice. He had seen these guys at Marvel. After all, the country they lived in was in dire straits and they were wary of strangers. Luchi flew onto Optimus Prime's shoulder and simply took out his cell phone to play. Your technology seems very advanced. Optimus Prime looked at the mobile phone in Luchi's hand in confusion. The technological content of this little thing is much more advanced than the bricks held by those guys. This was made by a friend of mine who spent several days. Although the relevant technology exists, the file size of that technology cannot be put into such a small box. That guy improved it in just over a day. Luchi checked the battery level of his phone, then turned to ask Optimus Prime, "Can you give me a data cable? I want to charge it." Optimus Prime looked at the interface of the phone and shape-shifted a line on his shoulder. "I have adapted the voltage of your phone. It won't damage your phone." "Great job." Luchi pulled the data cable and started charging. "With such a portable power bank, my mother is still worried that my phone will run out of power." Although he followed him, Luchi suddenly remembered that there were PIM particles in the Marvel universe that could shrink the size of these guys. That's just a figurine. Luchi's eyes lit up. A portable power bank that could shapeshift at will and obey his commands. "I've done this project. I'll go back and see if I can get some PIM particles." Optimus suddenly felt a chill on his shoulders and shuddered. "Oh, what's wrong?" Luchi almost fell down because of the shake. "It's okay. Maybe there's something wrong with my mechanical core. Let the ambulance check it for me later." Optimus Prime was also a little puzzled. His sensor was not broken, so what was going on with that feeling just now? Luchi shook his head and looked at his phone. He might as well put it on Optimus Prime's shoulder. If he was playing with it and it shook you, who could stand it? Luchi easily jumped down from Optimus Prime's 10-meter-high shoulder, landed on the ground, and walked to Michaela who was watching in front. "Why hasn't that guy gone in yet?" Seeing Sam still arguing with his dad, Luchi sighed. "How about we climb in first?" Luchi looked at the open window of Sam's room and was eager to do something. "Good idea, I don't think he can finish his words in a short time." Michaela was also a little helpless and followed Luchi to the foot of the wall. "So, how do we get up there?" Michaela looked at the window several meters above and felt a little troubled. She was not the guy next to her. Bumblebee, come and help. Liu Qi whispered. Although Bumblebee is not tall, he can still carry Michaela up by standing on tiptoe. Optimus Prime, who was taller, moved the phone into his cockpit and secured it. He was about to go to help when he heard Liu Qi calling Bumblebee. Watch Bumblebee tiptoe to Michaela's side, then pick her up and tiptoe to carry her up. Liu Qi was trying to hold back his laughter while taking pictures of the Bumblebee, which was shaking back and forth on tiptoe because it was not tall enough. Hold on, Bumblebee, hold on. Michaela whispered, but Bumblebee was still swaying, and in order to get Michaela up, Bumblebee almost flew up. Seeing the Bumblebee swaying and unable to keep steady, Liu Qi finally took enough pictures and called out a few troll soldiers, who hugged the Bumblebee, stacked one on top of the other, and carried the Bumblebee directly to the window. You should have done this earlier. Bumblebee was picked up by the troll soldier like a life-size pillow, and said in a combined voice with depression. I'll do it next time. Liu Qi put away the camera, said to the Bumblebee with a smile, and flew into the window. Does this guy have any weird habits? Ironhide watched the whole process and whispered to the other Autobots. After all, strong people all have some weird habits. Ratchet said uncertainly, but his eyes turned to Optimus Prime. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jazz supported Optimus Prime while looking at him. Optimus Prime felt a little uncomfortable when being looked at by his men, and he thought quickly that he really didn't have any special hobbies. Relaxing the airlock, Optimus Prime said to his men in a serious tone, Stay alert during the mission, we must not be discovered by these humans, it may affect our mission. The Autobots obeyed the order and quickly dispersed to be on guard. I found a strange creature over here. Ironhide looked at a carbon-based creature not far away that was looking at him. He held the cannon in his hand and looked at the thing vigilantly. After being baptized by Liu Qi, he was really afraid that this thing would suddenly expand dozens of times in size and step on him under its feet. Oh my god! He's coming towards me. Ironhide looked at this thing running towards him, not daring to move, and quickly said to Optimus Prime. Sam finally dealt with his dad, but turned around and saw Ironhide pointing his cannon at his dog. No, no, no. He's just a chihuahua. Sam quickly ran over. What is Sam doing? Why hasn't he come up yet? Michaela and Liu Qi had been rummaging around in the room for a long time, but Sam hadn't come up yet. Liu Qi just opened the box that Sam had placed under the bed, looked at the pile of books and magazines inside, smacked his lips. I don't know, maybe he's still busy. Michaela looked out the window and saw Sam holding a dog and talking to Ironhide. Can't he do it faster? What if those Decepticons come? Those guys have found out Sam's true identity. Michaela, who had just been chased by the Decepticons, was a little overwhelmed. On the other side, Optimus Prime also looked quite helpless. Sam talked to Ironhide for a while, finally remembered the important matter, and ran in holding the Chihuahua. Oh my god, when did you get in? Sam pushed open his door, only to find that it was in a mess. What's worse, there was a guy reading his private little book. Snatching the small box from Liu Qi's hand, Sam hurriedly closed the lid. These things belong to my friend. He put them here. Michaela looked at Sam's flustered look and said helplessly, Now is not the time to worry about your terrible reading materials. Where is your backpack? Sam wanted to say something, but looking at Michaela's eyes, he put the box aside in self-abandonment. I remember it should be here. Liu Qi watched him run to the side to find his backpack, then went to get the box, and silently took a few photos. Sam searched for a while but couldn't find the backpack, so Optimus Prime came to the window. Haven't you found it yet, Sam? Are carbon-based creatures' memory so poor? I haven't found it yet. Can you give me some time? You guys hide first. Sam was a little overwhelmed. He just experienced the first death in his life. Sam went to the window, looked down, and suddenly became even more devastated. Those are my mother's flowers. Also, my father built the road and fountain. Seeing Sam's collapse, Optimus Prime became a little anxious. The Decepticons may come here at any time, Sam, you have to hurry. After saying a few words to Sam, Optimus Prime stepped back a few steps. Autobots! Take cover. My backyard is not a garage. Sam looked at the 5 cars in his yard and shook his head painfully. Looking back, I suddenly felt even more painful. Man, my backpack is way bigger than that box. Liu Qi closed the box and put it aside obediently. Sam nodded, looked at Liu Qi and Michaela, and took a few deep breaths, otherwise he would have collapsed here. Then you guys come find this side, and I'll find that side. Liu Qi nodded, and several shadow ninjas appeared and started searching. Oh! Sam sighed and made his bed. After searching for a while, he still couldn't find the backpack. Optimus Prime looked at his timer, which had already exceeded several minutes, and finally went up to ask anxiously. You haven't found it yet? Sorry, my room is a bit messy, but can you give me another 10 minutes? You guys go hide on the street first. Please. Sam didn't know what expression to make, but his eyes were already filled with tears. Okay. Optimus Prime also felt a little guilty after seeing this look. Was he really too anxious? But several minutes had passed. Autobots, retreat. Optimus Prime led a few Autobots toward the street, but they were obviously too big to go through the small door, so they could only walk through the flower wall. Just as they were careful not to step on the walls, Ironhide's head was hung on the wires in the air. Oh, damn! Ironhide sat down on the ground. Sam's family not far away felt the strong kinetic energy. Earthquake! Looking at the shaking chandelier, Sam's father shouted loudly, then slid under the dining table at a speed that was inconsistent with his body size. Why are you so skilled? Before Sam's mother could react, the person who had just sat next to her teleported under the table. Above, Sam felt the vibration, and his heart was no longer moved. Destroy it, I'm tired. Liu Qi looked at Sam like this and shook his head. My men have searched your room and found your 3 socks of different styles under the bed and a few coins under the closet, but they didn't find your backpack. Damn, he should be here. Sam covered his head, feeling pain in his head, and then the lights went out. What happened again? Sam was about to go to the window to see what was going on, but the voices of his father and mother came from the door. Who are you talking to? Sam. Open the door. Damn it, you need to hide. Liu Qi quietly shrank into the shadows and came to a corner. Michaela hid behind a chair. Anyway, there was a power outage and the room was in a mess. Sam, why did you lock the door at home? You violated the rule of not locking the door at home. If you don't open the door, I'm going to bang it down. Sam looked at the mess in the room and had no time to clean it up, so he went to open the door with a headache. Chapter 56. Sam, what the hell are you doing in there? As soon as Sam opened the door, his father was about to squeeze in. Wait. Wait. Sam finally stopped his father. We just heard you talking to someone. Why do you stink of sweat? Sam's mother looked at Sam with disgust. I'm exercising. Sam made up an excuse. Get out of the way. His father pushed him away and walked into his room aggressively with a baseball bat. Why is your room so messy? It's like a garbage dump. Holding a baseball bat in his hand, Sam's father looked at Sam with a frown. Sam's mother looked at the door twice, and finally stood still at the door, mainly because the smell on Sam was too strong. What are you doing? Sam's mother looked at Sam with suspicion. Are you? Seeing both the father and son stunned, Sam's mother changed her words. At Sam's happy hour. Liu Qi used the dark ability to hang from the ceiling and silently captured this famous scene. No. Mom, Sam almost yelled for a moment when he saw Liu Qi taking a photo from his angle, but he held back when he saw Optimus Prime's head suddenly popping up outside the window. You don't have to explain anymore, Sam. I know you need some space now that you're old enough. Sam looked at his mother and tilted his head back, perhaps to prevent the tears from welling up in his eyes. Liu Qi glanced at the helpless Optimus Prime outside and shook his head helplessly. If he goes out now, I'm afraid things will be even more difficult. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Michaela saw that things might be delayed even longer, so she stood up for fear that the Decepticons would come looking for her. Oh, hello. Sam's parents looked at Michaela in surprise. My name is Michaela, and I'm Sam's friend. Michaela said, pretending to be calm. Who are you kidding? We were a single man and a single woman, staying in a room late at night, and sweating so much. Sam's mother immediately smiled like an ant, looked at Michaela's beautiful face and figure, nodded with satisfaction, and pulled Sam's father. Then we won't bother you anymore. We'll leave first. Wait, Dad, where is my backpack? Sam asked anxiously. In the kitchen, you two chat first. Sam's father constantly winked at him. Why bother with the backpack now? You have to seize the opportunity. Sam looked at the two men and gave him a strange smile. He was speechless, but the backpack was more important. After the door closed, Liu Qi dropped down from the ceiling. So should we go down and get our backpack first or what? Sam looked at Liu Qi with pleading eyes. Can you delete that photo first? Liu Qi pretended to be stupid and floated out of the window, ran to Optimus Prime, and pulled out the cell phone from the cockpit. Wow, it's an alien as expected, it fully charged in such a short time, faster than flash charging. Optimus Prime saw that he finally knew the location of the backpack and loosened the airlock. Sam, hurry up and put on your glasses, we should go. Sam glanced at Michaela awkwardly. Let's go down together. Well, I've been seen anyway, so going through the window isn't a good idea. This time, Sam's parents were in trouble. As soon as they closed the door, they heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. They smiled at each other. This is what young people do. As soon as they leave, they start again. The two of them walked to the first floor in sync with smiles on their faces, and silently turned up the TV volume to the maximum. However, it wasn't long before their son came down with Michaela, looking embarrassed. The two looked at each other. Could it be that their son had a hidden illness? Sam didn't know what his parents were thinking, otherwise he might have burst into tears. Under the strange gazes of the two, Sam went to the kitchen to get his backpack, and said to his parents, "Then I'll drive Michaela back." "Well, you go first," Sam's mother said with a smile, silencing the guy next to her who wanted to speak with her elbow. Just as the two were about to go out, the doorbell rang. "No way, you can't even wait a little while?" Sam's heart gradually collapsed, but when he saw his father holding his stomach and opening the door, it was not the Autobots or Liu Qi, but a bunch of guys in black suits. "Hello, we received a report from your son Sam about a missing car a few days ago. We believe this incident may endanger national security, so we are here to investigate." Since when does stealing a car become related to national security? So why are we hiding? A convoy stopped at the corner of the street. Liu Qi sat in the driver's seat and watched Sam and his group being taken away. "We don't want to be discovered by ordinary people, which may affect our plans. But Sam has those glasses in his hand. It's not that I won't save them, but the noise of fighting here is too loud. Autobots, follow them." After following for a while, the convoy in front separated and Optimus Prime scanned the inside of the car. "Everyone, follow Sam and the others." Just like that, the group followed Sam and his friends from a distance. Liu Qi had thought at first that there would be a chase scene, but in the end, they just followed them from a distance. "That's boring. I'm going to play in the car in front." Liu Qi shook his head, turned into a shadow and left the car, and soon came to the car. "Simmons is asking about the stolen car that Sam reported a few days ago. It was just a misunderstanding, I have my car back. He definitely can't come back on his own." Michaela added stiffly. "Definitely, it's just a car." After saying this, several people burst into laughter for no apparent reason. "How stupid! Is this joke really that funny?" A strange voice appeared in the car. Simmons' eyes widened as he noticed a guy emerging from the shadows and appearing between the two people in the back row. "Who are you?" "They're friends." Liu Qi smiled, and then several long knives rose from various corners of the car and pointed at their necks. "Keep driving forward." Liu Qi warned the driver, then reached out and easily removed the handcuffs from the two men. A little more relaxed. Sam smiled, and Liu Qi smiled back. The ninja suddenly told him that the driver had quietly pressed a hidden button. Liu Qi glanced at the driver who pretended to be calm and shook his head. "Who are you?" Simmons felt the coldness on his neck, with sweat dripping down. Do you sweat so easily? How much do you know about aliens?" Liu Qi touched his forehead helplessly. "Your way of stalling is really bad." Suddenly, there was a feeling of being suspended in mid-air. A troll soldier appeared in front of the car, and used the car's momentum to lift it up into the sky. Several more troll soldiers appeared and caught the falling car steadily below, but did not let it move forward, but just lifted it up. "Okay, you can get off now. There's no one around." "Hey! What do you want to do?" Before Simmons could finish his words, a giant hand tore the door open and carried him out. Liu Qi, Sam, and Michaela slowly got out of the car and watched the troll soldiers pick Simmons up. I don't know who you are, whether you are an alien or something, but I warn you not to act rashly, or you will regret it. Just because your driver quietly pressed the button just now. Liu Qi shook his head. If he didn't want to kill these guys, the driver would have been chopped into pieces the moment he made the little move. Liu Qi. Optimus Prime and other Autobots arrived and found that everything had been arranged here, but looking at Liu Qi's expression, it seemed a little strange. Nothing, we were just discovered. Liu Qi said quietly. Then we have to leave quickly. Optimus Prime said anxiously. Liu Qi was not surprised at all, and ordered several troll soldiers to take the people out of the other cars and handcuff them together. In that case, let's leave. Optimus Prime said quickly, but the sound of a propeller was heard. Damn, they're coming, Autobots, retreat. Optimus Prime said anxiously as he looked at the helicopter that had appeared in his sight. Then let's run away. Liu Qi shook his head. The reason for his sudden change of mood was that when the driver pressed the button, he suddenly remembered some plots in the movie, which made him feel a little unhappy. What is Optimus Prime doing to keep himself from being exposed? Is he scared of being chased by the Decepticons in the universe and hiding subconsciously? Thinking of what would happen later, Liu Qi shook his head. He really didn't have any deep impression of shape-shifting King Kong, otherwise he wouldn't be unable to guess who the ugly robot was. But some things still left a deep impression on him, such as the sudden thought that Bumblebee would be caught soon, but Optimus Prime was unmoved. This made him feel a little unhappy. What on earth was Optimus Prime thinking that he would let a group of people capture his own people and trusted subordinates without any resistance? He even looked at Bumblebee being captured and said that Bumblebee's sacrifice must not be in vain. At that time, Bumblebee was still there, and they could have saved him with just a little effort. But when you think about Optimus Prime's plan to use his own core to destroy the Allspark, you know how much Optimus Prime values the Allspark. But is it really okay to abandon your companions because of such a thing? Liu Qi figure disappeared, and then appeared on a bridge not far away. He watched several helicopters coming over and a group of Autobots fled. Liu Qi followed Optimus Prime silently and hid under a bridge. Everything looked just like the original plot. Sam and Michaela accidentally fell off Optimus Prime's body. When they were about to fall to death, Bumblebee appeared to save them, but Bumblebee himself was also caught. No! Sam roared in pain, watching the Bumblebee, who had saved him several times, being tied up by cables pulled by helicopters, and people around him approaching and spraying Bumblebee with condensing equipment. But he was held down by a group of people and could not move. Is it really okay to just watch like this? Liu Qi appeared next to Optimus Prime at some point. Bumblebee's mission is to rescue Sam, and my mission is to find the source of fire. Optimus Prime looked at the glasses that had fallen out of Sam's pocket, was silent for a while, and then spoke. Do you take the Allspark so seriously? Liu Qi frowned and looked at Optimus Prime, but Optimus Prime turned his head and glanced at him. You seem surprised and unacceptable about my ruthlessness. Optimus Prime looked at him strangely. Isn't ruthlessness a choice that a leader must make at some point? But have you really given up on Bumblebee? Do you have no intention of saving him? Liu Qi took a few deep breaths, as if he saw an Optimus Prime who was completely different from what he had expected. Optimus Prime was silent for a while, then said, if I can come back alive, I will definitely save him. Even if it costs me my life. Optimus Prime remembered that he sent Bumblebee here decades ago. At that time, Bumblebee was just a relatively strong recruit, but he was able to use his own life to cover his retreat. But now, watching the Bumblebee struggling in vain, he hesitated for a long time. Was he too ruthless? However, the Allspark must not fall into the hands of the Decepticons, otherwise more lives will be killed. Optimus Prime is determined to do this, and for this reason, he is willing to sacrifice his own life to destroy the Allspark, as long as the Decepticons cannot get the Allspark. Looking at Optimus Prime's eyes, Liu Qi somehow understood what Optimus Prime was thinking. You chose to save more lives, right? Liu Qi took a deep breath and calmed himself. So, I don't like dealing with leaders like you who need to make decisions. I prefer dealing with pure warriors like Bumblebee or Jazz. You worry too much, and those things lock you up like shackles. Optimus Prime's idea is in line with most people's concepts and is also in line with the positioning of a qualified leader, but Lu Chi still doesn't like this idea. Compared to bad end, I still prefer happy end. Lu Chi glanced at Optimus Prime, smiled, and jumped down. Hey! Let go of my friend. Lu Chi walked towards Simmons and the others, and countless ninjas emerged from the shadows around them. Now that their master has made up his mind, the Shadow Legion will definitely accomplish it for him. Chapter 57. Simmons was angrily asking Sam where the guy who dared to put a knife on his neck was, when a familiar and disgusting voice appeared behind him. Oh, how dare you show up in front of me? Just relying on those weird little friends of yours. Simmons turned to look at Lu Chi and raised his hand for his men to prepare to shoot. Indeed, it was my friends who made me dare to show up again. Lu Chi didn't care about the guns aimed at his head. Really? It seems that your alien friends have given you a lot of self-confidence. Simmons smiled, turn on your infrared rays. I don't want your bullets to miss the target later. Looking at the infrared rays pointing at him, Lu Chi looked down at the red dots on his body. Let me talk about my friends first. I'm not talking about them. I really don't like being pointed at with a gun. Although these ordinary firearms no longer pose any threat to me, the feeling of being pointed at with a gun is indeed unpleasant. Sir! There's something wrong with the ground around you. The information from the helicopter made Simmons feel something was wrong, and he looked at the ground around him. Under the illumination of the helicopter lights, there were actually dense shadows. Simmons thought of the long swords and the troll soldiers in the car, and looked up at Lu Chi who was standing not far away. Is this your countermeasure? But we are aiming at your head. But I don't think the bullets can go faster than these guys. As soon as Lu Chi finished speaking, figures shot out from the shadows, slashing at the crowd with cold light. Open fire! Simmons' face turned pale. He didn't expect that this guy would actually dare to attack. Bullets flew towards Lu Chi, but long knives flew through the air, accurately splitting the bullets in half. After the shadow ninjas fell into the crowd, a cold light flashed, blood flew out, and the agents were knocked to the ground in pain. I don't really like killing people, and you're not really bad people. It's just that I really don't like someone pointing a gun to my head, so forget about your trigger finger. Lu Chi said quietly, raised his hands, and hundreds of thousands of energies gushed out from behind him, turning into two giant pythons, pressing the helicopter in the air directly to the ground, turning it into nothingness. Ah, no, only a few naked flight crew members were left. Lu Chi helped them cut their heads bald for free, which made them much stronger. Simmons, one of the few intact guys, looked at the black figures around him in horror. What kind of monster are you? Lu Chi scratched his ears, wondering why this guy kept repeating the same two sentences over and over again. I am the Lord of the Shadow Legion, a traveler from the other world. Definitely, I will still be myself, Lu Chi. That sounds good. Simmons smiled, and if he ignored the knife around his neck, he might have seemed more personable now. Lu Chi walked towards the trapped bumblebee, and several streams of dark energy shot out, annihilating all the steel cables surrounding him. How does it feel to be free, big guy? Tonight is the night of freedom. Thank you. Bumblebee organized this sentence from various audios from all over the world, and then ran happily to see Sam. Shaking his head, Lu Chi looked at the group of agents and Simmons who was surrounded by a group of shadow ninjas, then turned to the bridge and shouted, "Are you still not coming out?" After a moment's silence, several figures fell from under the bridge and ran towards this side. Great, you're okay. Jazz took the lead and came to Bumblebee, patting off the remaining frost on Bumblebee's body. The ambulance also rushed over and quickly gave Bumblebee a full body scan. It looks like his core was just frozen, and his thinking speed has slowed down a bit. The result obtained by the ambulance made Ironhide and Jazz feel relieved. On the other side, Lu Chi walked towards Optimus Prime. Do you prefer a happy ending or a tragic one? Looking at the more than 10-meter tall giant in front of him, Lu Chi did not feel the slightest sense of oppression. Rather, he felt more oppressed because he was surrounded by millions of dark energies. Definitely it's a good ending, but my power is still too weak to make the world revolve around me. Optimus Prime received feedback from the energy detector and said it very simply. Indeed. Lu Chi just wanted to see what Optimus Prime thought of his people. After getting the result, he was not satisfied, but not disappointed either. In the final analysis, in these worlds, strength is king. In this world, he can be said to be one of the top existences, with the capital to be arrogant, but if you pull him back to Marvel, he is still a weak chicken. Fu Luchi finally vented his frustration. Why did he feel this way? Probably because he saw that those characters were not as glamorous and fearless as they were in the movies. You seem to know us very well and have some definition of us before we even meet. Optimus Prime looked at Luchi strangely. Luchi smiled but didn't respond. To be honest, he is too serious. No one has only one idea. Intelligent life is too complex, and everyone has different ideas. Isn't this normal? Just like him, he would occasionally make intermittent efforts. Long-term slump, intermittent efforts.jpg. What should we do next? Luchi looked at Optimus Prime, and a ninja brought the glasses. Get the fire source and arrange it properly. Then you arrange it, I'll take a break. Luchi summoned a troll soldier and lay in the arms of the big guy. It's still more comfortable to lie on the troll soldier. The Autobot's body is too hard. Unlike the troll soldier, there is still a lot of fat on his belly, it's almost like lying on a sofa. At the moment, in the car that was still parked on the road and transporting Sam and his companions, a small robot popped its head out, looked over here, and sent out a series of signals. They found the All's Park. All Decepticons, assemble. The little robot was forgotten here. This guy has little presence in Transformation 1. At least I forgot about this guy at the beginning. At dawn, Luchi slept comfortably in the car. After all, these guys could transform themselves at will. He simply turned the Jazz into an RV and went up to play. After getting off the RV, Luchi stretched and looked at the Hoover Dam not far away. So the source of the fire is right down there. Luchi rubbed his eyes and looked at the big truck on the side. According to the records on the glasses, the source of the fire is inside. Luchi nodded. Let our guide out, we'll need him to lead the way later. The iron door opened and a figure popped out. Damn it, I'm a prisoner, you can't do this to me. You can't expect aliens and other worlders who haven't signed your treaty to abide by your treaty. Two ninja soldiers lifted Simmons up and said, come on, cheer up. Didn't I tell you last night? We are not some big villains. If that Decepticon really dares to use that cube to realize his dream of ruling the world, we will definitely stop him. We will put aside our grudges first. Seeing Simmons' righteous look, Luchi shook his head helplessly. This guy really wanted to save face. It took a long time to convince this guy last night that they were not supervillains or aliens who wanted to destroy the world. Luchi also did not kill anyone, which allowed them to initially gain his trust. Otherwise, what if a cough bomb flies over while you are fighting with the Decepticons? What's the point of playing then? Backstab from the allies.jpg. There are no black holes to recycle garbage now. The energy of the cough bomb must be tens of millions. He may not have that much energy, so he probably can't stop it. By then, he can just hide in the shadow dimension, and everything will be fine, and Optimus Prime and the others will be reduced to ashes. Looking at Optimus Prime, Luchi sighed. He really gave too much for Optimus Prime and the others. After taking a short break, Luchi sent a secret signal to Ancient One and had some snacks. Sam and Michaela walked out of the Bumblebee and they both started holding hands, so it looked like last night was going well. Suddenly I thought of another good friend. I wonder how Tony and Pepper are doing now. Have they reached that stage? Will he become the Godfather when he returns? After resting for a while, Luchi stood up. Start early and rest early, let's work hard. Everyone got up, got on the convoy and drove towards the Hoover Dam. The Hoover Dam seems particularly crowded today. Soldiers with rifles set up guard posts, and men in black clothes hold various equipment to test whether the cars have any special radiation. Simmons sat on the iron sheet and directed the convoy to go directly through the emergency lane on the side. Hey, stop! A group of soldiers immediately raised their guns and aimed at them. I'm the Minister of the 7th District, Simmons, number, XXXXXXXXXX, verify immediately and let us in. Simmons leaned his head out and shouted to the soldier. The soldier sent someone to verify, and soon Simmons' deputy in District 7 came over and looked at the convoy. Where did you go last night? The deputy blinked a few times, leaving Luchi speechless. Okay, stop using this lame code. I'm not threatened. I just got some information. Well, I think we still need to verify it. The deputy was a little embarrassed. This personality is really similar to his eccentric boss, but what if these are robots in disguise? You just have to make me say that you like Winnie the Pooh's underwear, don't you? Let it go. The deputy put on his sunglasses silently to avoid being hurt by other people's eyes. By the way, don't you also like similar underwear? All the way to the foot of the Hoover Dam, Luchi and others got out of the car, and Optimus Prime and the others also changed their forms directly. Attention, aliens, the deputy shouted immediately, and a group of soldiers aimed at Optimus Prime and the others with various weapons. Don't worry, these guys are not our enemies, at least not now. Simmons asked everyone to put down their guns, and the deputy looked at him confused. Our real enemy is the big guy inside and his companions. Simmons pulled his deputy aside to say something, but Luchi ignored him and looked at a group of soldiers who were dressed very differently from the other soldiers. This group of guys should be the survivors of the base that was attacked by Vertigo. It can be seen that these guys have not let down their guard against Optimus Prime and the others. After a while, Simmons came over with his deputies, called the team over, and led everyone into the dam. If this guy wasn't exactly the same as the guy in your projection, I probably wouldn't have believed you guys. After all, your origins are so weird. Aliens, otherworlders, and ordinary high school students, running out to save the world? I hope I'm not in a superhero movie. Luchi glanced at him and asked, do you know what a classic match is? Tactical retreat. Simmons took the lead and turned a corner, and a group of people and robots saw a big guy frozen in ice. Megatron. Ironhide immediately took out his weapon and carefully aimed at this guy. Jazz and other Autobots also took out their weapons. Calm down. This guy is still frozen. Simmons yelled. Put down your weapon, this will be my power bank from now on. Luchi shouted. Ironhide and the others looked at Optimus Prime, got the signal, and put away their weapons. Can't you guys just not be so excited? Simmons turned his head and said helplessly. Optimus Prime, the leader, nanny, and diplomat, calmed his men, looked at Luchi, and then said to Simmons, I'm sorry, but this guy has been fighting us with the Decepticons for hundreds of years, and he was a little excited for a while. Forget it, the big block you want is here. Simmons led them aside. In fact, there is one more thing, which is also one of the reasons why I believe in you. Simmons led everyone to a super large space, and in the smoke was a cube of unknown size. This guy is the Allspark you mentioned, right? After testing, we found that the energy of this big guy can activate electrical appliances into extremely evil and uncontrollable robots, just like the Decepticons you mentioned. That's not right. Logically speaking, the fire source should only activate electrical appliances, but it shouldn't have its own personality as soon as it comes out. Ratchet retorted. But it is true. All the appliances made by this big guy are of the same quality. We have done countless experiments on them. Luchi suddenly asked, are your electrical appliances using the same technology as Megatron? Simmons nodded. That's okay. Our body materials are very special. It contains some of our, things similar to your DNA. It will inherit our personality and so on. If you use things that were reversed from the Decepticons, it is normal to become a Decepticon. Ratchet explained. Is there such a saying? Simmons' face turned pale. Over the years, they have produced quite a few electrical appliances using the technology reverse-engineered from Megatron, and even some military weapons have traces of this technology. If all these guys turned into robots, the consequences would be disastrous. Autobots, collect the Allspark. Be careful of the enemy. Optimus Prime had never expected that these guys' technology was produced using Megatron's technology. He was a little scared when he thought of the countless electrical appliances he saw on the road turning into Decepticons. Simmons watched them take action, realized the consequences of this incident, and also used the walkie-talkie to call the troops outside to remain alert. But after a series of commands, a cannon shot suddenly came from the walkie-talkie, followed by a group of people screaming. Damn, there's something going on outside. Simmons' face turned pale, and he didn't know how those guys found him. In less than 5 seconds, an alarm sounded in the base. It must be the Decepticons who are here. Bumblebee, you go and collect the Allspark. The rest of the Autobots, follow me out to stop them. Optimus Prime ordered, and they ran out with the ambulance. We need weapons. Heavy firepower weapons. Captain William on the side grabbed Simmons and said anxiously. They had fought a Decepticon head-on and knew how difficult these guys were to deal with. Ordinary weapons were completely ineffective against them. Come over here, we have armor-piercing shells, howitzers, everything. Simmons took William and the others away. Liu Qi, ignored by everyone, shrugged his shoulders. It seemed that he could move freely now. Let's go check out the front first. Liu Qi glanced at Bumblebee, who was collecting the Allspark. There should be no problem here. It would be better for him to go outside and knock down those Decepticons first, then come back to capture Megatron and give him a good training. Chapter 58. With the support of the little robot's confused intelligence, a group of elite Decepticons gathered outside the Hoover Dam. There was even a meteorite rain from the sky, and the Decepticon warriors smashed hard around the Hoover Dam. We are surrounded. Autobots, build defenses. Wait for Bumblebee to collect the Allspark. Optimus Prime looked at the increasing number of Decepticons with a serious expression. We will draw the fire, and you cover us from the side. During the battle, Optimus Prime no longer hesitated and issued orders one after another. Some people were originally unwilling to accept an alien leader, but after looking at Optimus Prime's eyes, they slowly took action. Optimus Prime felt the changes in these people, but he didn't know whether it was the power brought by the leadership module in his body from Optimus Prime, or his own original power. But after a hesitation so short that it could be said to be a moment, he became confident again. Starscream, Fighter, Roadblock, Police Car, Noisy, Tank, and Vertigo, Helicopter, appeared in the field of vision from different directions with a group of Decepticons. The mechanical giants, several meters tall, held various destructive weapons of large caliber in their hands, and the hideous shells had the Decepticon logo. Looking at the hundreds of Decepticons on the opposite side and only 6 Autobots and some humans with weak firepower on his side, Optimus Prime was not discouraged. When the going gets toughest, he's up against more than just a few Decepticons. Rely on the dam to defend. Once the Bumblebee gets the fire source, we will retreat. Or destroy the fire source on the spot. Soldiers ran into the dam one by one. The wall of the dam was as thick as 4 football fields, so it was not easy for those guys to break in. Open fire! Starscream, as the first person after Megatron, gave the order first. Attacks flew towards the Hoover Dam, breaking the surface of the dam into pieces, but did not damage the structure inside at all. Ironhide. Cover. Optimus Prime doesn't have any powerful long-range attack weapons, or rather, all Autobots don't have any powerful long-range weapons, but Ironhide is an exception. Ironhide responded, pointed the cannon in his hand toward the sky, and fired. Grenade after grenade drew a perfect parabola and landed at the feet of several teams of Decepticons charging forward, blowing them into pieces. I've got a little surprise for you. Typee shouted excitedly, and then missiles flew out, circled in the air, and landed at the entrance of his own position, emitting clouds of lingering smoke. Go in quickly, this should buy us a lot of time. Ironhide said to his companions while sprinkling some bombs into the smoke. Optimus Prime nodded and led everyone to hide behind the first corner of the cave. What should we do? Noisy transformed into a tank and said in the communication channel. He preferred this look. Starscream's eyes revealed some cunning. These Autobots want to delay time, which is exactly what I want. Don't force them. Send a few people in to explore the way first. I know the guy who threw the smoke. He was a former weapons expert. The Decepticons had no idea what their leader had said in the communication channel, so they carefully entered the smoke under their leader's command. After a while, with a series of violent explosions, the body fragments of several Decepticon warriors flew out. Roadblock stepped on the head of the Decepticon that flew in front of him. The insect's futile struggle. Starscream clasped his hands in front of his chest and smiled. They should have hidden inside the dam. According to the structural information provided by Misty, these guys should be hiding in the first corner inside. Starscream thought for a moment as he looked at the smoke that had not dissipated even after the explosion. Since these guys want to delay time, all Decepticons, bombard the dam. Decepticons picked up their weapons and fired at the dam, even Noisy began to bombard. At the same time, on the other side of the Hoover Dam, several construction vehicles stopped here. With the arrival of the order, they began to combine together, and finally turned into a giant machine nearly 50 meters high. Hercules' hands turned into shovels, and he began to dig frantically below. Next to him, a scorpion-like Decepticon directly drilled down using his size advantage, followed closely by a mechanical dog, which fell into the passage. Even though he was hiding inside the dam, Optimus Prime could still feel the intensity of the fire outside. Jazz shook off the dust on his body. We're just going to let them bomb us. Optimus Prime was unmoved. We are fighting a defensive battle. The longer it takes them to waste time, the better for us. Your situation doesn't seem to be very good. Liu Qi slowly appeared in the tunnel, a layer of dark energy suspended above his head, assimilating all the falling dust. Oh, you are so damn elegant. Your ability is so convenient. Jazz said in an exaggerated manner. Liu Qi also smiled. He had a good sense for Jazz. I just left a few people at the big popsicle place to prevent my power bank from running away. Liu Qi smiled. At the same time, around Megatron, William's team looked at the surrounding scene, and one of them whispered to William, "Captain, are we really needed here?" William looked around and saw countless ninja soldiers crawling up the walls of the room, ready to go. There were also some big guys who were as big as the alien robots, standing in front of Megatron, ready to punch him once he woke up. He looked at the small gun in his hand and began to doubt the power of thermal weapons. Liu Qi ran to the corner, tilted his head to look outside at the smoke that had not yet dispersed despite the heavy bombing, and looked at Taipei with some admiration. "Your thing is pretty good. It didn't fall apart. This is a special smoke bomb I developed a while ago, it's not a very good little gadget." Although he said this, Taipei said it very proudly. Liu Qi nodded. "How many Decepticons are there outside?" Ratchet recalled, "About 137 of them, including the Decepticon captains." "Such a precise number? And you still say it's an approximation?" Liu Qi nodded. "Then finish the work early and go to bed early, I'll go out and deal with them." Liu Qi really looked down on these guys. In the second part, the army of the Lighthouse Country was able to beat these guys down, so there was no reason why he couldn't do it. After all, he could be said to be in complete form now. Optimus Prime wanted to say something, but seeing Liu Qi's confident look, he didn't say anything, but took a gun from Ironhide. Pulling the bolt, "We'll follow you, friend." Seeing Optimus Prime's serious look, Liu Qi smiled, and with a wave of his hand, a door to the shadow dimension opened. Then, an unknown amount of dark energy poured out from it like a river, rushing out of the outside world along the tunnel. "Damn it, my energy detector is about to break." Taipei looked at the seemingly endless energy gushing out in shock, feeling that the gun in his hand no longer gave him any sense of security. "This is my power." Circles of shadow energy wrapped around Liu Qi, turning into his favorite black coat. Putting on the hat, Liu Qi snapped his fingers twice, smiled at Optimus Prime, stepped forward into the energy torrent and disappeared. "Cool, is he okay?" Jazz said blankly. Starscream was commanding the Decepticons to shoot at the dam to attract Engine Pilla's attention, but suddenly the energy detector began to alarm. Looking at the rising index on the detector, Starscream was almost speechless with shock. "What kind of energy is this? Is this the power of the Allspark?" All the Decepticons couldn't help but watch the index on the energy detector rise wildly, and then their nightmare came true. A long black river rushed out from the white smoke and turned into a giant black snake flying in the sky. "What the hell is this?" Even the huge Dizzy couldn't help but swear, looking at the long snake in the sky, "Is this really a natural force? There seems to be a human up there." Roadblock roared in shock, attracting the attention of all the Decepticons. They saw a tiny black shadow standing on the giant snake, looking down at them. "You seem to be craving for war." A message entered their information processor through energy fluctuations, "Then let's start the war." A dull voice sounded, and then Liu Qi waved his hand, and giant snakes were seen hovering above the heads of all the Decepticons. The huge amounts of their size even covered the sunlight, and not a single ray of sunlight could pass through, leaving these big guys with infinite darkness. "Welcome to my kingdom, my Shadow Kingdom." Liu Qi opened his arms, enjoying the sunshine that only he was bathing in at the moment, just like a king warmly entertaining a friend coming from afar. Then, the giant snake soaring into the sky turned into several torrents, gushing down and smashing towards the Decepticons. "Damn it!" Roadblock looked at the approaching dark energy and rolled to the side in a panic to avoid it, but his men were not so lucky. The torrent engulfed those Decepticons who were unable to evade in time, devouring and assimilating them, leaving no residue behind. Even the mechanical head left on the ground was swept into the torrent and disappeared. Finally, the black torrent seemed to never stop, transforming into a giant snake with ferocious fangs, looking at the roadblock on the side. Roadblock looked at the giant snake blankly, then turned around and saw that the original group of Decepticons had been reduced to only a few team leaders in an instant. Only then did he realize that it was not that he had dodged, but that the enemy did not want to kill them. The covered sunlight shone on him again, but he could not feel any warmth. The black giant snake's tongue was flying in the air, as if preparing to catch prey, and slowly approached the roadblock. Damn it! Damn it! Roadblock kicked the ground and retreated madly. Suddenly, the snake's tail hit the ground beside Roadblock, but there was no sound. Roadblock turned around and saw that the core was stuck instantly. The place where the snake's tail hit was like a hole. The original concrete disappeared, revealing the soil underneath. Not even dust was left. Another snake tail swung over, and Roadblock quickly rolled to the side to avoid it, but hit another body. Looking back, it turned out to be Noisy. After looking around, Roadblock realized that they were surrounded by giant black snakes. After completing its mission, the black giant snake turned into a torrent and merged with other energies, constantly spinning around them like a tornado, sometimes large, sometimes small, constantly bringing pressure to their core. Finally, all the energy suddenly flew into the sky and turned into a giant, suspended in the air. Lucky figure emerged from the giant and walked down step by step. Submission, or destruction. It's an old-fashioned choice, but it never gets outdated. Several Decepticons were silent, but suddenly they started shape-shifting and fired at Lucky. The giant stretched out his hand to block the cannonball, only to see the cannonball go straight into his energy body and disappear. That's a problem. I originally really liked the tank model. Lucky seemed to be troubled, but the next second, the giant behind him punched him. There was still no sound, but a big guy just disappeared quietly from this world without leaving even a last word. Although the tank model is gone, I think the other models are pretty good too. Speaking of which, you should be able to transform anything, right? In other words, keep one. Starscream quickly knelt down. Respected strong man, Starscream will always be loyal to you. Starscream smashed his head directly on the concrete, even creating 2 cracks. Lucky eyes didn't change. What if I don't like it? Starscream instantly stood up and transformed into fighter form, flying up and trying to escape, but the giant separated a part of his energy and caught up with him in the air, turning him into a part of the dark energy. Lucky looked at the last 2 big guys who had appeared in the movie and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I just don't like these scheming pigs with a lot of thoughts. I am still very satisfied with you." After successfully subduing and training his 2 men, Lucky was satisfied and used the dark energy to transform into a flying carpet, which carried himself to the front of Optimus Prime's team and a group of soldiers who had followed him and fired only 2 shots before starting to play soy sauce. "How is it?" Lucky put his hands on his hips, which made my New Zealand dollar so bad. "I'm beginning to believe that you come from a world where stars explode at random." Jazz spoke first. "We don't just destroy planets for fun, no. Don't you believe me?" Lucky looked at these guys in shock. At the moment, inside the dam, a fighter plane tried to fly out of the tunnel, but a group of troll soldiers lay on it and gave it a few hard punches, hammering Megatron to the ground. "Oh, look who this is! Another action figure is delivered to my door," Lucky said in surprise. Looking at Lucky's eyes, Jazz, who had been very brave just now, silently shrank behind Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, Lucky summoned a few more troll soldiers to pin Megatron to the ground. After communicating with the troll soldiers, he realized that Megatron had actually dug down from above the dam and launched a surprise attack. Megatron had also regained consciousness, but he just looked at his situation and didn't dare to move. He only broke free from the ice and tried to run away when Hercules suddenly arrived. Knowing that Hercules had been pinned down, Lucky breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Hercules would be a pretty good figure. At this moment, the fire source block actually floated out in front of everyone. "What's going on? Where are the main forces? Where are all my main forces?" Thin-faced Mantis was confused, and Kajalan's big eyes revealed confusion, wondering where Red Spider and the others were. Originally, he and the robot dog followed Sack Giant, Scorpion, into the room where the Allspark was located. They happened to see Bumblebee collecting the Allspark, so they rushed over anxiously. As a result, none of the 3 Decepticons could defeat Bumblebee. In a hurry, he relied on Bumblebee to tear apart the mechanical dog's momentary negligence, took the opportunity to grab the fire source, sold out his teammates and ran away. As a result, we can't find the main force now. What a coincidence. Liu Qi asked several ninja soldiers to hold this guy down, and thought while holding the fire source. What a delivery to your door, it deserves 5 stars. Crazy hint. Chapter 59. Roadblock and Dizziness, who was holding the sack giant, were hiding in the corner and trembling. Next to them was the thin-faced mantis, which was so scared that it had turned into a pile of beads. At this moment in the hall that originally froze Megatron, countless shadow ninjas pinned Hercules there unable to move, and a group of troll soldiers were trying to dismantle Hercules into pieces. And what scared them was that terrifying human being. Are you convinced or not? Liu Qi punched out, and 3,200 points of dark energy suddenly exploded, knocking Megatron directly away and falling on the stage. Megatron was in a miserable state at this moment. There were almost no intact parts on his body. Oil was constantly flowing out from everywhere, and even one of his eyes was blown out. Who do you think I am? An ant. Megatron struggled to stand up and spit out the scattered parts in his mouth. Why are you so stubborn? Liu Qi took out the Allspark, which emitted arcs of electricity and repaired Megatron. In the original movie, the only head left of Chaos was fixed by the Allspark, so don't be surprised. Come on, we've already wasted a lot of time on this. Liu Qi threw the Allspark to the ninja soldier next to him, then rubbed his hands and walked towards Megatron. Bumblebee, whose sound processor had been repaired, squatted beside Sam and Michaela, who were whispering, and said in a younger voice than the other Autobots, I'm actually beginning to feel very pitiful for Megatron. Ironhide leaned against the wall in confusion. Since Megatron won't surrender, why not just kill him? Jazz sat on the side swinging his legs idly. He said something like if Vertigo is SR, then Megatron is SSR, and we can't miss it or something. I don't understand at all. Ratchet shook his head helplessly. But it seems we can't leave for a while. Optimus Prime looked at the space. After defeating the Decepticons, the Minister of Defense asked them to stay here for a more secluded place, but it was obvious that this was a cage for them. Looking at the human in the center of the hall, Optimus Prime's core kept running. Although he had not seen the power of human weapons in the previous battle, from what he saw online, the missiles and other weapons posed a great threat to them. And now it was better to rest here for a while, because they might be locked by missiles as soon as they walked out of here. Thinking about it this way, he knew that the current situation was special. Looking at Liu Qi, Optimus Prime felt that he had to rely on him to break the cage. Thinking of this, Optimus Prime walked forward. Hey, Liu Qi! Liu Qi looked back at Optimus Prime, and kicked Megatron aside, then grabbed him with his hand, and a cage made of dark energy locked Megatron inside. What's wrong? Optimus Prime avoided those tiny ninjas, then came in front of Liu Qi and squatted down. We have been imprisoned here by those lighthouse people. Do you have any idea to break out? Liu Qi smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm just using this place to try and see if I can train Megatron. Now it seems like it might take quite a while, why don't we leave first? Liu Qi pulled the cage over and asked the new men to get closer. Wearing the sling ring that had not been used for a long time, 3 days, Liu Qi waved his hand and a portal appeared. As Liu Qi continued to expand, it finally turned into an arc with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. Maybe you need to lower your head a little bit, but others don't. Liu Qi walked through the portal first, and brought Megatron with him. A group of people passed through the portal and arrived at Sam's house. Sam, let me take you here first, and then we can go somewhere else. Liu Qi stroked his chin and thought about how to arrange Optimus Prime and the others. As the few remaining cards of the Autobots, these big guys probably wouldn't follow him to Marvel, otherwise the Autobots in this universe would be killed sooner or later. However, the level of the Allspark should be quite high, so it would be better to remember the coordinates of this universe so that he could come to visit occasionally later. Where do you want to go? Liu Qi turned to look at Optimus Prime. This big guy should have a good place to go. Optimus Prime thought for a while and said, now that Megatron has been captured, without him, the Decepticons will lose a great general. The Decepticons will definitely be in chaos. I want to gather all the Autobots to launch a counterattack against them. So you're going to set up a resistance outpost on Earth? Optimus Prime thought about it and shook his head regretfully. Earth is nice, but the humans on Earth don't welcome us. Liu Qi raised his eyebrows, don't generalize. The Lighthouse country is the only country on Earth that is thinking about fighting this and that every day. There are still many peace-loving people. I can recommend a country. Optimus guessed what he was thinking. You mean the country across the ocean? Liu Qi nodded, without hiding anything, and was too lazy to hide his thoughts. That country is very tolerant of foreign things and is constantly seeking peace among civilizations. You can check it out online first. Optimus Prime quickly scanned the information about the country and was silent for a while. I think that place is good. Although it's a little backward, it might really accept us. Liu Qi couldn't help laughing, and then said seriously, don't just look at the appearance. That country should be developing rapidly now. I can bet with you. That country will become the strongest developing country in the world in the next 10 years. It is a developing country with the second largest economy in the world and the largest industrial country and agricultural country in the world. Countless high-tech industries will overtake the beacon country. Countless opportunities will appear there. Then he gave another sinister smile, and they can also study you. Definitely, I don't mean dismantling the film for research. Under Optimus Prime's puzzled eyes, Liu Qi took the Allspark in his hand and said, didn't this country obtain a series of technologies by studying Megatron? But after these technologies are activated, they will become people on the Decepticon side. But if the world's second largest industrial country uses you to research a series of technologies, then using the Allspark shape-shifting, will it become the vitality of your Autobots? Seeing Optimus Prime's eyes getting brighter, Liu Qi smiled and said, to use a phrase from that country, this is called win-win cooperation. They have gained development, and you have gained the power to survive and companions. Jazz interjected, I think it's pretty good. The suggestions put forward by that country are all very good, such as the concept of a community with a shared future. Damn, this is a brilliant idea. If this was put forward at the peak of our civilization, perhaps we wouldn't have had a civil war. And the most important point is that the behavior of the country we are in now reminds me of those war maniacs, the Decepticons, and that country makes me feel very good. Optimus Prime was quite concerned about his deputy's suggestion. After thinking for a while, Optimus Prime finally nodded and said, then let's go to that country. Shall we use the portal to go directly there? Liu Qi shook his head. Although he would occasionally go to HK through the Kamar-Taj portal to have an authentic Hyuxia breakfast in Marvel, there were some differences between the two material worlds, so he couldn't directly apply the address in Marvel. Well, I'll take you to a safer place first, and then I'll go back to the country to communicate with them. Then, as the final guarantee, you still need to do something. Liu Qi said as he asked Optimus Prime and his men to invade the TV and audio channels of this country, and release the images of Optimus Prime and his men working together with humans to fight against the Decepticons, and then pointed out Sam and his men, so that this country would not dare to act arbitrarily against Sam and his men who were in the limelight. By the way, it can also make shape-shifting King Kong more known and accepted by the world, so that if a war breaks out in the future, the humans in this world will not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. He said hello to Sam, but Bumblebee insisted on staying with Sam. Liu Qi was not surprised, but he still persuaded Bumblebee to leave first. Anyway, when that country becomes strong in the future, who will be afraid of this country? Just let Sam and the others go to the country to meet Bumblebee. Then he took Optimus Prime and the others into the pyramids. Perhaps this is the only place in the world that is not monitored by the peeping toms of the lighthouse country. You guys stay here for now. By the way, this is a device built by your ancestors. They were originally going to assimilate the sun into dark energy for use. But now that the energy source has been taken away by me, this machine should be useless. You can study it. By the way, it seems that there is something in a temple in this desert that your ancestors left for the current leader, Optimus Prime. Liu Qi briefly explained, then, ignoring the surprised looks of Optimus Prime and the others, he slipped out of the pyramids and flew into the sky, arriving at the border of his motherland without any concealment. They stopped at the border, and within a moment, a helicopter flew over. Here. Liu Qi waved his hands upwards, smiling like a 247-month-old child. Come on, it's really a cool thing to be able to help your motherland rise. I followed them onto the plane obediently and told them my purpose. The border commander immediately reported Liu Qi news. After all, the alien video that had just been released there had attracted the attention of many countries. The commander's report was taken very seriously. Although the country has already embarked on the fast track of development, no one would refuse to increase their own trump cards. 7 hours later, Liu Qi arrived at a room in the capital, where several bigwigs were sitting and waiting for him. Sorry, I kept you waiting. Liu Qi looked at these people with some excitement. In his original world, several of them left with regret. The hair of several big guys has turned grey, but they are still in good spirits and look relatively strong, which makes Liu Qi feel relieved. Suddenly remembering that Ancient One relied on dark energy to survive, Liu Qi suddenly felt that he could do more. In order to leave more foundation for this country, he had to go back to Ancient One and learn more about the uses of dark energy. The big guys seemed very friendly and talked a lot with Liu Qi. When they mentioned the Autobots at the end, they nodded. We are very happy that at this point in time, someone can bring friends back to help our motherland. The song is well sung. When friends come, we have good wine, when enemies come, we have shotguns. We will definitely use good wine, oh no, the best gasoline, to entertain those friends. We also believe that with their help, we will definitely complete our mission. The other one smiled and said, don't worry, even if it's gasoline, our chef can make different flavors for them. Several people smiled. Liu Qi touched the back of his head. In front of these people, he felt like a child. Involuntarily, Liu Qi stood up. We also always remember, never forget our original intention and keep our mission in mind. In a dozen years, you will definitely see a brand new motherland. The few of them talked happily, and finally came to an open space. Liu Qi drew a portal, and Optimus Prime and the Autobots who had been waiting for a long time walked through the portal. Looking at these small humans, Optimus Prime did feel that his leadership core kept giving him a hot feeling. Involuntarily, these people grew bigger in Optimus Prime's eyes and became giants, leading the people, shouting unified slogans, and pulling a giant ship through the wind in this era. You are right. This country is destined to be extraordinary. Optimus Prime's eyes gradually brightened, and he felt his leadership core getting hotter. I'm not lying. Liu Qi looked at the big guy with confidence in his eyes. We are destined to take off. Finally, Liu Qi stepped aside and took out his camera. How about we take a group photo? This can be considered a formal meeting between the leaders of humans and aliens. Forget Megatron, that guy doesn't even have a leadership module. Seeing them all nodding in agreement, Liu Qi carefully adjusted the camera parameters and took the photo with other photographers. Chapter 60. So, are you sure you want to leave the fire source with me? Liu Qi said to Optimus Prime, looking at the fire source in his hand. That's right. Megatron is only the biggest leader of the Decepticons. The Allspark is quite attractive to the other Decepticons. If it's kept here, it's very likely to attract their attacks. But if it's kept here by you and taken to Otherworld, the Decepticons will never be able to get the Allspark. Aren't you really afraid that I won't return it? Liu Qi raised his eyebrows and looked at Optimus Prime. Strictly speaking, the Allspark is not Cybertron's property. In fact, it was the Allspark that gave birth to the Cybertronians. And, as long as the Allspark doesn't fall into the hands of the Decepticons, it won't affect us now. Optimus Prime said calmly, without any reluctance in his tone. Over the years, their resistance was not based on the Allspark, and coming to Earth to seize the Allspark was only to prevent the Decepticons from gaining greater power. Besides, he had a general understanding of Liu Qi. Rather than saying that he had no ambition, it was better to say that he was too lazy to conquer the world. With the Allspark in his hands, with his power, the Decepticons would never get it. Even if they wanted to produce more manpower for the Autobots, the industrial line could not be built in one day, and it would take quite some time. During this long period of time, it was still difficult for them, the few Autobots in this country, to deal with the Decepticons that were scattered all over the universe and were beginning to move towards the Earth. That's fine. Anyway, I know the coordinates of this world now. I'll take this thing to my place first and see how to communicate with it. If you need it, I'll bring it to you. Liu Qi said casually that although the Allspark can animate machines, it is still not very powerful in Marvel. After all, Optimus Prime, who is considered the strongest Autobot, is not a very powerful character in Marvel. But can Tony play with this thing? That guy is very good at this. Watching Optimus Prime leave to discuss cooperation with other people in this country, Liu Qi walked towards his room with the fire source in his hand. Back in his room, Liu Qi looked at the fire source in his hand, wondering if it would be damaged if placed in the shadow dimension. After thinking for a while, he tentatively emitted some dark energy, trying to corrode the thing, but the fire source was not damaged at all. Instead, the fire source absorbed the dark energy and emitted a little light. What's the situation with this fire source? Liu Qi suddenly remembered the machine built in the pyramids, which also used dark energy as energy. Then he turned around and looked at this thing. Could it be that this thing was driven by dark energy? Did the Cybertronians discover the dark dimension and partially utilize dark energy through their exploration of this? Liu Qi simply took out a little more dark energy and fed it to the fire source, and as a result, the light emitted by the fire source became even stronger. Interesting, Liu Qi was aroused by the fire source. After all, this thing performed very well in the movie. It can hang up the law of conservation of mass and directly activate those electrical appliances. Even the shape-shifting King Kong was born because of this thing. Opening a door to the shadow dimension, Liu Qi carefully placed a corner of the fire source into the shadow dimension. He was also afraid that the pure dark energy in his own shadow dimension would destroy the fire source. But after the fire source entered the shadow dimension, it immediately broke free from Liu Qi's hands and flew directly into Liu Qi's shadow dimension. What the hell? Liu Qi quickly followed into the dimension and controlled the dark energy to prevent it from corroding the fire source. But the fire source chased the darkness instead, without any sign of being corroded. How about giving it a try? Liu Qi simply released the restrictions on dark energy, and saw nearly 50 million energies in the shadow dimension gathering crazily and flowing madly towards the source of fire. The source of fire was like an insatiable black hole, absorbing all the dark energies and then emitting an increasingly dazzling light. Is this to create a sun for my dimension? Liu Qi covered his eyes slightly, but he didn't feel heartbroken. After all, this thing absorbed energy, not directly reduced his upper limit. Just watching the fire seed source absorbing energy crazily, Liu Qi silently calculated how much energy this thing absorbed. When it reached more than 30 million, the fire seed source seemed to have finally absorbed enough. Then, black arcs of electricity burst out wildly from the fire source, lashing around in the entire dark dimension. After a period of raging, they gradually stopped. Is this CD? Liu Qi explored the places hit by the arc and found many black crystals. Taking a crystal in his hand, Liu Qi felt it and found that the dark energy inside it became very controllable. Surrounded by the strange shell, it would not react with other energies even if it was taken to the material world, and it contained a lot of energy. Just this thumb-sized piece probably had hundreds of thousands of energies. How did he do that? Liu Qi himself could also use dark energy to condense into a solid, but once released, the energy would dissipate. After perceiving the structure of this crystal, Liu Qi discovered that there were extremely fine lines on the outer shell of this thing. Dark energy flowed slowly along the lines, acting as a restraint inside. What the hell, binding yourself? If this thing wasn't still made of dark energy, Liu Qi might not have been able to see it. This structure is really interesting. Now that we know the general idea, Liu Qi can also use dark energy to build this thing. After looking at the smaller crystal in his hand, Liu Qi threw it aside, and then gathered dark energy to create an identical shell. However, compared to the thumb-sized one, Liu Qi directly synthesized a crystal shell the size of a baby's fist. However, there was no energy in this thing, so he waved his hand to gather energy and tried to infuse it into it. Even with such a small crystal, Liu Qi had to pump tens of millions of energies into it to fill it to its limit. Feeling the dark energy inside gradually becoming peaceful and stable, Liu Qi looked at it with interest for a while, and suddenly had an interesting idea. Since this thing can store so much energy, and you can't open the shadow dimension door in the Marvel world, you can just make some crystals and carry them with you. When fighting, release the energy inside, you can play your strength in the shadow dimension, and you can also use the huge amount of energy produced every day without worrying about waste. But this thing should have more functions than just this, otherwise the Cybertronians wouldn't have made this thing for nothing. Liu Qi simply took this thing to find Megatron. Optimus Prime is probably too busy now. After all, Optimus Prime has just cooperated with the country and there are still a lot of things to arrange. Megatron was able to lead the Decepticons to fight Optimus Prime and his team for such a long time, so the difference shouldn't be too big, right? Should it? Liu Qi remembered that Megatron and the two Decepticons almost couldn't beat Optimus Prime alone, and Liu Qi felt a little guilty for some reason. However, experience should not be linked to combat power. Liu Qi walked towards an underground passage nearby. This passage was a huge amount of space dug for air defense and used to store equipment for counterattacks. Even Megatron and his men seemed very small here. The Shadow Legion is helping the garrison troops move the equipment out, but there is a lot of equipment inside. Even with so many people, there is still a lot of equipment inside. Liu Qi went all the way to the innermost part of the air raid shelter, where there was a temporarily renovated room where Megatron was imprisoned. The Decepticons that Liu Qi had recruited were guarding the Decepticons there, and by the way, trying to persuade Megatron to surrender. You stop first. Liu Qi asked the Decepticons to leave and looked at Megatron, who was sitting lonely in the room. Why, is it time for today's warm-up? Megatron stood up and stretched his muscles. Even if he had no chance of defeating this monster, he would not stop resisting. Liu Qi looked at the guy's appearance and shook his head. I'm too lazy to fight you today. I'm here for this. Liu Qi took out a dark energy crystal and threw it over. Do you know what this is? I made this with the fire source. Megatron stopped, caught the crystal, and looked at it carefully. It seems that you have successfully activated the fire source. This crystal is the crystal obtained by sublimating and condensing the energy of the fire source. It looks like you are quite familiar with this thing. Liu Qi looked at Megatron with a look of aftertaste on his face. Excuse me, did you eat this before? Megatron turned to look at Liu Qi and smiled. The Allspark has the power to create the world and life. Cybertronians are life created by the Allspark, and this crystal is a higher level energy source that can make us even more powerful. Liu Qi looked at Megatron and said strangely, you're telling me this just like that? Are you going to surrender? Megatron snorted and threw the crystal back. I will not surrender. So what do you mean by saying so much? Liu Qi caught the energy crystal and looked at Megatron. I thought you would just eat this thing and then explode to fight me. Megatron sat back on the ground, looking at Liu Qi, who was still much shorter than him. Optimus Prime, and that annoying bee are all people who have used energy crystals before. The energy properties of the crystals we took are different from the ones you gave us. If we use them rashly, there will be a violent explosion. Is that so? That's fine then. Liu Qi put the thing away and looked at Megatron. Why did you tell me so much today? It's just that seeing the crystal that I haven't seen for a long time makes me feel a little nostalgic. Megatron glanced at Liu Qi with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Okay then. Liu Qi pouted helplessly, then tell me when you have made up your mind, and I'll try to find some snacks for you. I'm not some pet. Definitely, you are not a pet, you are a limited edition SSR power bank. A hole. Megatron slammed the door, and the whole room shook violently. But Liu Qi didn't even turn around and just left. After casually looking at the fire source floating in the shadow world, Liu Qi tried to take it down. This time it was moved easily, which made Liu Qi breathe a sigh of relief. He thought that this thing was sticking to him. Back in the room, Liu Qi sent a message to Ancient One and continued to perfect his flight to secretly photograph the little black ball. In the Marvel world, Ancient One holds the Shining Time Gem and tries hard to detect Liu Qi location. This guy is causing more trouble every day. When I find him, I will definitely put him in solitary confinement. At least he needs to learn a few interdimensional communication spells first. Ancient One thought of the tea house that was destroyed by 1.1 million dark energies some time ago, and thought about it. He had to ask that guy to build a new tea house. Forget it, just build a new Kamar-Taj directly, the houses here are a bit shabby. Chapter 61. Finally done. Liu Qi looked at the thing in front of him and stood up excitedly. 2 days passed after the conversation with Megatron. When Liu Qi had nothing to do during these 2 days, he would think about his big black ball. I used to think that this thing was pretty good, but its functions were too limited. So I decided to improve it in the next 2 days, making it smaller, faster, and giving it a function to communicate with the Decepticons and exchange images. In this way, the images detected by the big black ball can be converted into various formats with the help of the Decepticon converter. I am such a genius. Liu Qi looked at his big black ball with satisfaction. Oh, no, it can't be called the big black ball now. In front of Liu Qi was a dark energy aggregate that looked like an octopus. On its spherical head were dozens of large, rotating Kajalan eyes, providing the widest field of vision. Several of its tentacles had fine nozzles, which could be used to eject energy to accelerate itself during flight. The entire octopus was only the size of a light bulb. Originally, there was a groove in the mouth of the octopus. Liu Qi planned to put an energy crystal on it so that it would have continuous power and would not be dissipated if it was too far away and could not replenish energy. Liu Qi also made an external convex organ that could emit energy fluctuations, which could not only protect the energy groove, but also communicate energy with other people through the air. Referring to the structure of the crystal surface, Liu Qi also made a similar skin on each tentacle. It is not to restrain energy, but to allow the octopus to touch other objects. After all, dark energy will react with each other when it touches other things. Liu Qi looked at the little octopus with satisfaction, and inexplicably felt that this image was very familiar. Why does it feel like Thulhu? Liu Qi touched his head. There is no other way. Kajalan's big eyes occupy a large area of the head, and the head part of the big eyes cannot get a good energy supply. Liu Qi simply made a series of protruding channels on the surface of the head to transmit energy. It looks like a protruding black vine. The function is good, but the appearance may be a bit outstanding. Liu Qi gave his own evaluation. Why not try this thing first to see how it actually works? Call the thin-faced mantis over, let it connect with the small octopus, and project the image detected by the small octopus. After being treated by the thin-faced mantis, Liu Qi had a super large display screen in front of him, showing a nearly full field of vision, except that there was little vision behind the tentacles. Should I add a few more eyes to the tentacles? Liu Qi thought, stroking his chin. Planning to make some changes sometime, Liu Qi controlled the small octopus to fly out. When it was not spraying energy, the small octopus could actually swim slowly in the air. A few tentacles were seen waving in the air, and the small octopus just floated out. When he arrived at the door, the octopus tentacles were wrapped around the handle. With a little force, he successfully twisted the handle open. When he came to the outside world, Liu Qi could no longer see the octopus and could only rely on the eyes on the octopus's head to observe the front. Liu Qi kept moving back and forth in the passage, and finally flew to the outside world through a window. It feels like playing with a drone. Liu Qi simply used dark energy to make a device like a handle, and used it to control the octopus. It's quite fun. Liu Qi casually controlled the octopus to fly around, and tried to fly with a few birds, but the birds flew away as soon as they saw the octopus. If you don't want to play with me, then don't play. Liu Qi could only start testing the octopus's fastest speed. Thanks to the presence of many nozzles, at the highest speed, the octopus could fly more than 300 meters per second. Below the octopus, the Jazz was discussing tactics with several soldiers when he suddenly noticed a strange thing flying around in the sky. The species here are quite strange. The Jazz looked at the octopus flying in the sky and was surprised. A soldier saw something was wrong and took a look through his telescope. FK, what is this thing? It looks so creepy. Several people took a look and immediately used the walkie-talkie to communicate with the command center. Upon learning that an unknown aircraft had entered the controlled airspace, the command center immediately issued an order, and one soldier after another dropped what they were doing, picked up their weapons and ran out. In just a few tens of seconds, quick-moving soldiers arrived here with weapons. Liu Qi was confused as he looked down. Was there any activity today? Why didn't they call him? Little did he know that at the moment the command center was in an uproar. What the hell is this? The commander looked at the projection that Jazz transmitted to Optimus Prime. Seeing this thing with eyes all over its head and a weird and creepy appearance, he couldn't help but get some goosebumps all over his body. This thing simply challenges the limits of human acceptance. Optimus Prime looked at this thing and inexplicably thought of Liu Qi big black ball, but Liu Qi aesthetic taste shouldn't be so weird. He had never seen anyone make something uglier and uglier. Bumblebee, Ironhide, Ratchet, go support our allies immediately. Optimus Prime called the other Autobots in the channel and sent a message to Liu Qi. Is there an unknown enemy? Liu Qi temporarily put down the handle, stopped the octopus, and looked at the message. Just then, several gunshots were heard outside, and then the shadow of the thin-faced mantis went dark. What's wrong? Why is there no signal? Liu Qi looked back at the thin-faced mantis and subconsciously took a few shots, but the signal did not improve. It was knocked down. The thin-faced mantis said aggrievedly. We were shot down? Oh my god, who was it? The enemy. Liu Qi was stunned for a moment and quickly ran out. He quickly came to the window and took a look, and found that the playground was filled with a sea of people, all holding weapons and carefully probing the surroundings. Sir, what happened? Where is the enemy? Jazz looked up at Liu Qi and said, I don't know. There was an ugly octopus flying in the sky just now, and a sniper shot it to pieces. It's strange, how come there is only a black stone left of this thing? Jazz looked at the crystal stone he found in his hand in confusion. He felt that the energy of this thing was a bit similar to that of Liu Qi. Octopus? Liu Qi didn't hear Jazz's muttering behind him. Thinking of the little octopus whose signal had just been cut off, he felt a little guilty for some reason. At the moment, Liu Qi suddenly felt that the Ancient One was extracting a lot of dark energy, and then black magic rings suddenly appeared above the square. Several black magic rings intertwined together, and miniature magic arrays appeared in the small places. The number kept increasing, and the file size kept expanding, and finally turned into a complex magic array with a file size of several hundred meters. Attention! Prepare to fire! The commander saw the energy of this color and thought it was the guy behind the octopus. He immediately issued an order on the communication channel. Soldiers unfastened their safety, aimed at the target, and were ready to fire at any time. What a coincidence! Is it the Ancient One? But Liu Qi didn't dare to guarantee it, so he flew into the air, took out a black crystal worth tens of millions, and was ready to release the energy inside at any time, just act according to the situation. In the sky, as the magic circle was completed, the space in the middle area suddenly distorted, and the magic circle released violent energy, helping to completely distort the space in the middle area. A figure appeared among them. The Ancient One looked at the magic circle that was beginning to dissipate with satisfaction, then turned back to look at Liu Qi and the soldiers below. What kind of strange welcome ceremony is this? Liu Qi quickly waved his hands to have them put away their weapons, and then said to the Ancient One, I thought it would take you a while to notice that I was gone. Ancient One shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect you to use dark energy so roughly. Don't you know how to communicate using energy? Well, we are already exploring now. I have also developed a detection magic myself. I will show it to you later. Ancient One showed an interested expression, very curious about Liu Qi detection magic, but still said, I used the time gem to barely locate your position from the infinite universe, but infinite gems can't leave the material world for too long. I think we have to go back quickly, otherwise there will be serious consequences. Liu Qi nodded, hurried to pull Megatron and the others out, and briefly said goodbye to Optimus Prime and the others. I already know the coordinates of this universe. I'll come back to visit you later. Keep up the good work. Leaving these words behind, Liu Qi brought a few Decepticons to the Ancient One. It seems you have made some friends. Ancient One looked at the big guys, drew some energy from Liu Qi, threw out a magic circle, surrounded Megatron and the others, and directly compressed the space to turn them into half-meter-high models. After you go back, you have to catch up on your studies. I just found a big project for you. What big project? Ancient One smiled without saying anything, then began to build a magic circle. Under the gaze of thousands of soldiers, a huge amount of magic circle was built, and then Liu Qi and Ancient One slowly walked into the passage. Salute! Someone shouted, and all the soldiers put down their weapons and saluted. When Liu Qi heard the voice, he looked back in surprise, but before he could react, he disappeared into the magic circle. It seems like that guy really went back. Jazz said in the channel, holding the crystal in his hand. By the way, how come this energy is almost the same as the energy used by Liu Qi and that mysterious man? Ratchet, Ironhide, I have an energy polymer that reacts to the same energy as Liu Qi and that mysterious man. Do you want to study it? Now that the matter was over, the commander ordered everyone to return to their posts. I will come back to visit you later. What do you think this place will become? Before Liu Qi's surprise disappeared, he found himself back in Kamar-Taj, but the scenery before him made him feel like he had been away for several years. Why has this place become so messy? How many years have I been away? Liu Qi looked at the dilapidated tea house. The building was so dilapidated that it looked like it had been bombarded. Who do you think did this? Ancient One looked at Liu Qi with a smile. Liu Qi pointed at himself in confusion. No way, how could I cause trouble in Otherworld? Ancient One put the time gem back into the center of the shield to prevent any ignorant guys from causing trouble. Remember how much energy you gave me before? Ancient One pointed at the tea room. I'm not Odin. You gave me so much energy, I can only emit it. Don't you know the characteristics of your dark energy? Liu Qi was now a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that it was really his fault. He didn't think too much about it when he was filling the energy. He just wanted to attract the attention of the boss. Ancient One looked at Liu Qi, who was a little embarrassed, and handed the catalogue of Kamar-Taj's current collection to Liu Qi. So you need to learn some application methods of dark energy, so read all the spell books of Kamar-Taj. Liu Qi's eyes widened as he took the directory, which was as thick as a notebook. There are over 5,000 spell books. Are you sure you want to read them all? Ancient One shook his head. Just when Liu Qi thought things could turn around, Ancient One said, in fact, thanks to someone's exploration of Otherworld, the number of these spell books has reached more than 6,000. Black question mark. JPG. Ancient One looked at the stunned Liu Qi and continued, also, you destroyed my tea house. To make up for it, you should rebuild the entire Kamar-Taj. Ah, you are robbing me. Liu Qi looked at the calm Ancient One. He didn't expect you to be such a person. Give me a bill first, and I'll see how much it's worth. Ancient One glanced at him and said, my tea room is filled with my collections over the past few hundred years. In the words of outsiders, they are all fine antiques that are thousands of years old and are priceless. Are you sure you want me to list them? That's okay. Liu Qi immediately put on a well-behaved look. Unexpectedly, the Ancient One, who seemed to be as poor as those shameful gods, turned out to be a wealthy man. Looking at Liu Qi, Ancient One shook his head. Even if he was a genuine student of Kamar-Taj, he could not read those dangerous books at will. He was unwilling to do so even though he was opening a back door for him. Watching the Ancient One leave, Liu Qi looked at the catalogue of spell books in his hand, and inexplicably saw the scene of high school being surrounded by a sea of books day by day. Oh, forget it, just treat it as a recharge. Liu Qi looked at the half-meter-tall Megatron and the other Decepticons beside him, and sighed. His application of dark energy is indeed a bit superficial, so he might as well make up for it first. Looking at the spell book catalogue in his hand, Liu Qi walked towards the library and met Mordo on the way. Hey, Modu, long time no see. Liu Qi greeted happily. Have you been to Otherworld these days? Mordo said to Liu Qi, glancing at the robots that followed Liu Qi obediently. Where did this guy find these followers? By the way, have you seen the new interdimensional teleportation magic developed by Master Ancient One? As a loyal fan of Ancient One, Mordo almost wanted to kneel down and worship Ancient One when he saw the extremely complex magic array that was several hundred meters large. Yesterday, the Ancient One placed the spell in the Kamar-Taj library, where it will be part of the rich heritage of Kamar-Taj. This selfless spirit could even make Mordo write a 3,000 word paper praising the Ancient One. Liu Qi looked at Modu helplessly and sighed. By the way, do you have a map of Kamar-Taj? Master Ancient One asked me to rebuild Kamar-Taj. Liu Qi was a little depressed thinking about the two things that the Ancient One said. Repairing the house was not difficult for the Shadow Corps. Their own corps had helped Tony's expo before. Repairing Kamar-Taj was nothing. After all, Kamar-Taj was not much larger in terms of file size than the land bought by that guy Stark. Topographic map? I don't know about that. I'll look for it for you later and give it to you when I find it. Mordo thought about it, but had no impression. Liu Qi nodded and waved the catalogue in his hand to Mordo. Then I'm going to the library first. Master Ancient One asked me to read all the spell books. Bring a few magicians over to sign the contract with me later. After bidding farewell to the envious Mordo, Liu Qi walked into the library. Looking at the endless number of books in the library, Liu Qi could only look for them one by one with the catalogue. Chapter 62. Hey, translate this quickly. And you, where's the printer I asked you to buy? Liu Qi's voice kept coming from the originally quiet Kamar-Taj library. A group of magicians who were reading looked at Liu Qi with strange eyes. They were not disturbed. After all, the official magicians who could learn the portal and enter the library would not be disturbed by the noise. They were watching Liu Qi commanding the two robots to work. Liu Qi looked at the magicians around him and sighed. He simply couldn't understand how these magicians could remember so many languages. If it weren't for the system cheats, he might not even be able to speak American English, but these magicians can understand books written in languages like Sanskrit that are thousands of years old. So these magicians are all linguists. Liu Qi didn't have that ability, so he turned his attention to his newly recruited men. Arrange thin-faced mantis to scan and translate the book, and then Roadblock and Vertigo use a pen to write the Hyuxia version of the spell book on the blank pages. Holding a few Hyuxia magic books, Liu Qi sat aside and started reading. I have to say that the IQ of these Decepticons is still very high. The translation is not the ordinary machine translation, but is like a pure Hyuxia book. Liu Qi casually glanced at Megatron, who was reading a book next to him. The guy was wearing a magician robe and reading a book. That's right, Megatron has become an official magician. Relying on the energy provided by his core, this guy successfully released the portal and several small magics, and was promoted by Ancient One to become a formal disciple. He was no longer Liu Qi figurine, which made Liu Qi particularly sad. After becoming a formal disciple, this guy didn't think about running away, but instead spent every day in the library reading books. Wow, this guy now wants to change his destiny with knowledge. Liu Qi shook his head, opened the spell book he had just taken, and looked at the spell principles and spell effects on it. Thanks to his control over dark energy, Liu Qi could successfully cast spells after understanding the principles and effects of spells, which made reading a book much easier for him. After all, other magicians would need to read a spell book for several days before they could get started, and it would take an unknown amount of time to get started. Now his reading speed is basically the same as the translation speed of these Decepticons, but these spell books are really difficult to translate. Even if these guys translate all day long, they can only translate 5 or 6 books a day. Besides, Liu Qi couldn't let these guys translate books all day long. He had to leave them half an hour to rest. Stephen, you have to thank me. You don't have to learn Sanskrit from scratch. Come and learn Hyuxia. Hyuxia should be simpler than Sanskrit, right? After reading for a while, Mordo came to his side. Liu Qi, I have selected some high-level magicians, just outside the library, and I need you to sign a contract. Liu Qi nodded and walked out. Megatron watched from the side and followed him out. Liu Qi ignored him and signed contracts with the 40 or so high-level magicians outside. Now almost all the high-level magicians have signed contracts, and there are only a few who have not signed yet, such as Caecilius, who had been suspicious of him at the beginning. Let me make it clear that it is definitely not because he is narrow-minded, but he just didn't get drawn in the lottery. Liu Qi originally wanted to go back into the library to continue reading, but Megatron stopped him. Liu Qi looked down at Megatron, who was now only about 1 meter tall and looked like a dwarf, and asked him curiously what he was doing. I want to sign a contract as well. I need your dark energy. Megatron tilted his head and looked at Liu Qi. From this angle, Liu Qi inexplicably thought Megatron was actually a little cute. I thought you could rely on your core for energy. Liu Qi crossed his arms and looked at Megatron. Megatron shook his head. My core energy supply has its limits. I need a more powerful source of energy. Why should I sign a contract with you? Liu Qi was now interested. He looked at the dwarf and wondered how this guy could put aside his pride and come to him. I long to see a more diverse universe, long to know my true self, and long to find the future of Cybertron. Megatron actually lowered his head in confusion. When he saw a book about the analysis of fate, he felt inexplicably confused about the fate of Cybertron. Although he has been leading the Decepticons to hunt down Optimus Prime and his friends, Megatron is still a Cybertronian by nature and cares deeply about Cybertron. However, the endless internal friction made him choose to attack other planets and transfer this consumption to other races, while Optimus Prime's choice was completely different from his. Before the war, Optimus Prime, as a scientist, chose to use more powerful technology to improve the Cybertron race and reduce internal friction to an extremely low level. The two different ideas led to war. Optimus Prime thought Megatron's method was too crude, while Megatron thought Optimus Prime's method was completely hopeless. As a result, they fought with their respective supporters, almost destroying Cybertron. The internal friction directly pushed the planet Cybertron into hell. Megatron at the moment sees a more diverse world and is eager to learn more knowledge to save Cybertron. Liu Qi looked at this guy in silence for a long time, and when Megatron almost felt rejected, he nodded. Liu Qi squatted down and looked at Megatron. I can sign a contract with you, but you have to be my follower. That's it. Megatron originally thought that this guy would put forward more stringent and harsh conditions, but it turned out that he only needed him to be his follower. How is this different from before? Liu Qi didn't think it was a big deal. After all, he had been thinking about making Megatron his follower from the beginning. Now that this guy had come to his doorstep, he couldn't let him go. After all, Megatron had nothing else worth taking. Those Decepticons? They were not as useful as ninja soldiers. Those spaceships were not only as big as Megatron's, he had to find a way to transport them. It was so troublesome. After signing the contract with Megatron, Liu Qi looked at the Shadow Core not far away and saw that they had already started working and laying the foundation. Haha, since Ancient One asked him to renovate Kamar-Taj, he didn't hesitate and went directly to tell several designers the requirements and asked them to draw the blueprints and build a Kamar-Taj that Liu Qi liked the most. He had asked the mobile phone company to buy all the video games, game consoles, and computers these days, and then sent some ninja soldiers to the Old East to study. He planned to build a video game center, restaurant, barbecue stall, etc. in Kamar-Taj to see if these magicians can still endure the hard life. At that time, he would eat delicacies from land and sea, and watch Ancient One eat simple meals. If Ancient One wanted to eat, he would let her exchange antiques. Liu Qi smiled proudly and turned to go in to read. In a corner, Caecilius looked at Liu Qi with a grim face as he turned around and walked in, leaving scratches on the brick wall with his fingers. Didn't he say that he didn't have enough energy to sign so many people? In the end, he let a newly promoted official magician sign the agreement instead of signing with him, which made Caecilius even more angry. Liu Qi didn't know what Caecilius was thinking, but he just felt annoyed when he saw Caecilius and didn't want to sign a contract with him. He is not some Vishanti or something like that now, so it is impossible to expect him to accept all believers. Instead of continuing to compete with this guy, it would be better to go in and read. After Megatron joins the translation team, their speed should be much faster. After Liu Qi continued reading, Caecilius turned back angrily to complain to Sorcerer Supreme. But to his disappointment, Ancient One didn't bother to care about it, saying that Liu Qi had her own ideas and she had no right to interfere. This made Caecilius even angrier, and a crazy idea came to his mind. The world line converges. Next, Liu Qi stayed in Kamar-Taj. After all, it was better for him to listen to what the boss said. Besides, learning these magics did make Liu Qi understanding of dark energy more in-depth, and the application methods became more diverse. 6 months later, Liu Qi walked out of the library with a look of difficulty on his face. More than 9,000 books. More than 9,000 books. He finally finished reading it. What? Where did the extra 3,000 books come from? They were given by the new dimension. However, the new magics are not as good as Kamar-Taj's magics. They are all low-level conventional magics, which can only blow up an aircraft carrier at most. Walking out of the library with a few exhausted Decepticons, Liu Qi excitedly went to find Ancient One. In these 6 months, Kamar-Taj has changed a lot. The original backward village has disappeared, and it has been replaced by a lot of attics and bungalows in ancient Hyuxia style. The Sorcerer Supreme's residence has been moved to a 5-story attic, which is equipped with a tea room and a basement for the Ancient One to store her collection. Perhaps because they like this style of architecture, many magicians in Kamar-Taj have changed into clothes with Hyuxia-style accessories. Passing through the bustling snack street, Liu Qi ran towards the Ancient One's residence with some snacks. It is worth mentioning that in the past few months, Liu Qi has dug up all the coordinate books given by Odin and increased the number of ninja soldiers to the critical value of upgrade, 50,000. After the number of ninja soldiers reached this number, Liu Qi still had more than 30 million energy left, which was not enough for the 50 million required for the upgrade. Later, in order to speed up the construction of Kamar-Taj, Liu Qi bought 100 troll soldiers and unlocked a new type of soldier, the Night Bat Corps. Similar to the animation, the Night Bats are the only group in the shadows that truly have the flight ability. They were summoned by Zgrove, Tama's pet dog, wearing a mask and appear when he howls. They have bat-like wings on their backs and have extremely high speed. The light waves emitted from their palms can turn giant bones into slag, and the light waves can also become light ropes to bind opponents. They are excellent in ranged attack, close combat, and speed, but their defense is slightly inferior. It is worth mentioning that these Night Bat soldiers actually have organs like bats, which can use sound waves to detect the surroundings, and can also find those invisible guys. Magic modification. Thinking of how Loki had deceived him with illusions and the spaceship with invisibility function, Liu Qi thought he could try out the abilities of these Night Bats. He spent 100 ninja soldiers and 1000 energy points to summon one and found that this thing could actually detect objects within a range of 3,200 meters. Liu Qi was pleasantly surprised by the range, and quickly bought 100 of them. Now he was no longer afraid of illusions or anything like that. Then Liu Qi immediately let them go. Moving bricks. Unexpectedly, there were no new arms to unlock next, which surprised Liu Qi a little, but he didn't care much. At present, the Shadow Core has arms of various functions, which is almost comprehensive, so there is no need to worry about any defects without new arms. The following arms are all advanced arms, which can be obtained by some methods later. Now the Shadow Core under Liu Qi has the true flavor of a core. Ninja Soldiers, 50,000. Blade Soldier, 150. Troll Soldier, 100. Night Bat Soldier, 100. 210,400 energy can be mined per minute and 210,400 energy can be restored per second. Over the past 6 months, Liu Qi would also synthesize energy crystals when his energy was fully restored. Not to mention the low-level ones, he had stored nearly 1,000 energy crystals of the tens of millions level, but he failed to produce energy crystals of the hundreds of millions level. Liu Qi had previously tried to gather the energy of more than 10 crystals into one, but when so much energy is in one crystal, the stability of the surface is not enough to calm the energy inside, and it will crack. Liu Qi had no other choice but to make tens of millions of energy crystals. With so many crystals, Liu Qi was no longer afraid of not having enough combat power on Marvel Earth. Even with hundreds of millions more crystals, Liu Qi could reach the combat power of breaking stars. This time, Liu Qi stood up in the true sense. Seeing the magicians around him giving him friendly looks, Liu Qi responded with a smile. Now these magicians were not smiling just because Liu Qi could provide energy, but because Liu Qi really made Kamar-Taj better. Now Liu Qi has too many ninja soldiers in his hands, and he is too lazy to buy those special soldiers. Liu Qi simply transferred 10,000 ninja soldiers to various positions in Kamar-Taj, such as chefs and so on. Anyway, the basic service industry was covered by ninja soldiers, and Liu Qi also earned a lot of income, although not as much as the mobile phone company. Although he didn't know why these magicians gave him money and smiled at him, Liu Qi just accepted it happily. Passing through the streets and alleys, Liu Qi came to the residence of the Ancient One and ran in. "Are you here? Have you finished reading the book?" Ancient One was holding an ancient biography and reading it. Seeing the traces of time on the book, Liu Qi guessed that this book was another lost historical work that could be put in the National Museum. Liu Qi was speechless when talking about this. He had originally planned to build a 3-story house for Ancient One, but Ancient One asked for 2 more floors, all for her collections. "I have finished reading the book and repaired the house. Now I can publish Kamar-Taj." The Ancient One didn't even look at him. "Okay, go down when you're done." After taking a sip of tea, the ninja soldier next to him immediately filled Ancient One's cup, leaving Liu Qi speechless. This guy even enjoys the service of ninja soldiers better than him. After a brief chat, Liu Qi immediately drew a portal and ran away. What a joke! I've been locked up in Kamar-Taj for a few months and have talked about everything. There's basically nothing to talk about, so what else can I talk about? After returning to his own nest after a long absence, Liu Qi asked the ninja soldier who had stayed here to clean the room to return to the shadows, and then updated his blog. Replaced retreat with eating, drinking and having fun. Not long after the status changed, Tony immediately sent a message, "You finally came out of that place." Chapter 63. Liu Qi was quite surprised to receive the message from Tony so quickly. After all, Tony and Xiao Lajiao had made rapid progress in the past 6 months. Tony was even about to convince Xiao Lajiao's father to let them get married. Why wasn't he with Pepper at this time? Liu Qi simply called Tony, and when the call was connected, Liu Qi heard the sound of welding and cutting from Tony's end. "You sound quite busy. Why do you send me a message as soon as I update? Did Jarvis pay special attention to you?" Liu Qi took out the snacks he had just bought and tasted them carefully. "Indeed, I've been very busy lately, but since you finally got out of that katamaki, I had to say hello." Tony's voice sounded as dull as if it was wrapped in a can. "You are wearing armor? What are you doing now?" Liu Qi ate a piece of the wolf-tooth potato and thought it was not bad. Why not open a snack bar in the outside world like Tony? "I'm changing the energy supply of Stark Tower. Soon my Stark Tower will become a benchmark for renewable energy in the world." Tony's proud voice came. "You built a building? You didn't tell me." Liu Qi couldn't sit still anymore. "Is it in Manhattan?" "Yes, I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but it sounds more like a shock," Tony said in confusion, cutting open the cable casing in front of him and replacing the energy component. "Well, the Stark Tower will be lit up. If you hurry, maybe you can take a picture to commemorate it." Liu Qi glanced at some snacks on the small table and said to the person on the phone, "I'll be there, wait for me, I'll bring some gifts." "Then you better hurry up." Tony smiled, turned around and flew towards the water. Liu Qi glanced at the hung-up phone call, and a portal opened nearby, and several ninjas came over with a bunch of snacks. "Luckily I've been to Manhattan before, otherwise I really wouldn't have made it." Liu Qi arrived in Manhattan through the portal and just happened to see Tony flying over. "Looks like we've caught up." Liu Qi looked at the direction Tony was flying and saw a very tall building that he had never seen before. It looked like the Stark building. Tony walked all the way to the front of his own building and stood there steadily. "Jarvis, is our camera operator in place?" "Sir, found the cameraman in the back." Jarvis displayed an image, and Tony watched Liu Qi pose in it, then said to Pepper, "You can turn on the lights, the cameraman is here." Boz smiled and said, "It looks like there will be a party tonight, but I didn't prepare any food." Then Boz turned off the power, and the lights in the Stark building lit up from the bottom up. "It feels good." Tony flew upwards following the lights, while Liu Qi below also pressed the continuous shooting button. Flying all the way to a platform above, Tony turned his head to look at Pepper in the hall, and then a mechanical arm in the aisle removed the armor on his body. "How long do you think it will take Liu Qi to climb out from down there?" Tony said as he walked. Little Pepper was amused, but a figure did enter the hall earlier than him. "Maybe it can fly faster than you." Liu Qi threw the camera through the portal to the other side and leaned on the table with his shoulders folded. Tony shook his head and straightened his clothes, picking up a card as he passed the bar. "Next, this thing is your pass to Stark Tower. I suggest you take it, so as not to make it seem that my security measures here are useless." Liu Qi took the card, looked at the photo on it, and then put it in his pocket. "Then I'll take it." "Are you going to have a party tonight?" Liu Qi looked around, but there were no beauties or anything like that. "Why isn't Rod here?" Tony took the red wine handed over by Pepper. "My original plan tonight was to enjoy some private space with Pepper." "Well, I'm really sorry to bother you, but I brought some gifts. Can I make amends?" Liu Qi asked a few ninjas to put bags of snacks on the table. Little Chili sniffed it twice and said, "It smells good." "Is it a snack?" "Some of the snacks we have over there are made by my men. I brought some wolf-tooth potatoes, crayfish, barbecue, and other things." "Crayfish? Can that thing be eaten?" Tony said doubtfully as he smelled the fragrance in the air. "In fact, crayfish is quite delicious. I don't know why it is so rampant here. We have to cultivate it artificially over here." Liu Qi put on gloves, took out a portion of crayfish, peeled it quickly, and stuffed it into his mouth. "It looks good." Little Lei Jiao followed suit and peeled one and ate it. "Damn, I didn't know this stuff was so delicious, Tony, you have to try it." Tony refused proudly, but Pepper still stuffed one into his mouth. "Well, it's really good." Tony's face, which had been drooping, gradually became lively. "Maybe I can launch this thing in my restaurant. I believe it will be very popular." Seeing a certain arrogant person putting on gloves and starting to peel the shells, Liu Qi smiled proudly, then picked up a skewer of barbecue and ate it in one bite. "You are so barbaric. This is so unsightly." Tony took the barbecue, scraped off the meat, and ate it in one bite. "Are you teaching me how to eat barbecue?" Liu Qi ate a few more skewers in a minute and looked at Tony provocatively. Tony's efficiency was indeed not as good as Liu Qi. Seeing the delicious food gradually decreasing, he no longer remained reserved and started to compete with Liu Qi for it. Little Lei Jiao was eating the spicy and sour wolf-tooth potatoes while smiling. She still liked this kind of snack. Just as the fight was getting intense, Jarvis' voice rang out, "Sir, Agent Phil Coulson has sent a communication request." Tony swallowed the meat in his mouth. "If he's here to celebrate, let him come up to the party. If not, tell him I'm not here." Seeing Liu Qi chewing another skewer of barbecue in such a short time, Tony touched his somewhat full stomach and said, "Damn, is your stomach a bottomless pit? It seems someone is going to have a bad day today, because the delicious food is coming up." Liu Qi opened the portal, and ninja soldiers came over with grilled fish and other things. You are so scheming that you only bring out the delicious food at the end." Tony smelled the fragrance in the air, touched his stomach, and said helplessly, "It's okay. I can eat it slowly in front of you, and I can also share some with tonight's employees to avoid waste." Liu Qi blinked, picked up a grilled fish and took a bite under Tony's murderous gaze. It looks good, let me try it too. Pepper looked at Tony without any hesitation, and took a skewer of grilled fish and ate it slowly. Seeing Tony's gaze, Liu Qi took a box of chicken feet and said, "Would you like to have some of this? It doesn't take up much space. It's all bones, not much meat." Tony shook his head, but Liu Qi didn't care and stuffed a chicken claw into Tony's mouth. "Isn't it because there is no meat that it is suitable for you to eat now?" Watching Tony slowly start chewing, Liu Qi picked up a roasted chicken leg and took a big bite. Just as Tony began to sadly learn how to chew chicken feet, Jarvis's voice came again. "Agent Phil Coulson came to see you for work. I told him you were not there, but Agent Phil Coulson did not believe it." Tony was chewing chicken feet in his mouth and couldn't speak at all. The next second, the elevator door opened and Phil Coulson walked out. "Looks like I made it in time for a late-night snack." Phil Coulson had previously obtained the prototype of Captain America's shield from Tony, and he became familiar with them. Phil Coulson came to the table and picked up a skewer of barbecue. He took a bite, but found that Tony was looking at him with murderous eyes. Phil Coulson didn't know what was wrong, but he had already taken a bite of the barbecue and couldn't put it down. Simply putting the computer in front of Tony, Phil Coulson said, "It seems that you don't like eating these things, but like chicken feet." Seeing Tony's increasingly hostile look, Pepper quickly interrupted, "Tony is full, Phil Coulson, why are you here? Aren't you busy with work?" "Oh, work." Phil Coulson swallowed the barbecue and turned to Tony and said, "It's an urgent job in the computer." Tony looked up at the ceiling to avoid being irritated by the group. "I only take consultations on Thursdays from 8 am to 5 pm, remember? But this matter is urgent. Is it related to the Avengers?" Pepper asked curiously. Looking at Phil Coulson's strange and suspicious eyes, I don't know what the Avengers are." Phil Coulson sighed, and when Tony saw Phil Coulson like this, he knew that this matter was related to the Avengers. "I thought the Avengers project was dead." Tony simply wiped his gloved but still greasy hands with paper and assembled the computer. "After all, I don't meet the membership standards, and that guy over there also refused to join." Pepper smiled, then looked into Phil Coulson's eyes and said, "I don't know either." After turning on the power, Tony said unhappily, "Because I'm arrogant, have no sense of teamwork, don't obey orders from my superiors, and most importantly, his one-eyed guy doesn't like me." "I know that." Little Pepper laughed. Tony took a look at the information and realized that things were not simple. He picked up the computer and walked aside, imported the information into his own server, and began to analyze the data with Jarvis. "It looks like he has a lot of homework to do tonight." Boz looked at Tony and turned to Liu Qi and walked towards Tony. "Looks like you'll be busy tonight." Tony put down his work, turned to Boz and said, "I was planning to spend some time with you tonight." "Don't worry, I'll drive Liu Qi away in a minute." Boz smiled and accidentally looked at the computer screen. "What kind of job is this?" Tony looked back at the computer, then at the small screen, and simply projected all the information. Looking at all kinds of information that ordinary people can't see, Xiao Leijiao's face gradually became heavy. "It looks like I have to go to Washington tonight." "No, I can do this work tomorrow." Pepper looked into Tony's eyes, smiled, and said something in Tony's ear. Tony's eyes gradually brightened, and Pepper took a step back, "Come on." Watching Pepper kiss Tony and then walk towards the elevator, Phil Coulson quickly finished the barbecue. "The director said you need to be present as well, so I'll go back first." After talking to Liu Qi, Phil Coulson and Pepper walked into the elevator together. "Are you busy tonight?" Liu Qi looked at Tony who was already working. "Then I'll give these things to your employees first. I'll go back to get some things and go there with you tomorrow." "Okay." Tony didn't even turn his head. Once he got into the state, he could hardly pay attention. Chapter 64. Early the next morning, Liu Qi brought a few Decepticons to Stark Tower. What surprised him was that Tony was still reading the messages. "What kind of staying up late champion are you?" Liu Qi came to Tony in disbelief, looking at the professional terms and various data displayed on the screen. He felt sleepy again even though he had just woken up. Tony looked calm, took a sip of espresso, and turned to look at Liu Qi. "I'm used to this. By the way, did you bring WTF?" Tony looked at the Decepticons following Liu Qi in shock. "Who made this?" It's surprisingly high-tech. Tony ignored Liu Qi and went up to take a closer look for a while, then pinched the roadblock's face to feel the touch. But what kind of junk metal is this? Why is its strength so low? Tony frowned, looking at the complex structures on these Decepticons. Are these guys capable of shape-shifting? Tony looked at the roadblock and dizziness carefully, then turned his head to ask Liu Qi. Indeed, they can transform into various machines, but the file size will limit their size after transforming into machines. At Liu Qi's signal, the two Decepticons transformed into vehicles and various machines in turn, including the printer that had been used the most in the previous 6 months. It's amazing, but why haven't I heard of this technology? Tony asked Liu Qi curiously. Liu Qi shook his head, because they are not man-made products, but a kind of aliens. I captured them to be used as tools. As he spoke, Liu Qi took out the Allspark from the shadow world, glanced at Megatron who was unmoved, and handed the Allspark to Tony. This thing can release a burst of energy, activating ordinary machines and giving them shape-shifting abilities. Liu Qi watched Tony take the Allspark and study it, and looking at his puzzled look, Liu Qi comforted him. There are countless things in this universe that humans have yet to understand, so this one more thing doesn't matter. But Tony turned around and said to Liu Qi seriously, those guys don't understand, but I'm Tony Stark, I will definitely understand this thing. Do you mind if you keep this thing with me for now? Definitely not. Liu Qi looked at the guy and shook his head. This fire source has been activated hundreds of times in the past 6 months, but it only condenses and sublimates energy and activates machinery. He has already figured it out, and it has no effect on him anymore. After animating the machines that did not use the technology of the Decepticons or Autobots, they did not have any fixed personalities, as Ratchet said. However, Liu Qi and Kamar-Taj were not very willing to adopt a mechanical pet, so Liu Qi simply sent it to the shape-shifting King Kong world. Foolish humans, you are still so wishful thinking. At the height of Cybertron's prosperity, we didn't understand how the Allspark activated our people. How can a backward Earth claim to understand the Allspark? Megatron, who had been hiding behind Liu Qi for some time, did not forget to express his disapproval of Tony's attempt to understand the source of the fire. Oh, who is hiding behind there and saying bad things about me? Tony couldn't stand it when he heard this, so he went around behind Liu Qi. Megatron stood up straight away and looked at Tony. You're the little guy who said bad things about me. Tony looked at Megatron, who was half a man's height, and said disdainfully. I don't know what civilization this Cybertron is, but it looks like you were captured by my friend after being defeated. You don't seem to be very powerful. Megatron looked at his own size and looked at Tony unhappily. If it weren't for the Sorcerer Supreme who reduced my size, I would have made you realize how powerful Cybertron is. Sorcerer Supreme? The one Liu Qi was talking about? It seems she is also a human. Do you think you can compete with Sorcerer Supreme? Okay, stop arguing, you two. Megatron, be polite to my friend. And you, Tony, we have serious business to do today. Liu Qi watched the two people arguing and stepped forward to pull them apart. Tony glanced at Megatron unhappily, then glanced at Liu Qi, and his mood calmed down. You really should have it factory reset. I can provide this service. He turned and walked to the workbench and placed the fire source on it. Jarvis, scan this thing. I need to see what's inside it. After a while of scanning, Jarvis said with regret, Sorry, sir, I can't detect the structure inside. This is really interesting. Tony looked at the source of fire and began to think about where to start. Tony, we have to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. today, remember? Liu Qi reminded. Don't worry. It's useless for us to go there now. I've already read the briefing from last night. There should be a smart guy over there looking for Loki and those two weird-looking guys. Maybe we can find something if we go there tonight. Loki and two weird-looking guys? Has the plot changed again? Liu Qi frowned, looked at Tony who had started a new round of research, and shouted, Jarvis, give me the mission information Tony received last night, I may have to do some homework. Transferred. Jarvis' voice came immediately, and then a notification of file reception popped up on Liu Qi phone. Roadblock, come and put it down. After watching the video for a while, Liu Qi's face looked a little heavy. He didn't expect that Corvus Glaive and Proxima were also here. Fortunately, these two are not that difficult to deal with. If you find a way, you can easily defeat them. Looking at Tony, who was still studying, Liu Qi glanced at the new leather shoes he had just bought and began to think about how to deal with these guys. At the same time, in a secret base, Loki looked at the two guys in front of him with an intolerable look on his face. My lord has told you to obey my orders. Corvus Glaive looked at Loki with disdain, but the lord also said that if necessary, you can be used as a hostage to exchange for the space gem. Don't think too highly of your status. You have no right to command me and Proxima. Loki held scepter tightly with his mechanical hand, expressing his strong dissatisfaction with the two guys Thanos sent to him. These two guys didn't obey his orders at all. Instead, they watched him all day long. If he disobeyed in the slightest, they would grab him and exchange him for the space gem. Loki left the room angrily and came to the research base of Space Gem. Since leaving Asgard on impulse and meeting Thanos, he was told that as long as he helped capture the space gem, he would be given an army to occupy the Earth and become a king again. But Thanos also said that his ability was not enough, so he modified him and replaced his right hand with a mechanical arm. This mechanical arm is extremely powerful and can easily crush steel into powder. It can also gather abilities and emit highly penetrating rays. But he still prefers his original hand, but Thanos also told him that as long as he can get the space gem back, he will return his original arm to him. Watching his arm being put into the secret chamber, Loki's eyes were filled with resentment, but he could do nothing about it. Thanos' power was not something he could withstand. But behind him is Asgard, his father Odin, and Thanos dare not endanger his life, otherwise Thanos will be crushed into powder by Odin. However, his father Odin got the news from somewhere and has been searching for Thanos' fleet in every corner of the universe. This has made Thanos a little impatient. If he doesn't get anything else, things may take a turn for the worse. Using magic to transform his metal arm into an original accessory, Loki walked towards Sylvig in the clean room. What else do we need? Loki said to the controlled Dr. Eric Silverguard. We have collected all the other materials. We only need iridium metal to stabilize the portal, said Dr. Silverig. So, where is the iridium metal? Loki said to the former S.H.I.E.L.D. high-level agent, Hawkeye. Hawkeye pulled out a tablet that displayed a person's information. What do you need? A bait and an eyeliner bait? Loki nodded, an idea forming in his mind. Then let's go now without further delay. Oh, this is really magical. Tony wore the Mark 6 after it was activated by the spark source, and felt the interaction between the machine and himself. Tony kept exclaiming in amazement. Is it that serious? After the armor is activated, it won't look like something when worn, right? Liu Qi looked helplessly at Tony, who was screaming. You can come and try it. Saturday is giving me a massage and his technique is really professional. Tony shook his body. He just happened to hit his funny bone. Liu Qi shook his head helplessly. Not long after Tony started his research, he began to work on the machines in the room, and activated a lot of things into mechanical organisms. Looking at the roadblocks and dizziness that began to lead the child, Liu Qi was really speechless. This guy has now revived his armor, and because it is the 6th set, he simply named it Saturday. Will there be Friday in October in the future? Seeing Tony showing off, Liu Qi went over and held him down. Don't forget we still have work to do, okay? Tony turned on his helmet. Definitely, I didn't forget. In fact, I've already been working on it. Tony asked Jarvis to turn on the projection and said, I wrote an algorithm when I was free during my break. Now, all the phones sold by 67 Mobile will become our eyes and ears to find any traces of Loki. Liu Qi looked at the projections in confusion, watching thousands of different faces flash by every second, and could only sit back on the bench in boredom. Tony looked at Liu Qi's appearance, let Saturday leave his body, and walked to Liu Qi's side. You seem to care about that Loki. Liu Qi smiled helplessly, in a sense, I am his uncle. Why do you say that? That guy is an alien, or is what you said before true? Seeing Tony's puzzled look, Liu Qi explained to him what happened in Mexico before. Oh, Odin? Thor? Loki? I originally thought these guys just happened to have these names, but I didn't expect they were aliens. Tony said calmly. Aren't you surprised? Liu Qi glanced at Tony. Fortunately, those guys are just aliens. I can still accept it. After all, the magician over there surprised me more. Tony said indifferently. How come a magician surprises you? Logically speaking, Technology and magic are just different applications of energy. Liu Qi pointed at Megatron, who was meditating on the side. Look, this guy is also a magician. I didn't expect the standard to become a magician is so low. How about I try to become one? Well, you can try it. Liu Qi thought of the Sorcerer Supreme Tony, who had been praised again and again on the marketing accounts, and felt that this guy would make great achievements in this area. That's something we'll have to deal with later. We have to take care of your nephew's affairs first. By the way, your nephew should call me uncle, right? Sir, we found the target's trace. Just when Tony was about to take advantage of his seniority, Jarvis' voice came over. It's time to get down to business. Tony put on his armor and said to Liu Qi. You changed your expression so quickly. Liu Qi nonchalantly revealed his hooded coat. A shadow appeared at the side, and a ninja soldier handed a small waste bag filled with crystals to Liu Qi. Let's go, I even bought a pair of shoes for this. Chapter 65. Loki appears at this location. Can you open a portal over there? Liu Qi leaned over to take a look. I didn't go over there, it looks like we have to fly slowly. Tony floated up and glanced at Liu Qi. Fly slowly? Sorry, I think I can get there in half an hour. Tony flew out directly after saying that. Liu Qi looked at the light gradually fading away, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Megatron behind him. The energy in his hands gathered and turned into a magic circle, wrapping Megatron. You have indeed learned this trick. Megatron watched his body grow in size and a smile appeared on his face. Tin Man, come and see who's the little guy. At the moment, Tony was flying in the air at high speed. Saturday, did that guy Liu Qi catch up? Woohoo! We haven't found any trace of the cameraman yet, but Jarvis said Megatron has grown in size, so he might come after us soon. Saturday's voice came out. Want to catch up with us? I don't think that's possible. Hurry up, you must not lose to that shorty. Tony smiled and said that he was becoming more and more satisfied with Saturday. Not only had its function been strengthened on the basis of Mark 6, but he also had the emotion and was able to interact with him. He is now considering whether to use the spark source to activate a few more mechanical organisms, including Jarvis and Mark 7. Boss, a fighter plane has been detected approaching rapidly from behind. Fighter plane? I've already applied for a flight route from the space agency. Tony turned his head in confusion, only to find an unrecognizable fighter plane approaching him rapidly. After zooming in on the cabin, Tony was surprised to see Liu Qi waving at him. After quickly coming to his side, the fighter plane suddenly turned above him, and a face appeared in front of Tony. Little guy, you're as slow as a snail. Then the face disappeared, and a violent energy pulse spurted out from the tail of the fighter, quickly brushing past Tony and flying out. Damn it! Tony stabilized the body that was unbalanced due to the air pressure. Saturday, full speed ahead, we can't lose to him. Understood. Saturday's voice came out, and then the leg armor merged into one, turning into a thruster with a larger caliber. The powerful thrust instantly increased the speed of the armor to a higher level, and it followed closely behind Megatron. Chief, radar detected 2 high-speed aircraft departing from the Big Apple and heading for the mission location. Fury nodded. It's them, don't worry, the captain and the others are about to arrive, right? Thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority, they called on all the equipment in the world and found Loki's traces in an ATM camera before Tony. Fury's mouth corners slightly raised. Ant? Let me see who is the ant. At a luxurious party, Loki, wearing a suit, waved his bare hands at the security guard, but the security guard seemed to see something and let him in directly. Listening to the melodious and elegant music, Loki wandered around the venue. At this moment, he had found his target, but there was no news from Hawkeye. How much longer would it take? Loki tightened his grip on his staff. Compared to Proxima Centauri and Corvus Glaive, he knew that there was a strong man on this planet who could not be ignored, his uncle. However, with an entire space fleet, his uncle should not be a match for them. But it's not impossible to make use of it and crush those 2 annoying flies to death. Already with a plan in mind, Loki's smile widened, and at that moment, news came from Hawkeye that it was time to take action. Loki looked at the target and walked straight towards it. The captain stood inside the plane, watching the surveillance cameras in the target venue. That guy has started to act, why didn't you notify the venue in advance to prepare? Natasha Romanoff's expression remained unchanged. The director didn't notify them because he was afraid of alerting the enemy. But fortunately, we only have a few minutes to get there, so there shouldn't be anyone. Watching Loki carry a man to the center of the field and pierce the man's pupil with some instrument, Natasha Romanoff changed her mind temporarily. There should be only one victim. Steve frowned but said nothing, instead he came to the cockpit. How long will it take us to reach our destination? 3 minutes. Speed up. Natasha Romanoff looked at Steve and pressed a secret button on her hand. Fury on the other side received the news and nodded. So far, the investigation of Steve has been successfully completed, and he is still the captain. After collecting the pupil information, Loki cancelled the illusion and continued to wear his battlesuit from Asgard. Looking at the crowd running away, Loki followed them with a smile. How about letting these guys see the future king in advance? Loki casually fired a ray of light to blow up an oncoming police car, and used illusions to drive everyone to the square like lambs. Meow. Ahem. Loki cleared his throat and shouted again, kneel down. In the fighter plane in the air, Steve looked at the crowded crowd in the square, his brows knitted. There were so many people, if Loki wanted to kill them, there would be many casualties. If they started fighting rashly, there would be a lot of casualties caused by the stampede. At this moment, a voice was connected to their channel. Agent Natasha Romanoff, long time no see. Natasha Romanoff, who was sitting in the passenger seat, smiled and said, long time no see, Luchi, are you here to look for your nephew? Definitely, I'm here to teach my dear nephew a lesson. Wait for me, I'll take action right away. Steve walked over and asked curiously, is this the Lord of Shadows? Natasha Romanoff nodded, looked at the crowd below, and breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of scene is a piece of cake for Luchi. In the dark square, the elites of the upper class knelt on the ground with tears on their faces, listening to Loki's impromptu speech. In the corners that no one noticed, shadows quietly surrounded the entire square, and there was a strange bat-like creature quietly probing the square in the woods. Get ready, Tony. Seeing that the arrangements were almost ready, Luchi said to Tony, who was standing beside him, with a frown. Okay, but I still don't like this way of sneaking in. Luchi turned his head and watched an ordinary dressed old man in the square slowly stand up, so he decided to take action. Loki looked angrily at the old man who dared to resist his orders. You don't even consider the occasion and you come to disobey me? A ray flew out, but a ninja jumped out from nowhere and slashed with a sword, but the ray blessed by the mind gem instantly penetrated the sword and shattered the ninja. The crowd was about to riot, but countless ninjas suddenly appeared and controlled the crowd. Hundreds of ninjas silently surrounded Loki. Oh, my dear uncle, where are you? Loki said with a smile, holding his hands up to show that he dared not resist. Several ninjas walked up, but ignored Loki in front of them and grabbed the air behind Loki. How did you find me? Loki's illusion disappeared, and Loki's figure slowly appeared in the air controlled by several ninja soldiers. The old tricks don't work on me. Luchi appeared behind the controlled Loki and kicked him hard. BD. Loki's body was kicked directly into the air, but under the control of the ninja soldiers, he did not really fly out. Taking the camera from the ninja soldier beside him, Luchi looked at the photos. It's a pretty good shot. How dare you? Loki looked at Luchi angrily. The severe pain from behind almost made him lose his mind. Let me tell you, how dare I? Luchi went up and grabbed Loki's face. I'm your father's brother, your uncle, is that enough? Luchi looked at Loki, who was not convinced. By the way, even your brother has to call me uncle. Maybe you should call me uncle, too. Tony used a loudspeaker to calm the rioting crowd and asked them to cooperate with the Shadow Ninja to leave the venue, then came to Loki's side. After all, I am also your uncle's friend. According to seniority, you can call me Uncle Tony. You can come down now. Shaking his head and ignoring Tony's funny behavior, Luchi turned around and shouted to the air. It looks like we can go down now, Natasha Romanoff said, giving the pilot a wink. The pilot nodded and drove the fighter out from behind the building. Thanks to the low noise of the shield fighter, Loki had not noticed them at all. It looks like we have a strange but very strong teammate. Steve looked at the controlled crowd and breathed a sigh of relief. After evacuating the crowd, Luchi pulled Loki onto the plane, and Megatron, who had shrunk in size again, followed him into the cabin. Hello, Captain. Luchi looked at Steve and stretched out his hand. He still had great respect for this legendary figure, but he also wanted to know why the captain didn't just parachute away. Don't be so polite, just call me Steve. Steve shook hands with Luchi. The photo has been taken. Megatron said suddenly. That's good. This photo should have a great impact. Luchi let go of his hand and looked back at Megatron, taking a freshly taken photo from him. Keep it as a souvenir. Luchi handed the photo to Steve. Steve took it and looked at it, and found that it was a black and white photo. This photo really brings back memories for me, Steve said with a smile. Old folks like old things, don't they? Tony said slowly. Are you Tony? Howard's kid. Steve was quite happy to see his old friend's child. This made him feel a little more familiar with this era. But Tony didn't think so. Seeing the way Steve looked at his junior, coupled with the fact that this guy looked younger than him, he simply couldn't accept it. You can call me Iron Man. Stark put down his helmet and looked at Steve. My name is Megatron, a Cybertronian mechanical organism, what you call an alien. Megatron introduced himself for some reason, and a voice came out of Tony's armor, my name is Saturday, and I have just been in this world for about 3 hours. Is this some kind of meet-up? Natasha Romanoff frowned as she looked at the people in the cabin. Where did Luchi get these aliens from? Why is Tony's armor so intelligent? Luchi smiled and was about to make a joke, but a message came from Odin. Luchi answered with AHMM using the magic he had just learned. He shrugged helplessly, it looks like today is really a meet and greet. Glancing at Loki standing beside him, Luchi drew the portal directly. Thor came over from the other side. It's been a long time since we last met, Uncle. When did you leave last time? Has your Bifrost not been repaired yet? It's just a small hole. Compared to the original movie where most of the bridge was destroyed, this time Bifrost only has a small hole. There's no way. The material used to build Bifrost is the space energy condensate that appears near the space gem. That thing is not easy to preserve. Thor shrugged helplessly, looked at the strangers around him, and introduced himself politely. It seems like you've changed a lot in the past few months. Luchi said with a smile. I can't help it. My father goes out to fight Thanos every day, so I have to take care of daily affairs. Although most things were handled by the Queen Mother, it did not prevent Thor from saying that he was involved. It means to give all the documents to the mother. I actually came here mainly for Loki. I heard that he came here. Thor laughed, I just don't know where Loki is. Luchi looked at Thor with a strange expression, then stepped aside to let Thor see Loki. Loki. Thor was so excited that he forgot to keep smiling and rushed forward to hug Loki. Tony and Steve looked at Thor strangely, who had changed instantly, while Luchi breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden wise Thor made him think that something strange had happened again, but the current Thor was more familiar to him. Looking around, Luchi looked at the people around him. This was a real meet-up. Only ADC and Tank were not there, otherwise it would be the first time that all the Avengers gathered. Chapter 66. Damn it, how could Loki be caught directly? Corvus Glaive grabbed Hawkeye's neck and lifted him up. This is the plan. Hawkeye endured the pain of suffocation and uttered a few words. What a bullshit plan. Corvus Glaive threw Hawkeye out. Hawkeye slammed hard against the wall and coughed a few times. They are just some Earthlings. Proxima and I can easily kill them. Why do we have to talk about plans? Now that Loki has been caught, we have lost the initiative. Corvus Glaive roared angrily. Proxima slowly walked to Corvus Glaive and hugged him. Don't worry, Corvus Glaive, with the two of us here, even if that Loki is hiding in the core of the planet, we will dig him out. Proxima's words calmed Corvus Glaive down a bit. Looking at Hawkeye who had finally stood up, Corvus Glaive walked over. I really don't know why Loki would subjugate you losers, but you have to remember, if Loki dares to play any tricks, none of you will survive. Corvus Glaive put the knife to Hawkeye's neck, but Hawkeye showed no fear. You have no idea how dangerous this place is. Do you think you came to the novice area? Hawkeye thought of the big green guy and the Lord of Shadow. He was afraid that he could not beat either of these two guys. Don't judge our strength by your limited knowledge. Now, follow Loki's plan. Remember, don't play any tricks. Hawkeye had a strange smile on his face. How could he play tricks? After all, he was beginning to hate these two guys. Meanwhile, Luchi stopped Thor, who wanted to take Loki back to Asgard immediately. This guy's work on Earth is not over yet, you can't run away with him. Liu Qi held Thor down and sent out a night bat soldier to prevent Loki from playing his illusion again. The night bat soldier stayed quietly in the corner of the cabin, attracting only the attention of Natasha Romanoff and Steve. After hearing that Loki was sitting there peacefully, Liu Qi felt relieved. Seeing Thor's impatient look, Liu Qi continued, even if he is an Asgardian, he still has to be responsible for his actions on Earth first. But he is my brother, I can't just ignore his safety. He and those two guys destroyed our entire base, killing more than 3,000 agents and researchers, taking away one of my colleagues, and killing 80 civilians in 2 days to collect supplies. Natasha Romanoff said with a frown. Thor looked at Loki helplessly. He didn't expect that this guy had done so many bad things. Well, he's adopted, but... Seeing that Thor was about to say something, Liu Qi went up to stop him. Don't rush, okay? Loki needs to pay for what he did. If you can get him to reveal their base and goal now, maybe it will make him suffer less. After several battles, Liu Qi found that the process was different from that in the movie. Now he doesn't believe the plot anymore. He even believed if you said Loki planned to open a portal in the Trident building. It would be much easier here if Loki could tell them their next target. Thor looked at Loki, his eyes revealing sincerity and concern. Tony quietly came to Liu Qi's side and said, "What's wrong with this guy? I feel like he cares too much about his brother." Liu Qi replied, "This guy is a brother complex, the kind that will treat his brother like my first love even if his brother abuses me 1,000 times." Thor began to hold Loki's hand and started talking about something, and the others consciously avoided him. Fortunately, the file size in the cabin was acceptable, so I didn't have to stand too close to them. Thor kept persuading Loki, and Loki's expression began to change sometimes, but the scepter next to him quietly emitted a trace of yellow light, and then Loki's expression did not change anymore. Liu Qi and the others didn't have the heart to eavesdrop on other people's family affairs, so they just chatted on the side. Just like that, after a period of stable flight, Liu Qi saw huge amounts of aerospace aircraft carriers flying in the sky ahead. Wouldn't it be fun if this thing was transformed using the fire source? Just when Liu Qi was shocked by this thing, Tony suddenly said, "I just borrowed the fire source, and I am still in the stage where I want to transform everything I see." This sentence made Liu Qi choke, and then he began to wonder what this thing would become. Shit, there's no going back. Liu Qi looked at Tony helplessly, and Tony also looked at Liu Qi in confusion. "Don't you want to give it a try?" Tony nudged Liu Qi quietly with his elbow, and Liu Qi steadied himself. "This thing is official property, we can't just do it casually," Liu Qi reminded. But thinking that Fury would blow up these aerospace carriers soon, Liu Qi felt it was a waste. Otherwise... Well, at that time the official authorities didn't want it anymore, so he picked it up and took it home, so it's okay, right? Tony looked at the change in Liu Qi's expression and knew that this guy had taken it to heart. "Tell me when it changes. I want to take a look." Steve looked at the interaction between Liu Qi and Tony blankly. What were they talking about? Natasha Romanoff suddenly became wary of Liu Qi and Tony. She inexplicably felt that her carrier would soon have to change its name. Women's Intuition.jpg. The plane landed safely on the aircraft carrier, and several people got off the plane directly. Except for Tony, basically everyone present is not afraid of the lack of oxygen in the high-altitude environment. However, Tony has Saturday, so he is not very afraid. When the plane stopped, a large group of special agents armed with various weapons immediately surrounded them. Liu Qi summoned 2 night bat soldiers and took Loki away. Liu Qi took Loki's scepter and looked at the gem on it, wondering if he could use it. His hand touched the mind gem directly, and Liu Qi's eyes suddenly appeared with all the details of the adventures of Uncle Long that he had seen before. All the clips of the Shadow Army were edited out, and various details were constantly improved. What the hell? Countless fragments continued to magnify in Liu Qi's eyes and then merged into his body. Liu Qi felt that something had changed, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The strange feeling made him roar out inexplicably, and then his eyes went dark, and he lost contact with the outside world. What's wrong? Tony walked towards Liu Qi, but the next second, countless black shadows emerged from Liu Qi's body, almost covering the aerospace aircraft carrier. One by one, shadow ninjas emerged from the shadows, holding no longer the same long swords and flying darts, but a variety of weapons. A mask appeared on Liu Qi's face at some point, the same style as the marks that appeared on the foreheads of the magicians in Kamar-Taj who had signed contracts with him. Tony looked in shock at Liu Qi, who was holding a scepter, wearing a mask, and whose pupils turned red. The look in his eyes was exactly the same as those ninjas. One by one, the ninjas knelt in front of Liu Qi, and Liu Qi suddenly closed his eyes, his waist bag opened automatically, and countless dark energies poured out of the waist bag and gathered around Liu Qi. Rich energy enveloped Liu Qi, surging and shape-shifting. In the end, Liu Qi transformed into a 5-meter-tall demon with a training suit on his lower body and his upper body exposed to reveal his muscular body. His fingers were as sharp as blades, and a batwing-like demon image extended from his back. Damn it! Liu Qi, what happened to you? Tony looked at the changed Liu Qi in front of him in shock. Looking at the scepter in his hand, Tony shouted to the people around him, "It's the scepter that affected Liu Qi. We have to find a way to get the scepter." As Tony was about to fly over to grab the scepter, but ninja soldiers surrounded him, used rope darts to entangle Tony and pinned him to the ground. Captain America, seeing that the situation was not good, tried to raise his shield and rush forward, but 2 troll soldiers appeared directly in front of him. One of them snatched his shield, and the other one grabbed Captain America's waist with one hand and lifted him up. Emergency, Liu Qi has lost control. Natasha Romanoff called for support with the headset, and fighter planes took off and surrounded them, but a Nightbat soldier rushed up at a speed comparable to Tony, emitting energy shockwaves in his hands, directly shooting down the fighter planes. What's wrong with this guy? Fury looked at the surveillance camera on the deck, his one eye revealing confusion. Looking at Liu Qi, who was motionless and surrounded by a group of shadow soldiers, a pager appeared in his hand without him noticing. What is that, Thor? Aren't you going to give your uncle a wake-up call? Tony was tied up with ropes. I don't know what these black ropes are made of. They can tie him up and make him unable to move, even if he is wearing an iron armor. Thor was also very confused by the current scene. Looking at Loki, who was also confused beside him, Thor frowned. Although I don't know what happened to my uncle, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Thor felt that Liu Qi's life was not in danger, and it seemed that he was still undergoing a life transition to a realm he could not understand. As long as you don't show any ill will towards your uncle or interfere with his thoughts, these guys shouldn't pose a threat to you. Thor looked at the shadow army around him and felt lucky. He had not taken action immediately because he was concerned about Loki, so now these guys were just surrounding him without taking any action. After a while of stalemate, Liu Qi, who had been motionless, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the farce around him. Looks like I'm in trouble. Liu Qi waved his hand to take back the shadow army, only to see countless shadow ninjas on the deck turning into shadows and returning directly. Those who were a few hundred meters away from me just now turned into shadows? Liu Qi originally thought that these ninjas would have to slowly come over and enter the radiation range around him before they could return, but he didn't expect that these guys were now free from this restraint. Now, it has completely turned into the shadow army in my memory. Liu Qi felt something, looking at the scepter in his hand that had shrunk. No, it's my body size that has changed. Liu Qi then realized that his body size had changed. What's going on? Liu Qi looked at his body and felt that he seemed even more powerful in this form. This is the form of Mephisto in your dimension. Also, change back quickly, the alarm array in the holy place is about to explode. The Ancient One's voice was transmitted through magic, and Liu Qi realized that this was his true dimensional Mephisto form. Feeling the dark energy around him, Liu Qi tried to disperse the energy, and then his body began to shrink and turned into a human form again. Liu Qi took back all the dark energy in the air, turned them into crystals, and put them in his pocket. Hiss, it shrunk by half. Seeing that there were only 50 million energy crystals left in his pocket, which originally amounted to 100 million, Liu Qi felt a little heartbroken. This thing is really not durable. Liu Qi, what happened to you just now? Tony approached Liu Qi carefully, fearing that Liu Qi might still have some problems. Nothing, I was just affected by this thing. This thing should have the ability to affect the mind. You have to store it carefully. Liu Qi said, but it's not nonsense, this thing does have that ability, and it can just attract the attention of these guys. Feeling that the mind gem and time gem also refused to use him, Liu Qi reluctantly handed the staff to Natasha Romanoff, who looked cautious. Next they had to find the space gem and use this thing. When the job was done, he took the thing away to prevent Thanos from secretly taking it away and snapping his fingers. It doesn't matter if he can't be used. I only want you, not your heart. Several ninjas were dispatched to clean up the mess on the deck. Fortunately, the Night Bat soldiers had only shot down those fighters and did not continue to attack. These top-quality fighters did not explode, and the pilots inside were basically alive, with only a few unlucky ones being slightly injured. It seems that these guys didn't lose control with me, Liu Qi nodded with relief. Just like the last time he was unconscious, the Shadow Army appeared and protected him. Never betray, the most caring Shadow Army. Chapter 67. You said your ability won't get out of control. Fury said with his back to him as soon as he entered the meeting room. Why are you pretending to be such a punk? Liu Qi curled his lips. Since he got the method of storing dark energy for a long time through the fire source, he can ignore the protective shield of Kamar-Taj and directly use a large amount of dark energy. It is no less than saying that even if a nuclear bomb explodes next to him now, he can consume dark energy and survive. Liu Qi saw a bench nearby and sat on it consciously. That was the scepter who influenced me, and I remember that my shadow core was not out of control. Did any of you get injured or killed? Liu Qi called out 2 ninja soldiers to give him a professional massage, and then put his feet on Megatron's shoulders. Big brother. JPG, I have to say Megatron's height is just right, so comfortable. Megatron glanced at someone, shook his head, and turned to look at the layout of the conference room. Fury looked back at Liu Qi and said, You don't seem to care about us now. Do you have enough strength? Liu Qi nodded and glanced at the captain and Natasha Romanoff who were watching the show. I do have the ability to ignore official power now, so I don't need to be so restrained. Then you want to set a more ambitious goal, like conquering the world or something. I have my own world, and I don't bother to compete with you guys for it. Liu Qi curled his lips, saying who wants to be the master of this world? Fury's eyes gradually became strange. How come this guy has another world? You're not a super ability user. Did I say I was? Liu Qi smiled at the shocked guy. Oh, surprised or not? Then what are you? A so-called god like Asgard? Fury stared at Liu Qi, trying to get information from his face. Liu Qi was too lazy to hide now, just like a certain Indian, he couldn't get on the table if he didn't have enough strength, but if he had enough strength, there would be plenty of people to share the table with him. Now that he is strong enough, the person who has to keep the table balanced has changed from him to shield. To tell you the truth, I came from a parallel world. I got on a black car to this world, and as soon as I got off the car, I was taken away by the big guy and forced to curry favor with him. Liu Qi finally told the secret and felt relieved both physically and mentally. But Fury's expression was a little unbearable now, this answer was more outrageous than he expected. Looking at the camera in the corner of the conference room, Fury felt a little pain in his head. I didn't expect there was a parallel world. How confidential should this news be? How can we ensure that the news will not be leaked? Thinking in a worst-case scenario, the news might have already been leaked. Pierce, who was watching the camera at Trident, nodded. Fury gave Natasha Romanoff a look, and Natasha Romanoff nodded and immediately went to the monitoring room to control the situation. I hope those guys don't spread this secret, otherwise the Otherworld Reincarnation Service might appear on Amazon tomorrow. How are you going to prove that you are from a parallel world? What you said is as outrageous as my attempt to prove that I am me. But there is evidence, it's this little dwarf. Liu Qi tapped Megatron lightly with his heel. This guy is a creature from another otherworld. The Earth also exists in that world, but it is much safer than here. Megatron cooperated and displayed the projection, giving a brief introduction to the other world. Fury held his forehead. Oh my god, there is another level 10 confidential file. So what do you want to do now? Fury looked at Liu Qi, his eyes revealing a sense of nervousness. You, a boiled egg, are still afraid. Liu Qi shook his head. It seemed that the Shadow Army really scared this guy, but it was true. The infinite rebirth, superpower, an extremely large number of Shadow Core are enough to change the situation in this world. You know, the number of Shadow Core is now more than those small countries, not to mention their super strength, they are not afraid of the Lighthouse country. Fury said that if you want to deal with a few hundred shadow troops, you need a mechanized force to deal with them safely. But if you throw tens of thousands of shadow troops at once, you can't stop them unless you use missiles to wash the ground or cough bombs to hit them. This guy is much more difficult to deal with than Hydra or something. Fury looked at Liu Qi. 90% of the people on Earth knew that the most powerful official force was the cough bomb, but looking at this guy's appearance, it was likely that he was not afraid of that thing. If this guy gets angry, maybe only Carol can deal with him. But could the big guy he is talking about be Carol? In Fury's eyes, Carol is the strongest. Relax, I don't think he is a guy like Schmidt. Steve spoke for Liu Qi and he had a good impression of Liu Qi. Yes, at least he is not the kind of guy like Red Skull. Fury managed to calm down. Hill walked in. Loki has been locked in that room. Thor is doing psychological work for him, but the effect is not very obvious. Fury looked at Liu Qi with an innocent face and decided to deal with Loki's matter first. Send Thor back. I'll see if I can get some intel. Fury turned and walked out of the conference room, while Hill took Steve and Liu Qi to the command hall. Thank you for speaking for me. Liu Qi smiled at Steve. Nothing, I can see you're not Schmidt's type, Steve replied with a smile. I heard from Phil Coulson that you roughly pointed out my location. How did you do that? Well, an old man told me. Old man? Steve asked curiously, but Liu Qi didn't answer and walked into the hall first. Hello, Dr. Banner. Liu Qi saw Banner, who was at a loss, as soon as he walked in. Hello, sorry for causing trouble last time. Banner was still very surprised by Liu Qi's attitude. After all, he did cause trouble last time. Nothing. It was beyond my expectation at the time and I was quite emotional. Liu Qi motioned for Banner to sit down together, and then sent a few ninja soldiers to give him a massage. The massage was good. I feel much more comfortable. Banner breathed a sigh of relief. He felt very uncomfortable staying here. Steve also sat on the other side, and Liu Qi was also arranged. The ninja soldier used a lot more force when dealing with this guy. I'm pretty strong. After I became the captain, I couldn't feel anything when ordinary people gave me a massage, except for the massage machine Howard made for me. Steve also enjoyed it very much, and then watched Liu Qi draw a door, and several ninja soldiers came out carrying various drinks and snacks. To be honest, times are changing so fast, I don't know if I can adapt to it. Looking at the portal he had never seen before, Steve was polite and didn't ask any further questions, but said blankly. It's true that times are changing, but as long as you can enjoy this era, you have adapted to it. Liu Qi stated his twisted logic seriously, but Steve nodded thoughtfully and picked up a glass of ice cola and drank it. Banner didn't drink this kind of beverage. He hasn't had such stimulating drinks in the past few years. Hey, uncle. Thor walked into the hall dejectedly. Judging from his appearance, he would not gain anything from Loki. Drink some water first and take a break. Seeing Thor's lost look, Liu Qi asked the ninja soldier to pull a chair for him, and then a troll soldier appeared behind Thor. Considering this guy's physique that he was fine even after being thrown by Hulk, I'm afraid only the troll soldiers can give him a good feeling. A frame suddenly popped up on the table in front of him, showing the room where Loki was imprisoned. The director has already tried to get some information out of him. We can try to analyze Loki's language. Natasha Romanoff finished up the monitoring room and returned to the command hall. Several people watched Fury and Loki's acting competition intently. In the surveillance video, Fury looked at the Nightbat soldiers at the four corners, and then said to Loki, "It seems that your uncle knows you very well and knows your useless methods." Loki smiled and said, "Useless means?" Fury looked at this guy and knew that he was just as scheming as himself. Isn't it? Do you know what this cell does? Fury went to the control device next to him and showed Loki the function of this cell, trying to increase Loki's psychological pressure. Loki took a look and carefully returned to the center of the room. Seeing Loki's cautious look, Fury said viciously, "Now you know who is the boot and who is the ant. I have to say that as an ant, your means of survival are pretty good. You can survive even after being pierced by several holes. I just don't know if your blood is green now." Loki looked at Fury in front of him, remembered the guy who was pierced like a colander by Proxima Centauri that day, and said with a smile. Seeing Fury's face getting darker and darker, Loki continued, "I am very satisfied with this room. It is safe, secure, and can be used for emergency exile. But this should not have been prepared for me in the first place, right?" Glancing at the camera, Loki's eyes seemed to be emitting a strange light. Banner in the command hall felt inexplicably unhappy when he saw this look, but the practice he had undergone over the past year allowed him to control his unhappiness. Liu Qi signaled the ninja soldier to use more strength to draw Banner's attention back. Relax, Loki likes to play with other people's thoughts. Seeing that Fury had gone from active to passive in the surveillance, Liu Qi simply turned off the surveillance to prevent Loki from continuing to sow discord. So what information do we have? Steve asked, puzzled. I don't know. No one can ever guess what Loki is thinking. But I know he has an army called the Chitauri. This army does not belong to Asgard or any other planet. After a pause, Thor continued, my mother believes that this army is Thanos' men. After all, it was he who took Loki away from Asgard before. As for why they helped Loki, it should be the space gem, which you call Tesseract. After beating the younger one, the older one comes. Liu Qi complained. We can infer his purpose from that. Natasha Romanoff pulled up an information box on the table. The man Loki attacked last night had a medal in his hand. While Loki was distracting us, Barton took that medal, iridium. What does he need that thing for? Banner asked in confusion, as he had no relevant knowledge. Used as a stabilizer. Tony followed Phil Coulson in and looked inside. Are you having a party? It's Saturday, find a place to recharge yourself. Saturday nodded and found an inconspicuous place nearby to connect his computer to charge. Tony came to Liu Qi's side, found a seat and sat down, motioning for two technicians to come. As long as they have iridium metal, their portal will not collapse, and can be opened larger and longer. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. So we still don't know where to find the Tesseract next. Liu Qi said helplessly. Yeah, looks like we'll have to look for a while, Tony replied. Then go study it, don't waste time here. Liu Qi called two ninja soldiers to come to Tony's side, but instead of massaging him, he held Tony up. Where is your laboratory? Banner didn't want to be carried away, so he stood up and led the way. I'm going to take a walk on the deck and get some fresh air. Liu Qi walked out, waiting for the ADC to come and give away a kill, so he would ambush him. As they walked, dark shadows emerged from Liu Qi's shadow and spread throughout the aerospace mothership. Chapter 68. Sure enough, after Mind Gem patched the Shadow Core was able to turn into shadows when they left Liu Qi radiation range. This made things much easier for Liu Qi in the future, so he simply deployed tens of thousands of shadow ninjas on the aircraft carrier. Right now, there are more shadow ninjas on the ship than Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. combined. After deploying nearly 1,000 ninjas around Loki, Liu Qi finally felt at ease to go to the deck and let him see how Loki would escape this time. When they reached the deck, Liu Qi opened a portal and several ninjas came over with things like recliners. After inserting the sun umbrella, Liu Qi lay happily on the lounge chair, eating peeled grapes. What a perfect life! A long time passed leisurely like this, and Liu Qi's stomach was a little full. Suddenly, Natasha Romanoff's voice came from the headphones. Watch out, Dr. Banner! Loki's target is Hulk. What happened? Liu Qi was a little sleepy and didn't react for a moment, then he remembered that this was a plot in a movie. Is ADC here to scout the grass? Liu Qi perked up, and the Nightbat soldier next to him suddenly released a dark wave, telling Liu Qi that there were 3 invisible fighter planes above. Here it comes. Liu Qi stood up, stretched his body, and then... It's decided to be you. Nightbat soldiers. Several Nightbat soldiers appeared around Liu Qi, suddenly flew up and pounced on the plane in the sky. At the same time, another fighter plane appeared on the flank of the aircraft carrier and crashed into one of the engines. What kamikaze spirit! Liu Qi didn't bother to slack off. A stream of energy gathered and turned into a flying arrow that directly blew up the plane. I hope Hawkeye isn't on it. Liu Qi silently made a cross on his chest. But an accident happened in the sky. A ray shot out from the sealed fighter plane and blew away a Nightbat soldier. At the same time, the ray continued to move forward and penetrated the entire aerospace aircraft carrier. What the hell? Liu Qi looked at the spaceship in shock. Has Hawkeye been enhanced to an epic level? However, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly erupted in the spacecraft, and then a continuous ray of light constantly shattered all the Nightbat soldiers and opened a hole in the bottom of the fighter plane. The aerospace carrier below naturally did not survive, and a large hole was opened in the hull. From the side of the hole, other Avengers could be seen gathered in a room, probably arguing. However, after being attacked, several people seemed to wake up and prepared to fight. Thor was the first to jump up, swinging his hammer. No one knew why this guy was swinging his hammer after awakening his divine power. Tony followed closely, wearing an automatic suit and flying up. What happened? Tony asked first, and Liu Qi gestured for him to look at the fighter planes in the sky. Watching the other two fighter planes spread out to both sides, a row of missiles appeared on Tony's armor and flew straight out. Only 2 of the 3 fighter planes turned into fireballs. The last fighter plane, which was the one that emitted the rays, directly shot out an arrow, releasing high heat and attracting the missile. I need to install a simple artificial intelligence on each missile. Tony said helplessly as he watched the missiles flying away. At this moment, 2 figures jumped directly from the fighter plane. Liu Qi naturally would not let them land safely, and dozens of Nightbat soldiers flew out. The Nightbat soldier continuously shot out energy waves from his hands, and at the same time pounced on Proxima Centauri and Corvus Glaive that jumped out. Tony, who wanted to fly up, was stopped. Even if this guy's armor was activated into Saturday, the defense was still not enough to block Proxima Centauri's rays. Liu Qi simply asked him to carry Hawkeye down. Turning his attention back to the battlefield in mid-air, Liu Qi watched these 2 weird-looking guys nimbly dodge shockwave in the air and easily chop up the flying Nightbat soldiers. He roughly knew the combat power of these 2 guys. You come and play as a support. Looking at Thor standing aside, this guy has awakened divine power, so it should be no problem for him to play as a support. Without waiting for Thor's response, looking at Proxima, who had pointed his weapon at him, Liu Qi silently ordered the shadow ninja who was already under their feet to launch an attack. In the shadows, long swords stabbed out suddenly, but Corvus Glaive reacted very quickly, waving his hands and cutting off all the attacking long swords. Proxima also raised the weapon and knocked the end to the ground. An energy shock wave that spread over a range of dozens of meters dispersed all the shadows on the ground. But 5-meter-tall trolls appeared around them, clenching their giant fists and rushing towards the duo. A ninja soldier also rushed out from behind the trolls, turning into an afterimage and drawing a few cold lights towards the necks of the 2. Corvus Glaive displayed extremely high combat literacy and physical fitness. He easily forced back the attacking ninja soldiers with a long-handled weapon. Facing the fists of the troll soldiers, he did not face them directly, but moved back and forth between the fists. He stabbed and chopped with the long blade in his hand, beheading the troll soldiers one by one. Proxima also finished charging, and the weapon in his hand rotated and released rays, cutting all the surrounding ninja soldiers in half. The small bag on Liu Qi waist opened automatically, and 1,000,000 crystal stones were automatically untied and turned into a shield, blocking the incoming rays. Thor threw his hammer and watched it fly towards Corvus Glaive, but he didn't expect it to be blocked directly by the blade in his hand. Thor took back the hammer and was even more distressed to find that there was an obvious scratch on it. Ignoring Thor's bitter face, Liu Qi felt the energy consumed by hundreds of thousands, and his heart sank. It was worthy of being built by Thanos using fixed star. Such power could actually consume so much of his energy. Looking at the remaining crystals in the bag, Liu Qi sighed. He didn't expect that this bag of energy could only block about 200 attacks. I'd better prepare a bigger bag next time. Liu Qi thought silently, but heard a scream. He looked to the side and found that the bridge on the edge of the deck of the aerospace aircraft carrier was cut off and fell to the side. Thor, go and stabilize the bridge. I'll take care of these 2 guys right away. Liu Qi threw the small bag directly out, only to see that the small bag was instantly annihilated by the completely released dark energy. The violent dark energy turned into a ball of deep darkness, which made people shudder. But Liu Qi rushed in without hesitation, and in the twisting of dark energy, he transformed into his true dimensional Mephisto form. Kamar-Taj's alarm circle should be able to hold out for a while. Liu Qi felt the powerful force in this body and inexplicably understood the Marvel strongman's desire for close combat, because he also wanted to hammer something. Looking at Proxima and Corvus Glaive, who were stunned nearby, Liu Qi pulled a ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth, swung the batwing behind him, and rushed forward. Unexpectedly, the enemy would have a second stage. Corvus Glaive was the first to react and stabbed at the flying Liu Qi with a knife, but Liu Qi was not afraid at all. The sharp blade in his hand shone with black light, and he grabbed Corvus Glaive's peerless blade with one claw. Corvus Glaive's face lit up with joy. Although his peerless blade had little long-range attack power, it was extremely sharp and could even cut through atoms. With full confidence, the knife slashed in an arc, and Corvus Glaive seemed to see the peerless blade chopping off Liu Qi's arm and directly beheading Liu Qi. But as Liu Qi grabbed the peerless blade, Corvus Glaive's expression changed. Joke. It's true that your weapon can split atoms, but my body is made up of energy. You can split atoms, but can you split this powerful energy that is gathered and not dispersed? Liu Qi looked at the captured peerless blade, gave a weird smile to the stunned Corvus Glaive in front of him, and then reached for Corvus Glaive's heart with his other hand. Instead, a beam of light brushed past Corvus Glaive's body and hit Liu Qi's hand. Energy reacted with energy, annihilating Liu Qi's claws. It seems that your lover is not going to give you a good ending. Liu Qi simply changed his claws into fists and smashed them hard on Corvus Glaive, creating a big hole in his body. The dark energy in his hand suddenly pierced into Corvus Glaive's body like an octopus's tentacle, like a greedy man-eating ant, destroying all flesh and blood wherever it passed. Ah! Even though he had been through hundreds of battles and suffered countless injuries, Corvus Glaive still screamed in pain. However, Liu Qi had no sympathy at all. The dark energy in his hand exploded even more, directly annihilating Corvus Glaive. It's your turn now, go down and accompany your spouse. Liu Qi looked at his hands without any blood, smiled slightly, condensed the claw blade again, and threw the peerless blade that was not corroded by the dark energy aside. Proxima looked gloomy, feeling that he and Corvus Glaive had been tricked. Hawkeye told him and Corvus Glaive that the guy in front of them would only summon a large number of miscellaneous soldiers that would affect their plans, but he didn't say that this guy's own combat ability was so outrageous. Proxima Centauri tightly grasped the weapon in his hand, exerted a little force on his hand, and saw strong energy wrapped around the magic gun, and then Proxima Centauri suddenly threw the weapon out. The weapon turned into 3 light arrows in the air, all flying towards Liu Qi. Feeling the fierce energy inside, Liu Qi's eyes condensed, and a portal suddenly opened, but the light arrows bypassed the portal and continued to fly towards Liu Qi. But a few small bags were thrown in from the portal, and instantly turned into dense dark energy. Even the portal was affected, and it was barely visible. The arrow of light blended with the darkness, making a series of explosions, and finally turned into nothingness, leaving only the magic gun falling to the ground. That was a close call. Liu Qi felt a cold sweat all over his body. Looking at the spear, he didn't expect that this weapon taken from Fixed Star would be so powerful. But at least it was still inferior to the real Fixed Star light, which consumed hundreds of millions of dark energies stored by Liu Qi, and he finally succeeded in intercepting it. In a team fight, we should kill the ADC first. Liu Qi kicked the sharpshooter that was trying to fly back to the ground, pounced on Proxima, and tore it into several pieces in front of its incredible eyes. I originally wanted to experience the joy of close combat, but it seems that I have to be more cautious next time and not be too careless. Liu Qi said to himself, and turned around, only to find a figure looming next to the peerless blade. Ghost? Liu Qi was full of doubts, and when he got closer, he saw that it was Corvus Glaive with his eyes closed. It seems that this guy's weapon is really good. Maybe it can really bring him back to life. However, this time his entire body was destroyed. According to the law of conservation of energy that only occurs after a fight, he should need a lot of external energy to be resurrected. Liu Qi silently picked up the peerless blade, stimulated the weapon with dark energy, and saw the breath of soul emanating from it. Liu Qi had a headache, because all the magic from Kamar-Taj was righteous white magic, and after reading it all, it gave him some inspiration to improve the big octopus. There was no black magic like curse or death, and there was no method specific to the soul. It would probably take a lot of effort to completely destroy Corvus Glaive. But this guy couldn't make any big waves now, so Liu Qi asked 2 ninjas to collect the 2 people's weapons. Unfortunately, the energy in these 2 weapons was quite strong, and he couldn't put them directly into the shadow world, so he could only let them take them first. Just when Liu Qi thought everything was over, the aerospace aircraft carrier under his feet suddenly lost balance and tilted to one side. What's wrong? Liu Qi quickly cancelled the dimensional Mephisto form and asked into the headset. The ray from the guy you were fighting with destroyed the energy supply line, and 2 wings stopped working. Chapter 69. Feeling the aerospace mothership tilting more and more fiercely, Liu Qi didn't care about anything else and simply jumped out of the hole and stopped under the aerospace mothership. Looking at the huge amounts of the mothership, one side of the wing completely stopped. Liu Qi took out a few small bags with a heartache. Fury, you have to give me some benefits later. The bag in his hand was thrown out, and it turned into infinite dark energy. Liu Qi waved his hand and gathered the energy, turning it into huge amounts of round shield. Seraphim Shield. This is the spell that Doctor Strange used in Avengers Alliance 3 to force a spaceship to land. It has super strong defensive power. Definitely, the color of this thing is not sparkling, but black. Liu Qi had previously suggested changing the name of this spell to Liu Qi Shield, but was rejected by Ancient One. This time, Liu Qi naturally imitated Doctor Strange's operation, trying to use this trick to make an emergency landing with the aerospace mothership. Liu Dan, turn off the wings and keep your balance. I'll take you to an emergency landing. It was impossible for Liu Qi to keep the spaceship flying, as it consumed too much dark energy. Looking at the ground below, Liu Qi thought it would be a good idea to let this thing stay on land for a while, turning it into a legendary amphibious warship. Are you sure? Fury didn't want to care about the name at the moment. The aerospace carrier was in a mess and he had to find a way to stabilize it quickly. Hurry up, I'm ready. Liu Qi controlled the Seraphim Shield to stick close to the aerospace mothership, preparing to dive down and pull up directly with the aerospace mothership. Shut down all main engines. Use small engines to maintain the balance of the aircraft. Fury is also a daring man. After deciding on the plan, Fury immediately gave the order. Those crew members who didn't know whether they were Hydra or SHIELD were unprecedentedly united at this moment and completed Fury's orders perfectly. As the helicarrier's main wing shut down, Liu Qi felt the pressure on the Seraphim Shield increasing. This is really heavy. Liu Qi felt like a mountain was pressing on the Seraphim Shield, constantly exerting pressure on it. Liu Qi felt the energy consumption, gritted his teeth and dived down with the aerospace carrier. At this moment, the aerospace carrier maintained a nearly 70-degree tilt. Oh! This is really exciting. Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson grabbed the table fixed to the floor and managed to keep stable in this almost horizontal room. I feel kind of bad. A voice came as if enduring something. Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson suddenly remembered why they were here. Dr. Banner, are you okay? Natasha Romanoff turned to look at Banner. I'm fine, I can still control myself. Banner leaned against the wall, sitting and taking deep breaths, trying to control the big guy in his body from coming out to cause trouble. But the mind scepter fixed on the table quietly emitted light, which was the last straw. Damn it! Dr. Banner yelled, and large patches of green appeared on his body. Oh no! Natasha Romanoff looked at the scene, turned her head to tell Phil Coulson to leave here quickly, and kept calling for support through the headset. Right there! Steve's voice came, and Thor, who had barely welded the bridge on the deck using the power of the thunder and lightning, also rushed over immediately. Calm down, Banner. Calm down. Natasha Romanoff kept trying to guide Banner with words, but after Banner's body grew nearly 1 meter, a rough voice appeared. Yes. Hulk. Looking at the big guy in front of her who seemed to be able to maintain his sanity, Natasha Romanoff felt a little relieved. It seemed that Dr. Banner had not gained anything from his seclusion for the past 6 months, at least this big guy didn't start smashing things as soon as he came out. Hulk. I have a headache. Suddenly Hulk covered his head and yelled. Natasha Romanoff turned to look at the psychic scepter who had caused their quarrel. Loki's scepter has stimulated Hulk, and now Hulk can't help but smash it. Natasha Romanoff gave her teammates an ultimatum, looked at the surrounding layout, and tried to climb from the cabinets to the table in front to get Loki's scepter. Hulk. I feel uncomfortable. Hulk. Smash. Hulk finally couldn't help but start smashing, but when his hands were raised and about to fall, troll soldiers who were almost twice his height appeared. 2 troll soldiers appeared on either side of Hulk, trying to grab Hulk's hands and pin him down. But the Hulk at the moment was not as severely weakened as before on Broadway, and the pain caused by the headache made Hulk's power even stronger. The troll soldier failed to control Hulk at all and was thrown away by Hulk instead. Looking at the big guys around him, Hulk didn't panic at all. He swung out with both fists, smashing the troll soldiers next to him one by one. Fortunately, the troll soldier delayed Hulk for a while, allowing Natasha Romanoff to get the scepter, but what happened next? Natasha Romanoff was scratching the table, looking at the Hulk below who could touch her with just a light jump. Fortunately, the big guy, perhaps because of the headache, was BG his head down in the room and didn't notice her. Guys, are you there yet? Natasha Romanoff asked into the headset, trying not to move too much so as not to attract the Hulk. The situation was deadlocked for a while. Just when Natasha Romanoff thought she could hide like this, the helical carrier suddenly shook violently. An electric pen fell from Natasha Romanoff's feet and hit Hulk on the head. Hulk, who was originally BG his head in pain, looked up and saw Natasha Romanoff with an innocent face. The next second, he roared fiercely, and huge amounts of sound waves made Natasha Romanoff cover her ears in pain. As soon as Hulk finished roaring, Natasha Romanoff felt a little tinnitus. Trying hard to suppress the pain, Natasha Romanoff looked back at Hulk, only to find a green shadow flying towards her. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Natasha Romanoff felt as if her miserable life was replaying before her eyes. Just then, a hammer smashed through the window behind her and knocked Hulk back, blocking the attack. I hope I'm not too late. Thor's eyes were shining with lightning, and countless electric beams danced back and forth on his body. Hulk! Smash! Hulk was smashed back to his original position. He was completely out of control at this moment and he clapped his hands fiercely. Visible sound waves burst out and flew towards the two of them. At the moment the captain descended like a god and faced the shockwave with a shield. Shield lived up to expectations and successfully absorbed the sound waves completely, but the captain also came to Hulk's side. Looking at the guy's muscular body in front of him, the captain compared himself with him. Is this really the serum that came from me? Hulk looked at the smaller man in front of him and without a second thought, punched the captain. But the captain's shield was least afraid of this kind of attack. He raised his shield and directly blocked the attack. Thor saw that the fight had already started, so he signaled Natasha Romanoff to take Scepter away quickly, and he also rushed forward. Since someone was responsible for taking the damage, he could go all out. As the fierce battle began here, in Loki's cell, feeling the spaceship falling, Loki smiled with satisfaction. Loki then cast an illusion and disappeared in the cell. Damn it! As soon as Loki disappeared, Phil Coulson came to the room with a big gun. Looking at the empty cell, Phil Coulson's face changed. Alarm! Loki is gone. As he said that, he was about to go to the control console to open the cell door and see if there were any traces. Just then, a night bat soldier appeared silently and stopped Phil Coulson. Luchi, your soldiers won't let me see what's going on. At this moment, Luchi was looking at the ground getting closer and closer, and was about to gather strength to pull up. Hearing Phil Coulson's question from the headset, Luchi quickly answered. No. Night bats can detect cloaked units. Loki must still be in the cell. After saying this, Luchi took a deep breath, and then all the energy burst out. According to Kong's magic, dozens or even hundreds of hands appeared behind Luchi, followed by hundreds of black duplications composed of dark energy. Then, duplication flew quickly downwards. They had to organize a series of magic arrays to ensure the smooth landing of this giant weighing tens of thousands of tons. Phil Coulson was relieved to hear Luchi answer, and said as he looked at the cell where there was no trace of Loki. Your uncle knows you very well. He knows you are still in the cell. There was silence for a moment, and then Loki emerged. It seems that the same trick really has no effect on him. Loki sighed and looked at the night bat soldiers. But what about this move? Just when Phil Coulson breathed a sigh of relief, a box suddenly appeared in Loki's hand. If Luchi or Thor were present, they would know that this is the casket of ancient winters. When Loki made a move, a shadow easily passed through the glass wall, broke into the room, and threw rope darts at Loki. But Loki's expression remained unchanged, and he actually released cold air towards himself while holding the casket of ancient winters. He wants to commit suicide? No, don't forget, Loki is the giant of Jotunheim. Under the nourishment of the cold air, Loki's body continued to grow larger and larger, turning into a giant of Jotunheim more than 3 meters tall. The casket of ancient winters was frozen in Loki's body, constantly supplying Loki with strength. The rope darts flying around were directly frozen in mid-air, stiff and motionless. A layer of frost covered the ground, and the ice created by the casket of ancient winters actually blocked those shadow ninjas. How about this? Ice spikes emerged from the hands of the 3-meter-tall Smurf Loki and stabbed at the glass fiercely. With the most direct support of casket of ancient winters, the ice spikes easily penetrated the glass. Originally, this specially made cell was about to fall, but the strong cold air froze the mechanical equipment that fixed the cell. In this way, the cell could not fall. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Phil Coulson's face changed, and he suddenly fired an energy cannon from the gun in his hand, but the violent explosion only barely melted a little bit of the ice. Loki violently tore open the cell and walked out. Looking at Phil Coulson, who was half his body lower than him, Loki smiled and punched him hard. But a troll soldier suddenly appeared and punched Loki, causing ice flowers to fly everywhere. A ninja soldier appeared behind Phil Coulson, grabbed Phil Coulson's neck by the collar, and threw Phil Coulson towards the door of the room. Phil Coulson looked at the wall getting closer and closer, with despair in his eyes. He couldn't help but close his eyes, waiting for death to come, but the next second, the texture like falling into a pile of cotton told Phil Coulson that he did not hit the wall. When he opened his eyes, he found that a troll soldier had caught him steadily. Thank you. Phil Coulson thanked him. The troll soldier nodded, put Phil Coulson down, pushed his back, and then rushed towards Loki. Phil Coulson walked towards the door in a daze, only to see shadows sliding into the room from the walls, ceiling, and floor, surrounding the giants of Jotunheim. Loki. This damn sense of security. Phil Coulson breathed a sigh of relief and hid behind a team of ninja soldiers, watching the battle situation develop and reporting to the director. Loki watched as he managed to use the casket of ancient winters to freeze a troll soldier, but the next second hundreds of shadow ninjas of all kinds came running towards him, and his scalp tingled. Forget it, I'll just slip away. Loki unfroze the equipment that fixed the cell, watched the cell fall, and jumped in. A man of insight is a wise man, I will definitely come back. Several Nightbat soldiers also quickly followed, and teams of ninja soldiers pulled up their ninja uniforms, transforming them into wingsuits, and jumped down as well. The troll soldier took a look at the height below, shook his head, and decided to give up. Phil Coulson also came to the edge carefully, fearing that he would be swept away by the wind and fall. The troll soldier looked at his small body and grabbed Phil Coulson with one hand to prevent him from falling. Thanks again. Phil Coulson turned around and reported the incident to Fury. Fury was looking at the chaotic command hall and the ground getting closer and closer below, and he was having a headache. He was also very helpless when he heard the news that Loki had escaped. Loki has run away, and Luki soldiers are following him. If any one of you is free, go and help. Loki. Thor dodged Hulk's punch and used his rising dragon hammer to knock Hulk back. I'll go right away. Thor said as he was about to leave the battlefield. But Hulk, who had been beaten by Thor all the time, was now OT. He ignored the captain with the shield and ran after Thor. Looks like you can't get through. The captain said depressedly as he threw the shield towards Hulk with all his strength, but it didn't attract Hulk's attention at all. Damn, is anyone free? Thor turned around helplessly and held Hulk, asking in the communication channel. I'm free. Tony held Hawkeye in his hand, which was covered with messy scars from Saturday. God knows how outrageous this guy's bow and arrow are. An arrow shot from below can fly to him inexplicably, and it is impossible to predict. Those arrows have different functions, which tortured him terribly. In addition, this guy is considered a friendly army and cannot be killed. It took Tony a lot of effort. But your little eagle is here with me, who do you think will take over? Natasha Romanoff, who had been diving, heard Hawkeye's message and quickly said, I've got Loki's scepter, you bring Hawkeye over here and I'll see if I can wake him up. You are not controlled by this scepter. I used a laser to cut this scepter in half. It should not be able to control me anymore. You're a ruthless person. Tony sighed and flew with Hawkeye to where Natasha Romanoff was. Handing Hawkeye over to Natasha Romanoff, Tony raised his eyebrows as he watched Natasha Romanoff skillfully tie up Hawkeye, then flew out to look for his eldest nephew. Thor is now half his friend, so it's not appropriate to call him uncle, so he should be his brother's uncle. From now on, Loki will call people on their own terms, uncle or brother Thor. Tony thought happily and flew down as hard as he could. Soon he saw Loki in free fall. Seeing the icy air spurting out of his hands and freezing all the ninja soldiers and Nightbat soldiers who were besieging him, Tony considered Saturday's fighting power. He also had a rough idea of the damage the Nightbats could do. A shockwave of energy could tear apart a steel plate nearly 1 centimeter thick. On Saturday, it could have been torn apart in 2 hits. Embarrassed, Tony thought about it and simply fired several solid missiles at Loki. Due to the obstruction of the ice air, only a few of them penetrated Loki's body. Looking at the positioning signal displayed on the screen, Tony nodded. That was good. He would promote Saturday later. He still had a lot of ideas about the source of the fire. Loki, who was under attack, looked at Tony, who was flying far away, and gathered a large amount of ice energy in his hand and sprayed it towards Tony. So many shots. Tony quickly dodged, but was still hit by the constant stream of ice energy and turned into an ice sculpture. Damn it! Why is it happening again? Tony thought about the first time he flew too high and was frozen. He didn't expect it to happen again now. Saturday, what can you do? Chapter 70. It has been detected that the ice contains unknown energy with extremely high intensity. Weapons cannot break through the ice. The sound of Saturday echoed inside the helmet. Then what can we do? Tony calmly looked at the ground on the monitor that was getting closer and closer. I don't have any ideas at the moment. Looks like someone needs help. Megatron's voice appeared beside them. Tony adjusted the micro camera and found a mini plane diving after them. Can't you just go find your boss and get back in shape first? Shut up, I won't save you if you keep talking. Megatron replied, then grabbed Tony with a grappling hook. Are you sure you can grab me with your little paws? You'll know if you try it. Megatron began to pull up, and the nozzle at the tail continued to spew out energy particles. I have to use some tricks, Megatron said in a deep voice as he looked at the inefficient results. I saw magic arrays composed of dark energy appearing around him and then constantly combining. What skill is this? Tony asked curiously. Bozit's thunder. It doesn't sound like a spell to save lives. Tony had an inexplicable sense of foreboding. This thing is definitely not a spell to save people, or rather, Kamar-Taj doesn't have any spells to save people. Megatron said in a deep voice, and then he released the thunder of Bossert when the time was right. A bolt of lightning with huge amounts of power flew out, leaped several times in the air, and came below Tony. It might be a bit bumpy next, Megatron said, letting go of Tony. Phew. Before Tony could finish his words, lightning struck. Huge amounts of power slowed down Tony's fall greatly and also shattered a lot of the ice. You're saved. Megatron flew out from the side and caught Tony, thus saving him. I think my knee hurts a little. It's good to feel pain. The worst thing is that you can't feel pain. Saturday automatically turned on the scan and interjected, no trace of the character code named Bambi has been found. Where on earth did this guy run off to? Tony turned on the positioning system and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the signal was still being transmitted. Lu-Chi, how are things going over there? Tony asked. We're about to make an emergency landing. Lu-Chi looked at the duplication below and the spells that were fully charged in their hands. Prepare for emergency landing. Lu-Chi shouted in the channel, and used the Seraphim shield to lift the aerospace carrier to reduce the tilt. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the duplication below released the spell that had been charged for a long time. The Wind of Autumn. Dozens of duplications cast this spell at the same time, creating a hurricane that almost uprooted the trees. But even a hurricane only slowed down the aerospace carrier that fell from the sky. But that's enough. Seraphim Shield. All the remaining duplications release this spell, releasing them in a chain, like a slide to form a slide. This aerospace carrier shouldn't cut corners, right? Lu-Chi said as he pushed the aerospace carrier onto the slide. Oh. Steve took a punch from Hulk, but found himself flying up involuntarily. Looking at the flying Hulk opposite who also had a confused look on his face, the captain shouted loudly. This reminds me of the last time I slept. But you can't sleep for decades this time. Thor flew up, grabbed Steve's hand, aimed in a certain direction and rushed out. Instead of staying inside the mothership where you don't know what will happen, it is better to fly outside and see what the situation is. On the other side, Natasha Romanoff looked at the tied-up Hawkeye and tapped Hawkeye's chest with the disconnected scepter in her hand, but found that it had no effect at all. Damn, how do I use this thing? Natasha Romanoff looked at the gems on it and was speechless. But then, a sense of weightlessness came over her, and she just flew up. This doesn't feel good. Natasha Romanoff looked at Hawkeye who was pinned down and unable to fly, and the scepter in her hand accidentally slipped out of her hand. Natasha Romanoff's eyes narrowed slightly, trying to grab the scepter floating in the air, but the next second, the helicarrier hit the first Seraphim shield. The flying Hulk slammed to the ground with a miserable look in his eyes, and Natasha Romanoff fell directly on Hawkeye. The scepter in the air also hit Hawkeye's head directly, knocking him unconscious. Is this how it's used? Natasha Romanoff asked puzzledly. Thor took Steve out of the helicarrier a second ago and watched the helicarrier slide down on a giant slide. It's almost exactly the same as what happened to me. Steve muttered to himself. Why didn't I jump out of the sky? Steve looked at himself being pulled up in the air and wanted to slap himself. Watching the aerospace mothership converting gravitational potential energy into kinetic energy on the slide and moving forward, Liu Qi dissolved all duplications and transformed all the energy into a giant. Stop it! Liu Qi gave the last order to the giant, and then the giant disintegrated into ropes, one end of which tied up the aerospace mothership, and the other end sank into the ground. Listening to the teeth-grinding sound of metal shape-shifting, Liu Qi watched as the shadow giant exhausted its last bit of energy to stop the aerospace mothership. Now it's finally done. Liu Qi wiped the non-existent sweat from his face. This time he was definitely the MVP. Roar! A green figure suddenly jumped out from the aerospace mothership and roared at nature. This guy is really energetic. Liu Qi said helplessly, landing in front of Hulk. Hold on, okay. Thinking about the last time Hulk ran away, Liu Qi thought he could try to communicate. Hulk! Smash! Hulk ignored him and pounced on him. FKU, do you think I'm afraid of you? Liu Qi looked at the Hulk rushing towards him, gathered a spell in his hand, and slapped it on the attacking Hulk. Two illusory figures flew out of Hulk's body, and Hulk huge amounts of his size fell directly to the ground. What's going on? Banner looked at his transparent hands, then looked at Liu Qi in shock, and discovered that there was another guy next to him. It turned out to be Hulk. Hulk also remained illusory, looking at Banner with a confused face, an illusory but firm chain connecting them together. WTF? Liu Qi looked at the two souls and nodded, nothing, I'll shut down and restart for you. Watching Hulk's body gradually shrink and turn into Banner, Liu Qi pulled his hand and two souls flew into Banner's body. Your pants are of really good quality. Liu Qi looked at the pants that were still firm and gave a thumbs up to its quality. But Banner was still in a daze. Was that a soul just now? Liu Qi nodded, and Banner vaguely recalled the soul of Hulk just now. It seems that this guy has some idea. Liu Qi glanced at Banner who was in a daze, and pulled him along the traces of the aerospace mothership sliding on the ground. All the way to the aerospace mothership, Liu Qi looked at the aerospace mothership that had just pretended to be cool and then fell down. Now this ship is considered a Shanghai land and air amphibious warship, after all, it has experienced LUU. Watching the figures running out, Liu Qi immediately spotted the boiled egg in the crowd. How is it? Is this mothership useless? If not, sell it to me for scrap metal. 50 cents a pound. Liu Qi came to Fury with a gloating look and said with a smile. Forget it, this mothership can still be used after some repairs. Fury looked at the big guy in front of him with heartache. This thing has only been flying in the sky for more than a month, how could it break down so quickly? If the World Security Council knew about this, they might cut off the funding for the aerospace carriers that are still under construction. Hey, how about we just go over there and move some stuff over here to fix this one? Fury immediately began thinking about how to secretly transfer some supplies from there. Seeing this guy start to think, Liu Qi knew that this guy might be up to some bad idea again, so he quickly slipped away to avoid being blackmailed. Hey, Tony, how come you are frozen in the ice too? Liu Qi had just chatted with Steve and Thor for a few words when Megatron came over with a big block of ice hanging from his arm. Steve glanced at Liu Qi and felt inexplicably offended. Liu Qi didn't pay much attention to it. He walked over and knocked on the ice and found it was quite hard. Loki was holding a square box and spraying cold air with great force. The range was very long, and I couldn't dodge it. Tony said aggrievedly. This nephew really doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. You have to teach him a lesson. Liu Qi nodded to show that he understood. He almost forgot that Loki ran away from home with the casket of ancient winters. He didn't expect that Loki would play with that thing so extravagantly now. Knowing that the ice would not melt in a short time, Liu Qi released dark energy to eliminate the ice. Damn, why is there so much energy in this ice? Tony walked out of the armor puzzled and looked at the reactor on his chest depressedly. It looks like you need a more powerful source of energy. Liu Qi nodded and looked at Thor. I think I have to take the space gem back. I also need to use it to repair the Bifrost. Thor guessed what Liu Qi wanted to say and said it in advance. All right. Liu Qi nodded, and then thought of something. Taking out a 10 million level crystal stone, Liu Qi threw it to Tony. How about trying this thing? Your energy. Tony looked at it curiously, but now in this remote place, he didn't have any equipment to scan this thing carefully, so he could only study it later. Tony put the crystal into his pocket and planned to study it carefully later. Looking at the tattered Saturday next to him, Tony thought of the fire source at home. Can you bring the all-fire over here for a minute? I want to fix Saturday build. Fury, whose keyword was suddenly triggered, turned around and looked at the group of people here, and saw Liu opening the portal that he was very envious of, took out a cube, and touched it on Saturday. Then the holes in Saturday's body were fixed and he became shiny again. So magical. Fury came quietly to Liu and looked at the fire source in his hand. Can you lend me the helicarrier to repair it? Liu looked at Fury in confusion. Are you sure? Can't this thing fix this big guy? This should be reparable, but some unexpected events may occur. Liu glanced at Tony, and Tony's eyes were full of let him fix it. I really just want to watch the fun. Fury glanced at Tony and felt that things were not that simple, but then he looked back at the helicarrier in action and thought, how bad could it be? Could it be possible that this big thing could grow legs and run? Fury made up his mind and nodded fiercely to Liu. Liu was afraid that the boiled egg would fall directly to the ground, so he quickly handed the fire source to Fury. You can just knock on it, but you have to call everyone inside out first. You don't have to move the equipment. Leave this step to Fury to prevent this guy from causing trouble later. Liu took Tony and his group to sit on the benches brought by the ninja soldiers and eat frozen watermelons. What's wrong? Steve looked at Liu in confusion, and Liu smiled meaningfully, you'll know in a moment. Ludan sent a team with life detectors to rescue the people inside. Looking at the newly added 3-member melon-eating team, they nervously approached the aerospace mothership. Just knock once, no need for any weird commands. Fury recalled what Liu said, then took the Allspark and knocked it against the helicarrier. A flash of lightning suddenly burst out from the source of fire and quickly swept across the entire aerospace mothership. Seeing the scratch on the outer skin of the helical carrier disappear, the entire helical carrier looked brand new, and Fury almost jumped up with joy. However, the next second, the sound of complex mechanical shape-shifting came into Fury's ears. M.O.E.R. Fury read out his own title and watched the aerospace mothership in front of him constantly shape-shifting and turning into a giant several hundred meters tall. The melon-eating team and the surrounding agents looked at the giant that covered the sky with shock, and the melons in the team's hands fell directly to the ground. Liu pushed Megatron next to him. Can you beat this thing? Megatron swallowed and looked at the guy. Using magic, it should be okay. This era is becoming increasingly strange. Steve muttered to himself, somewhat unable to accept it. However, the most unacceptable thing was Fury standing at the feet of the giant. Standing under this guy, Fury fully felt the pressure from this guy. How come you really have long legs? The mechanical giant looked down at the group of tiny humans at his feet. With his mind blank at this moment, he subconsciously squatted down to look at these guys. I'm a little tired of looking up. At this moment, Liu suddenly said something, looking at the huge amounts of figure. The magic circle in his hand was circulating, and a huge amounts of magic circle surrounded the mechanical giant. Just when the giant panicked and conjured up all kinds of weapons to attack, the magic circle was activated. The 100-meter giant was directly shrunk to about 10 meters, which is the limit of this spell. Fury breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the still large but not so oppressive figure, turned around and gave Liu a look of good job, then bravely walked up. Liu hid his achievements and fame and sat down again, but found Tony looking at him in surprise. I thought you were going to just try to kidnap this guy, Tony said, taking a slurp of the watermelon in his hand. Am I such a shameless person? Liu asked puzzledly. Tony thought about it and nodded. You're overthinking it. Liu shook his head. His target was not this guy, but the 3 behind him. How can a mere one satisfy him? When the time comes, these aerospace motherships will be activated with the fire source, and they will become shape-shifting King Kongs, and they will be able to shape-shift at will. Then we can go find some spaceships in the universe and have them copy them. Now you can directly obtain 4 intelligent space battleships, the fully automatic ones, and hand them over to Megatron to train them and they will become a star fleet. Now, after gaining Fury's trust, he would secretly take the 3 warships away as soon as they were in space, and then turn around to expose Hydra to Fury and put the blame on Hydra. Chapter 71. Seeing that Liu Dan used gasoline and a 30-year warranty card to trick a 100-meter tall kid into becoming his subordinate, Liu couldn't stand it anymore. He is still a baby, and you took advantage of his inexperience and forced him to sign the contract. Anyway, Liu Qi couldn't bear to watch it, and then silently took notes. After all, he would need it later. Thanks. Fury walked over with the fire source. He didn't expect this thing to be so powerful. It almost left his own aircraft carrier free. Liu Qi snatched the Allspark back from Fury's tight grasp, and threw this hot potato to Tony under his burning gaze. So Loki ran away too. Where are we going next? Liu Qi looked back at the people behind him. Although that guy ran away, I left a little gift for you, Saturday. Tony clapped his hands, and Saturday came up. After releasing the projection, Tony looked at the lonely punctuation mark, used the name of the Stark group to enter the global satellite system and connect the world map to the projection. Saturday did as he was told, and soon, Loki's location was marked. This guy is still moving. Can you tell where he's going? Steve said after looking at the projection for a while. Saturday, mark his destination in his direction. Tony said, glancing at the old fogey. The way he's going, he should arrive. Saturday marked a straight line. New York. His base is in New York? Damn, it's right under our noses. Natasha Romanoff said unhappily while supporting Hawkeye, who had slowly woken up, looking at the projection. But why would he set up a base in New York? That place can be said to be the base camp for Liu Qi and me. Tony said puzzledly. I remember Dr. Banner said before that in order to open the portal, we need to heat the Tesseract to 100 million degrees. That should require a lot of energy. Liu Qi silently guided the Avengers. That's right. To heat the Tesseract to 100 million degrees, an extremely strong energy supply is required. Dr. Banner took out his glasses from somewhere and said. My building. Tony said in shock. I just installed the new energy reactor. Tony said angrily. Liu Qi nodded, then let's go. Loki has just arrived in the suburbs of New York. We should be able to stop him if we go there now. He drew a portal and Liu Qi walked over first. Tony, Thor, the captain, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, who had just woken up, all followed. But Dr. Banner hesitated. I'm just a scientific researcher. I don't think I'm suitable to participate in the battle. Liu Qi looked at this guy. Is this the scientific researcher who beat up Thor and the captain? However, Banner's combat ability is indeed not strong, not as good as Hulk, who can only smash. Liu Qi thought for a while, remembering that there were two souls in this guy's body, and an idea appeared in his mind. How about getting a body for Banner and taking out his soul? With an idea in mind, Liu Qi nodded, but we still need Hulk's power. Otherwise, there would be no chance to see the famous Marvel scene. Throwing out a million-level crystal in his hand, it turned into a black body, and Liu Qi walked in front of Dr. Banner. He raised his hand and slapped him, and two souls flew out. Grabbing Banner's soul, Liu Qi stuffed him into the black duplication. This feels really weird. The black body seemed to react the next second and said, holding his head. It looks like the fit is pretty good. Liu Qi nodded and pulled Hulk's soul into his original body. Then, the original body's skin turned green and turned into the Hulk. Hold on, Hulk. Liu Qi tried to communicate with Banner again, and this time Hulk finally stabilized. Hulk, I know you. After taking a look at the black figure next to him, Hulk pointed at Liu Qi. That's good. I thought you didn't recognize me. Liu Qi nodded. Now we are going to fight the bad guy who gave Hulk a headache. Hulk, do you want to go? As if remembering his previous headache, Hulk touched his head. Smash. Hulk. Smash. Then follow me. Liu Qi took Hulk through the portal and came to Stark building. Banner breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily he didn't need to fight, he didn't know any fighting skills, but the next second, the illusory chain pulled Banner over. It seems that you can't be too far away from him. Liu Qi nodded. Kamar-Taj had no records of this situation, so it was worth observing. What should I do? What if I get hit? I will die instantly. Banner floated in the air helplessly. That won't happen. There's still a lot of energy in that energy crystal. As long as that energy crystal still has energy, you will be fine. Liu Qi shook his head. I estimate that the crystal can withstand hundreds of attacks. That's fine. Banner breathed a sigh of relief. Fury looked at the portal but didn't follow it. Do you need my support? Liu Qi glanced at the guy and said, no need. Please help us contact the army. Don't let any cough bombs fly over here during the battle. Fury nodded. Then could you? But Liu Qi seemed not to hear him and closed the portal directly. Can the aircraft carrier be returned to its original file size? Fury looked back helplessly at the 10-meter-tall, aggrieved mechanical giant. Liu Qi definitely wouldn't let him change back, otherwise there might be planes dropping some cough bombs during the battle. As for other military bases, even if they dropped cough bombs, they wouldn't be able to fly over in a short while. Big guy, please don't tear down my house. I'll treat you to barbecue after the fight. Tony said, looking at Hulk, who looked a little irritable after coming over. Barbecue? Hulk asked doubtfully. It seems like your dad treats you badly. You've never even had barbecue in your life. Poor kid. Tony shook his head, but Banner also sighed. He hadn't eaten anything good for a long time. Looking at Natasha Romanoff holding a small pistol, Tony, as a former arms dealer, said helplessly, "You are not going to fight with this thing." Seeing Natasha Romanoff's indifferent expression, Tony shook his head and walked towards the wall with the fire source. The wall automatically unfolded, revealing the armor stored inside. These were all the armor he had upgraded from before. He took out the fire source and knocked on them one by one. "Your name is Tuesday. Follow the guy with the perky butt over there." "I'm not talking about that woman. Old Popsicle, you better be careful. This armor is not made to resist high-altitude ice. If you don't want to fall asleep permanently, don't fly too high. Your name is Wednesday. Follow that big wave over there and introduce your high-tech to her, or she will use her little pistol to shoot her. Thursday? You don't have much combat ability. Why don't you book a venue and we can celebrate there after the fight? On Friday, do you see the guy with the bow and arrow over there? Remember to build a model. I want to know what's wrong with this guy's arrows." Tony activated all of his previous armors and distributed them to several guys with less mobility. "I'm just giving it to you for a bit. Remember to return it to me later," Tony said as he came to the last hatch. This is his latest creation, Mark 7, but it will become Sunday in a while. Tony looked at the latest armor he had developed, nodded, and tapped the spark source on it. "I saw a set of armor that was even more sturdy than the Mark 6 coming out by itself. This armor is Tony's upgraded version of Saturday, with powerful laser weapons and nearly 100 missiles. It is Tony's most powerful armor at present. It also has the function of remote armor positioning by bracelet, but at present, almost all armors can do this. Sunday, reporting to you, my creator." As soon as Sunday came out, he gave Tony a knight's salute. Tony was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this guy had a relatively rare personality. "Welcome to your report, my knight." Tony put his hand on Sunday's shoulder and said solemnly. Sunday stood up and just followed Tony. "So you want me to wear you in battle or something?" Tony asked, looking at the silent guy. "As a knight, you should lead by example." Sunday performed a knight's salute. "Okay then. I'll give you some more weapons in a couple of days to increase your endurance ability. Come over here on Saturday and put on your armor." Saturday, who was originally feeling a little disappointed and thought Tony would never wear his clothes again, heard Tony calling him and flew over immediately. Looking at the people who have completed their preparations and updated their equipment, get ready to fight. Saturday shape-shifted Tony into his body. "Loki should be here," Liu Qi asked. "The image was projected on Saturday and looks like it's getting closer to us. Then let's take the initiative to attack," Liu Qi said, and flew out. A group of people followed behind him. "Hulk! You can't fly!" Hulk roared, looking at Banner who could fly behind him, and rushed out in dissatisfaction. "Slow down!" Banner let out a series of desperate roars and was pulled away by Hulk. Hulk was seen jumping around on different rooftops, and finally caught up with Liu Qi and the others. According to the location, Loki is moving along the street, so he should be inside a vehicle. "Please keep an eye out," Tony said in the communication channel. Liu Qi nodded and followed the location to find a convoy. "We spotted a suspicious convoy," Liu Qi said, landing directly on the street and blocking the convoy. The next second, countless bullets shot towards Liu Qi. Liu Qi waved his hand, and a dark energy surged over, destroying several cars directly, leaving only the car where Loki was. Shadow ninjas appeared one after another around and dispersed the people nearby. "What's up? What happened? So many Iron Men?" A man was being carried by a ninja and saw several iron men falling from the sky and surrounding a black car. What kind of lineup can allow so many iron men to appear? Schwarzenegger? Several people surrounded the car from different angles. Loki, put your hands on your head and come out immediately. Tony shouted through the loudspeaker. But after a long while the car didn't respond, which made Tony feel a little embarrassed. The next second, with the arrival of a series of shouts, a big guy smashed directly into the car and flattened it. Hulk, I hate running, the Hulk roared. My brother. Thor was stunned for a moment and ran over immediately. When he opened the car door, he found a pile of bombs and a locator inside. Damn! Bomb! Thor only had time to use the hammer to block in front of him, and the next second, the bomb exploded. Liu Qi instantly appeared next to the car, and countless dark energies surged out, surrounding the vehicle. The flames and shockwaves from the bomb were all eliminated by the dark energy and turned into nothingness. Damn it, Loki, you lied to me again. Thor didn't know whether he should be angry or happy at this moment. It seems that Loki has set a trap for us. So the question is, where is Loki now? Liu Qi asked, and sure enough the plot had changed again, but he didn't know where Loki would be next. Banner thought he would have a heart attack from this roller coaster-like experience, but it was obvious that he didn't have a heart in his current body. Relieved, Banner said, although Loki didn't appear here, he was heading here at first, so he should still be near New York. To heat the Tesseract to 100 million degrees, a lot of energy is still needed. So, where is this energy source nearby? Liu Qi was a little confused. He basically stayed at home in New York and rarely went out. He didn't even know which place was the most developed in New York, so how could he know where the energy was? I have a place that fits the bill. Liu Qi turned his head and saw that Tony's face was livid. In the original factory of the Stark Group, there is a huge amount of arc reactor. Although it is an old-fashioned palladium energy reactor, it is enough to supply the required energy. Liu Qi nodded, then we'll go right over there. As he was about to draw a portal, the next second, a portal in the distance was opened directly, and a lot of black dots could be vaguely seen flying out of the portal. Damn it, we have to get there quickly. Chapter 72. Through the portal, Liu Qi and others came to this place. Looking at a huge amount of holes above, countless Chitauri passed through the portal like locusts. But unlike in the movies, these Chitauri did not launch a rash attack, but gathered together to guard the space gem. Maybe it's because Loki's plan has been almost destroyed? Liu Qi put aside his doubts for the time being and looked at the sea of people opposite him. Countless red eyes emerged from the shadows. Seeing Liu Qi like this, Steve quickly said, "We need a plan." "The plan is..." Liu Qi stretched his old bones. "Kill them." With a wave of his hand, countless shadows rushed out from under Liu Qi's feet, and everything was black at first glance. Loki looked at the approaching shadow, holding the casket of ancient winters in his left hand, and sat on the frozen throne of ice. He placed the casket of ancient winters on the ground, and a frost spread out, turning the surrounding area of hundreds of meters into a world of ice and snow. This way, these guys can't rely on those weird abilities to sneak up to him. Loki smiled and said, "When it comes to stealth, how can you compare to me? Tear them apart." Loki ordered, and energy attacks shot out from the Chitauri's weapons and hit the shadows, but they only eliminated a little darkness and did not change the situation at all. Aerial bombing. Seeing that the situation was not good, Loki ordered the Chitauri Air Force to bomb with bombs, but as the Air Force approached, one by one the Nightbat soldiers rushed out from the shadows, and sonic attacks shot out from their hands, blowing up the flight vessels one by one. Each of these Nightbat soldiers could easily defeat Tony, who had not yet fully developed. The sound waves in their hands never stopped attacking and quickly wiped out this wave of Air Force. Seeing that nearly 1,000 flight vessels had achieved no results, Loki's expression became increasingly unfriendly. Looking at the soldiers on both sides, Loki sighed. These miscellaneous soldiers were no match for the Earthling soldiers. Their only advantage was their huge numbers. Thinking of all this, Loki looked at Dr. Sylvig behind him. "Turn the power of the space effector to maximum." Dr. Sylvridger did as he was told and typed a few times on the computer. He saw increasingly powerful energy being released by the space gem, and the portal, which was already not small, now increased its file size several times. If the original Chitauri were like locusts, the current Chitauri are like a flood, pouring down. Wang Defa. Dr. Banner couldn't help but swear. After all, this scene was too horrifying. We have to find a way to close that portal. Steve yelled. Luke's expression also changed. This situation was even more brutal than in the movies. In the movies, at most a few Chitauri came over per second, but now there were thousands of Chitauri running over every second. Glancing at the scepter Natasha Romanoff was wearing around her waist, Luke looked back at the scene in the sky. Directly synthesized 100 night bat soldiers, consuming 100,000 energy and 10,000 ninja soldiers. Seeing his firepower doubled and the Kun-type warships that tried to attack them directly were shot down, Luke breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't synthesize special troops in large quantities at the moment, so he could only wait and see if other gems would be given later. Now, he had to rely on himself for air combat. Tony, Thor, come with me to stop those guys flying down. Captain, you take Natasha Romanoff and Barton to close the portal. Hulk. Luke looked at the big guy and said, tear up the guy in front of you. Hulk gave a simple smile, then roared towards the opposite side and rushed over. The Chitauri defense line, which had been barely able to hold back the Shadow Legion's men by relying on the constantly replenished number of personnel, was directly breached by Hulk. Hulk, who was resisting the attack, grabbed a Chitauri with one hand and threw it out, knocking several Chitauri away. The Shadow Corps also took advantage of this gap to break through the entire defense line and quickly approached the space effector. Luke and others also acted separately. 3 of them rushed straight to the portal in the sky, trying to intercept the enemy troops, while the others followed the Shadow Corps and Hulk to rush towards the space effector. Send out the real troops. Seeing the enemy getting closer, Loki looked at the successfully expanded portal in the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. I saw a group of Kun-like creatures coming out of the portal and smashing hard into the Shadow Ninja on the ground. Several Night Bat soldiers looked at this situation, gathered powerful sonic cannons in their hands, and attacked a large guy. The attack that could tear apart high-strength alloys created huge amounts of blood holes on this big guy, but considering its size, it couldn't be allowed to bleed to death in a short time. Instead, a Chitauri emerged from the Kun-type battleship and used intensive energy strikes to disperse these weakly defended Night Bats. Night Bat soldiers kept flying out from the ground and fighting with the Kun-type warships. They intercepted many warships in the air, but these big guys also directly smashed a large number of ninja soldiers when they fell. One by one, the Saber soldiers turned into afterimages and weaved through the enemy camp, tearing the Chitauri into pieces, but some Chitauri warriors in heavy armor, holding a flamethrower-like equipment, surrounded these Saber soldiers and destroyed them. Hulk crushed these tin cans easily, but a Kun-type battleship was shot down and smashed towards Hulk before it died, pressing Hulk into the ground, unable to get out for the time being. A group of trolls tried to charge forward in a group, but Loki used the Casket of Ancient Winters to freeze their feet directly to the ground, making them sitting ducks. One ninja soldier after another tried to launch an all-out attack to break through the enemy's camp, but the enemy's number was in the hundreds of thousands, and the intensive energy attack covered all the surrounding areas. In addition, after Luke left the ground, these shadow troops could not be resurrected on the ground, resulting in fewer and fewer shadow troops on the ground, and Captain America and others were hit harder and harder. Hawkeye shot an arrow, and this special arrow pierced through the neck of a Chitauri and then fired a circle of small bullets around, knocking down all the surrounding Chitauri. But a Kun-type battleship landed on the ground, and thousands of Chitauri warriors ran out of its armor. After the Kun-type battleship dropped its soldiers, it immediately turned around and rushed towards the battlefield, but Hulk, who had overturned the battleship on top of it, pounced on it and pressed the battleship to the ground. A large number of ninja soldiers surrounded it and cut it into pieces. Damn, there are so many of these guys, like locusts. Barton sighed. Natasha Romanoff next to him was using palm cannons and precision projectiles to continuously eliminate those Chitauri. Steve tried to rush forward against the opponent's attacks, but the extremely dense attacks covered his entire body. A small shield could not stop these attacks. Seeing that his own fighting force on the ground was decreasing, Steve anxiously asked Luke, "Do we still have anyone?" Luke looked at the battle below, waved his hand to gather a dark energy and annihilated a large number of Chitauri into the air, and watched Thor pass by him, emitting lightning from his body to electrocute the surrounding Chitauri. By the way, he hammered Tony back to energy, and taking advantage of this energy, Tony controlled huge amounts of lasers to shoot out from Saturday's body, cutting the surrounding Chitauri into pieces. Sunday came to Tony in the CD, shot out 3 small rays from his hand, and accurately cut off the driver of the nearby Chitauri flight device, and watched the flight device spinning and falling. I would call it a precision scalpel. Sunday inexplicably struck its Unibaku pose, which made Tony stunned. It seems that the character of his armor is a little different from what he imagined. Megatron flew over and released a series of magic circles, launching various forms of magic attacks, blasting the enemy into pieces. Looking at Sunday, who was posing in a middle school second-year pose, Megatron laughed disdainfully in the communication channel. Liu Qi looked up at the constant stream of miscellaneous soldiers in the sky and sighed. It seemed that this wave was really going to cost him a lot of money. The surrounding portals opened, and handfuls of million-level crystals were thrown out by the logistics ninja soldiers over there. Looking at these crystals that kept falling, Liu Qi took a deep breath. According to Kong's magic, this illusion is more advanced than Loki's, in that these duplications can cast spells. Seeing these duplications release various magics one by one to destroy all the Chitauri coming down from the portal, Liu Qi felt really heartbroken. Although the results were outstanding, this move directly consumed nearly 1 billion of Liu Qi energy. Seeing that there were still many Chitauri below, Liu Qi took out a 10 million level crystal and released the spell he had developed. A huge, ferocious octopus appeared in the sky. Although Ancient One put him in solitary confinement for several days to heal his aesthetic taste, Liu Qi was still determined to stick to his design and set a few eyes on the tentacles of this octopus so that it could have a 360-degree view. After several months of research, he also increased the size of this guy and gave him some good abilities. Damn, what kind of monster is this? When Tony saw this big guy, he felt as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Don't get excited. My little summon feels pretty good, right? I call him Shadow. I hope this guy can grow into a being like his prototype in the future. Liu Qi turned most of the destroyed Shadow Core into shadows and attached them to this Shadow Core, asking him to send these Shadow Core down to replenish the source of life. Shit, I think I'm going to puke. Tony said as he opened his visor and vomited downwards. Chitauri was shooting non-stop when he suddenly felt something strange falling from the sky. Looking up, he saw huge amounts of indescribable things appear in his eyes. Kei Ying was flying in the air, and when he sensed some annoying bugs around him, he emitted dark waves. A visible black arc burst out from the core of the shadow, turning all the enemies around it into nothingness. In the face of a dark creature of this size, even the dark waves used for communication can corrode and assimilate weak things. Moreover, as he possesses tens of millions of dark energies, he naturally has a strange pressure on all kinds of creatures in the material world. According to Liu Qi research, it should be that the dark energy is too thick and deep, which has caused a strong impact on the consciousness of those material creatures who have seen Kei Ying. A tentacle stretched out and grabbed a Kun-type battleship. Just like the Corvus Glaive, the Kun-type battleship turned into dark energy and became a part of Kei Ying. Feeling his power being strengthened, Kei Ying happily released a dark wave again, annihilating the surrounding insects. While hunting those Kun-type warships in the air indiscriminately, Kei Ying did not forget to extend his tentacles to the ground. Pieces of dark shadows came to the ground through the tentacles and turned into a shadow army rushing towards the Chitauri. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Loki looked at the huge amounts of shadow and inexplicably felt like vomiting. However, as a giant of Jotunheim adopted by Asgard, Loki's physique was much better than Tony's, and he finally suppressed the desire. Shoot it down! Loki ordered the Chitauri. One by one, the Chitauri raised their heads and looked directly at Kei Ying, and they were all shocked by their consciousness. The Chitauri were originally a group of hive consciousness, Holy Terra. Ugh, their consciousness was interconnected anyway. Hundreds of thousands of Chitauri saw the shadow at the same time, which put great pressure on the central consciousness. In the Chitauri battleships in outer space, the heads of thousands of Chitauri with particularly big heads exploded directly. At the same time, the Chitauri on Earth fell directly to the ground. Oh my god, is Cage so lethal? Seeing Cage appear, the Chitauri around him fell down like dumplings. Liu Qi felt that he might have created an incredible guy. Seeing the Chitauri lying on the ground, Liu Qi was surprised and asked the captain and others to close the portal immediately, but found that the captain and others did not respond. I glanced down and found that the captain and the others had fainted because they were too close to Kei Ying. Well, it seems that this big guy can't distinguish between friend and foe? Looking at Kei Ying, Liu Qi sighed. He didn't want to dismiss this big guy directly, so he simply let Kei Ying take all the shadow troops and go directly to outer space through the portal. Liu Qi took a look at the portal and found that the Chitauri mothership had started producing soldiers again. It was estimated that the situation had eased, so he might as well send Ying directly to their hometown. Tony, please move aside. I'll let my pet try to deal with that battleship. Liu Qi said in the channel, but found that the channel was disconnected at some point. Well, that's normal. After all, Ke Ying is a supermodel energy body that can have a strong impact on things like the surrounding radio waves. Waving Tony and the others to stay away, Liu Qi asked Ke Ying to come in front of him. After loading all the shadow ninjas on it, Liu Qi touched the shadow. In his eyes, this big guy made of dark energy was just like his little brother. Go destroy that battleship. After assigning a target to Ke Ying, he happily passed through the portal. The harsh conditions in the outside space did not make Ke Ying feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, the lack of various miscellaneous energies made Ke Ying feel that this was where he should be. Watching Ke Ying gradually passing through the portal, Liu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the large area of duplications around him, he decided to go all out and disbanded all the duplications and threw them into Ke Ying's body. With the support of billions of energies, Ke Ying's body expanded several times and he walked towards the Chitauri battleship more happily. The expanding energy made its invisible force even stronger. Even the Kun-type battleship was stunned and was happily eaten by Ke Ying. I think I saw something strange just now. Steve said in the communication channel. Liu Qi looked down and found that the captain and the others had woken up. It's nothing, my little pet, but it seems that he can't distinguish between friend and foe. I have sent him to outer space now. Let's close the portal right now. Liu Qi replied, flying down with Tony and Thor who were still feeling sick. Just as the battle came to an end, a group of people quietly appeared in an alley in the Big Apple. Chapter 73. What's going on? Steve, dressed in white combat uniform, looked at the scene outside the alley where everything was as normal as before. Did we come at the wrong time? Ant-Man Scott said, looking at the peaceful scene outside. Let's go to a higher place first. Tony, who was older and calmer, said, and a set of armor appeared on his body as if out of thin air. The group came to the top of the nearby building and looked at the surrounding scene. Damn, I think we came at the wrong time. Steve said, holding his forehead. Everyone in the group felt a little regretful and disappointed. No, I don't think we came to the wrong time, maybe we just came to the wrong place. Hulk. No, now Banner is using Hulk's body, and he is pointing huge amounts of his hand into the distance. Why is the portal there? And, if you please, the diameter of this portal is too large. Tony said in disbelief. Did one of us go back in time and change time? Steve said. No, it's just that times have changed. A familiar yet slightly unfamiliar voice appeared behind them. Who are you? Future Tony looked behind him and saw someone appearing behind him. The person was dressed in ordinary clothes and wore a duckbill hat. It's me. The man looked up. Me? Future Steve said in disbelief. Hello, there is me, Tony, and you in the past. Old Steve said with a smile. Did I change the past? Future Steve asked. But old Steve shook his head. No, times have changed, a new superhero has emerged, and he has changed their future. Steve walked to the edge of the building. A new superhero? Future Tony asked doubtfully. He's your friend, Tony. Old Steve turned to look at Future Tony and smiled. This is really strange. Future Tony didn't doubt what old Steve said. Could it be that we traveled through time at random and caused all these changes? Who knows? Old Steve smiled, but the established future has changed, and in my opinion, it's a change for the better. Are you sure? Tony in the future looked at the portal in the distance that had expanded several times. I'm sure if you'd come a few minutes earlier you'd have seen something you'll never forget. Steve shook his head, not understanding the whole thing. It seems that it is not a very good thing. So the question is, do we still need to look for gems? Asked Future Steve. This is not for me to decide. I just came to see you. You are the ones who should make the final decision. Old Steve smiled sinisterly and turned away. You have a really bad taste when you get old. Future Scott looked at Future Steve and said, and Future Banner agreed. Then a new question arises. Do we still need to look for gems? Future Scott shrugged and decided to let the bosses think about it slowly. Tony in the future looked at the portal steadily. Definitely, we will find it. That new person changed their destiny, but our destiny still depends on ourselves. Then proceed as planned. If everything goes as expected, the mind gem and the space gem should be over there at the portal. Banner, you go to 117A Bleecker Street by yourself to find the Sorcerer Supreme to get the gems. Future Steve briefly assigned the tasks and then everyone dispersed. Not long after the group left, another person came to this world, but unlike Tony and the others, she left immediately and rushed to the portal. Only there could she hide herself well. Loki looked in shock at the Chitauri falling around him. He held his forehead helplessly and picked up the casket of ancient winters on the ground. Why are these teammates either useless or stupid? Loki transformed into the 3-meter-tall giants of Jotunheim again, smashed the computer controlling the space effector with one punch, and stared ahead with a fierce look. Hopefully those guys will finish off that octopus and come help me. But the next second, a big green guy swooped over, easily grabbed the guy who was bigger than him, and knocked Loki back to his original form with a fierce punch. Hulk snorted as he looked at the small Loki. He felt uncomfortable with the big guy just now, but he couldn't hit him because he was flying too high. Now he could punch a big guy first. But Loki was beaten back to his original form and desperately used Casket of Ancient Winters to spray ice at Banner. This feels really uncomfortable. Hulk blocked the icy air with one hand, but Banner felt uncomfortable. The icy air contained the energy of the Casket of Ancient Winters, which was enough to consume the power of darkness. The direct attenuation of energy made Banner feel extremely uncomfortable. Hit him quickly. Hulk. Banner hid behind Hulk and encouraged him. This was a rare time when he encouraged Hulk to hit someone. Hulk didn't listen to Banner's instigation, but felt that the coolness was very comfortable, which greatly relieved his unhappy mood. But Loki only sprayed his hands, which annoyed him, so he thought about adjusting the air conditioner and walked towards Loki. Loki saw that the cold air was useless and cold sweat broke out on his back, so he quickly stepped back. Hulk. I want it. Hulk grabbed Loki with his big hands. Loki's back was covered in cold sweat at this moment and he quickly shrank back. But seeing that the coolness was gone, Hulk became irritable again and flew over to grab Loki. Hulk. Yes. Hulk yelled at Loki. Assholes. I won't play your game. Loki shouted in horror, grabbing the Chitauri's mask and smashing it into Hulk's face. The Hulk who was hit was extremely angry. What's wrong with you, little air conditioner? Holding Loki in one hand, the Hulk remembered that in Banner's memory, when he saw something broken, he would smash it hard. He looked left and right and found Loki's throne. He picked up Loki and walked over, and smashed Loki hard against it. The throne was smashed to pieces, but he still didn't feel cold when looking at Loki. Hulk shook his head in annoyance and hit it a few more times, only to find that the small air conditioner was completely motionless. Poor quality. Hulk threw Loki onto the ruins of the throne, shook his head and left. I think my little pet can still be strengthened again. You saw that after I poured energy into it, Cage felt stronger. Come on man, I think if you keep strengthening that thing I'll go crazy first. Liu Chi just flew down with Tony and others and watched this classic scene. Did you record it? Megatron nodded on the side. That's good. Let 2 ninja soldiers tie up this guy with rope darts, and Liu Chi let Natasha Romanoff and others come over. Arriving at the unconscious Dr. Silvig, Liu Chi asked the ninja soldier to wake him up. Hey, Dr. Silver, long time no see. Liu Chi waved, when will you come and play again? Silvig shook his aching head and said, I hope I didn't do anything stupid. Don't worry, we have handled this matter, there shouldn't be many casualties. Thor walked over and helped Silvig up. That's good. Silvig nodded thankfully. So how do we close it? Liu Chi pointed at the portal. I remember I made an emergency device that can be turned off by Loki's scepter. Here they are. Natasha Romanoff took off the 2 pieces of scepter hanging on her waist. I hope they are still useful. Silver shook his head. The energy of this scepter comes from the gem on it. As long as the gem is there, it will be fine. But after looking at the scepter broken into 2 pieces, Silvig looked at the protective shield around the space gem. Can you reach it? There was a sudden silence at the scene, and Natasha Romanoff looked at the 2 pieces of scepter in her hand in frustration. Can I go find some glue to fix it? Well, let me try. Liu Chi took the scepter reluctantly, holding the end with the gem, and walked towards the space gem. In the original plot, there was an energy shield around the space gem, making the Avengers helpless against it, but now. Liu Qi took out a few crystals, turned them into dark energy, covered them on his hands, and then boldly reached out to the space gem. The tip of the staff passed through the protective shield without any surprise. Looking at his hand, Liu Qi took a breath and then pushed it in with all his strength. When Liu Qi's hand touched the energy shield, strong space energy rushed towards Liu Qi's hand frantically, but was stopped by the dark energy. Feeling the energy consumption, Liu Qi stretched his hand forward. After half of his arm was immersed, he successfully tapped the mind gem on the outer energy polymer of the space gem. This triggered the safety set by Sylvig, blocking the hole through which the space gem released energy. The violent space energy disappeared and the portal closed quickly. You don't want your little pet anymore. Tony looked at Liu Qi in confusion. It's a disposable energy creature. I can make a lot of it whenever I want. And I'm still constantly improving it. It's just a transitional product now. Liu Qi looked at the remaining dark energy in his hand, breathed a sigh of relief, and grabbed the tesseract with one hand. Naturally, Liu Qi took off the mind gem and put it in his waist bag, then glanced at the tesseract. Why didn't it trigger the new module? Is it because I didn't hold the gem directly? Liu Qi stretched out a finger, and the dark energy gathered on it and turned into a drill, which he drilled directly into the tesseract. Pour the space gem out from inside. The moment the space gem touched Liu Qi found that his perspective was constantly being pulled up and he came to the dimensional space. He easily discovered some worlds with surrounding coordinates. The Dimension Exploration module has been successfully activated. The Dimension Exploration module will constantly explore the coordinates of the dark dimension for you. Receiving the system's prompt, Liu Qi was ecstatic. At present, the main reason limiting his growth is that there are not enough dimensions to mine. But now that this module has been unlocked, he can constantly explore the dark dimension, so that he will not be unable to continue mining without dimensional coordinates in the future. Space gem is quite useful. Liu Qi smiled, feeling that this little arrogant girl ignored him, but it didn't matter. Thinking that Thor still needed the space gem to repair the Bifrost, Liu Qi pressed the gem back into the tesseract and handed it to Thor. Keep it up, don't let the space gem fall out. It's dangerous to hold it directly. Be careful and you'll be sent to replace others. Really? Although he didn't understand what Liu Qi meant by changing shifts, Thor still didn't dare to be careless. He held the thing carefully, as if he was holding a bomb. Tony looked at Thor helplessly. I'll get you a box later. You've scared me like this. Seeing the captain and his men coming over, Liu Qi asked the ninja soldiers and night bat soldiers to bring Loki over. So this battle is over. Then we can have a party. Tony said with a smile. Liu Qi shook his head. You're just thinking about that. Looking at the countless silent Chitauri around him, Liu Qi turned his head and glanced at Natasha Romanoff. Don't you have someone to clean the floor at S.H.I.E.L.D.? They will be here soon. Fury's voice came over. At this moment, he and a group of agents were standing in the wilderness. They had temporarily built a base and used a giant mechanical baby, the bus, to communicate with other bases. Fury heaved a sigh of relief after reading the news from other bases. It was okay when the Chitauri were suppressed just now, but when the giant octopus appeared behind, the World Security Council was about to drop a nuclear bomb. If the giant octopus had not gone to outer space not long after, there might be a few more giant mushrooms in the world now. That's good. Liu Qi nodded. So where are we going to find a clean place now? I've asked the ninja soldiers over there to prepare the ingredients. Tony looked around and pointed to an area that had been spared from the disaster. That's it. Several ninja soldiers set up tables and chairs and came over with barbecue grills and other things. It's made on site, pick it up if you need it. Liu Qi sat on a chair and stretched comfortably. He took his phone and asked Megatron to send him all the interesting clips. He also took a photo of himself and the others. He skillfully censored Natasha Romanoff and Barton before uploading it to his blog. Since there were quite a lot of photos, Liu Qi went back to check if all the photos were on the blog, and unexpectedly found something in the last group photo. Liu Qi frowned and watched for a while, and several shadows slipped out from under his feet. So, how long do we have to wait? Future Tony was speechless as he watched Liu Qi and the others hold a banquet right on the spot. This is a huge change. They clearly went to a barbecue restaurant where the food was not very tasty. Why did these people eat so well? Smelling the fragrance in the air, Future Tony couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Why can I smell it from such a distance? Tony looked back at Steve, who had been motionless, in confusion, and found that the ninja soldiers were holding long swords and quietly pointing them at their necks, and there was a smiling figure fanning him from behind with a barbecue. Chapter 74. Looking at the old versions of the Avengers, Liu Qi felt that things were not simple, so he simply asked the ninja soldiers to tie them up and take them to the banquet. Hey, Liu Qi, where have you been? Tony shouted while holding a skewer of barbecue. There are a few strange guys over there, I'll bring them over. Liu Qi asked the ninja soldiers to throw these guys aside and walk towards the table. Why do these guys feel so weird? Tony looked at Future Tony and felt inexplicably strange. Future Tony glanced at Tony holding the barbecue. Well, now I'm caught. By the way, who is this guy? I didn't know there was such a person in Avengers. Scott smelled the fragrance in the air and swallowed. We don't have him there, but that may not be the case in this world, said Tony in the future. So what's going on now? Future Steve looked at several ninja soldiers guarding around him. These guys just came out from the shadows and put their knives directly on his neck, making him feel like he had a 50-50 strength with nowhere to vent. In the future, Tony helplessly looked at his two teammates who didn't understand the situation yet, and missed Dr. Banner terribly. To put it simply, the time machine did not take us back to the past, but rather brought us to another parallel world. So you are us from the future? I mean, us from the future in a parallel world. Tony put a skewer of barbecue in front of the nose of the tied-up Loki for him to smell, and then placed it in front of Hulk. It was the first time for Hulk to eat this kind of food. He threw the skewers of barbecue directly into his mouth, chewed them twice and swallowed them directly. Banner next to him was drooling. Yes, we experienced a tragic defeat in our world, which caused half of the world's life to disappear. In order to save those who disappeared, we built a machine to try to travel through time and go back to the past to change the future. Liu Qi shrugged. It turned out that the original plot was turned around like this. It even involved time travel. It was just a trick played by the screenwriter. But he didn't care. Since he was not in their future, it meant that they were not the future of the universe, so it was fine. Megatron received the signal from Shadow and projected it. Liu Qi found that Shadow was not blown into pieces by the Chitauri. Instead, the Chitauri warship did not move at all. Shadow assimilated the Chitauri warship, which was several times larger than himself, into dark energy. Waves of darkness burst out from Shadow's body, turning the surrounding meteorites into nothingness. Countless big eyes of Kazilan on his body scanned everything around him. Tony's IQ was not low either. He knew from a few sentences that these people came from a parallel world different from his own, so he had no intention of knowing their stories. After all, he felt that Liu Qi had a great influence, and the stories of those guys were of little reference value. Putting aside his in-depth study of these guys for the time being, Tony walked over. Looking at the shadow of K in the projection, he frowned and threw the octopus tentacles in his hand into Loki's mouth. Ignoring Loki who was about to cry, Tony said, "Your little pet still looks so chic. I think it's okay, and it looks like it has an enchantment bonus." Well, there is indeed an enchantment bonus. I don't want to look at it anymore, otherwise I won't be able to eat barbecue later. Tony frowned and walked back. Even now he still feels uncomfortable through the projection. If this guy appeared in front of him now, he would probably go crazy on the spot. Tony frowned and thought about how to change Liu Qi's aesthetic taste, but the future Tony who was tied up beside him said, "Do you want to know what might happen in the future?" Tony looked at future Tony, "But our world is different. Your world's stories are of little help to us." "That's even better," future Tony said slowly. "After all, I have a lovely daughter." "A daughter, what's her name?" Tony seemed very surprised and asked hurriedly. He suddenly felt that these guys' stories might still be of reference value. Tony, I think you'd better not ask. Once you know more things, time may deceive you and may not give you a son." Liu Qi said dimly. "Well, it's true. I prefer a daughter to a son." Tony turned around quickly and gave up the idea of looking at the photo. But Natasha Romanoff, Barton, and Steve didn't think so much. They were enthusiastically exchanging information with the future Steve. It seemed that the original story shocked them very much. Why is there no Liu Qi in their world?" Steve asked Natasha Romanoff and Barton in confusion. In Steve's future story, they did not hear Luki name, which made every major battle they fought very difficult. Because I don't appear in their world. Luki said slowly. Time is a very magical thing. Every choice may give birth to a different timeline, and different timelines will produce different parallel worlds. Luki watched K Ying's food video and his appetite whetted, so he took a bite of chicken wings. Maybe at some point in time, the me in their world gave up going to their world, or was locked up by the boss and refused to let me out, which led to my not showing up. So don't make a fuss. After all, we may be different in each world. I just know that Tony in a parallel world is a woman. Tony expressed doubts, but Luki looked at him and said maliciously, Nini from that world is also married to Steve from that world. Tony and future Tony retched at the same time. It seemed that this news had given them a very strong shock. Seeing the two people retching, Luki put away his sinister smile, asked Megatron to save the photo, and continued, so maybe in some worlds you are very strong and kill Thanos like a dog. Or maybe Thanos is very strong and kills you like a dog. Why not you? Tony asked unconvinced. Luki smiled, because I usually kill Thanos like a dog. But these guys from the future clearly don't think so. You have no idea how powerful Thanos is. Future Steve said. But you don't know how strong I am. Luki thought of the nearly 100 billion energy crystals he had placed in a warehouse at Kamar-Taj. With these crystals, he could compete with Odin and the others. Odin can chase Thanos all over the universe to kill him. If Thanos appears in front of him, just see how many dishes Luki can make with him. Luki looked at future Steve seriously, maybe Thanos seems very powerful to you, but unfortunately, I am more powerful than Thanos. Thanos' sense of oppression in the original movie is indeed very strong, but it also depends on the timing. After the departure of the Ancient One and Odin's failure, the combat power of the Earth and even the Nine Realms dropped to the lowest point, and only then did Thanos dare to come here and make trouble. Otherwise, as soon as the spacecraft arrived in the Nine Realms, it might be blown up by an eternal spear that flew from nowhere, or it might be pulled into the mirror world and made into a specimen as soon as it arrived on Earth. As for Luki, his troll army can hold Thanos down and enjoy 24-hour constantly massage service. If dark energy is used, the consequences can refer to Corvus Glaive, who is still on Resurrection CD. After all, Captain Marvel, who couldn't make it on Earth and went to the Novice Zone to play, could hold down Thanos, and an angry Scarlet could hang Thanos up and hammer him. Without the gem, Thanos couldn't make any waves on Earth, where walls were everywhere. Looking at the look in the eyes of future Steve, Luki was too lazy to say more. After hearing them say that future Banner went to Ancient One to ask for the time gem, Lu felt that Ancient One would come and tell his story soon. I opened the system and looked at the space exploration module that had just been unlocked. Looking at this radar-like screen, Luki tried to click on a small light spot that was discovered. Elementary level dark dimension, combat power, 320,000. Luki looked at his own combat power, which was currently 2.424 million, you can just use the number of ninja soldiers * physical fitness multiple as this. The current composition of the Shadow Core will be listed in the chapter description, you can take a look if you want to. Isn't this a horizontal push? Luki directly ordered the Shadow Core to attack this dimension. Not long after, this dimension was taken down. The system showed that no equipment that had not been eroded by the Shadow World was found. Well, if they find out, that would be really weird. In the past 2 years, apart from the old man's photos, infinite gems, and the fire source, Luki has seen no other equipment that can completely resist the erosion of dark energy. Even the sign given by Odin, the Spear of Proxima and the weapon of Corvus Glaive can only slow down the speed of erosion by dark energy, but cannot prevent it from being assimilated. But even these equipments have extremely great origins. They can be obtained by fighting in an elementary level dimension. Luki has to consider whether to go to the world behind that dimension to play. Looking at the radar interface, Luki casually typed down several other elementary level and micro dimensions. After not finding the medium level dimension, Luki became addicted to barbecue. After eating a few bites of barbecue, a portal opened in the open space. Luki looked up and found that the Ancient One was walking over with the Hulk version of Banner tied up with an energy whip. Looking at the marks on the future Banner's body, he probably did something to make the big guy whip him hard. Now we are all wiped out. Even if they get the soul gem, we can't save those people. Scott said desperately, and future Tony and future Steve also lowered their heads silently. Soul Gem. Liu Qi looked over curiously. He knew about Soul Gem. One had to sacrifice the person one loved the most to get it. Who did you send to get the Soul Gem? Liu Qi asked the person involved directly. Barton and Natasha Romanoff. Are you sure they can get the Soul Gem? Liu Qi frowned. Not to mention that Barton is a family man, Natasha Romanoff shouldn't push Barton down, right? To obtain the Soul Gem, one must sacrifice the person they love most. Are you sure they can succeed? What? You want to sacrifice the person you love most? Future Tony and future Steve's faces changed drastically. Don't you know? Liu Qi looked at the two people's shocked expressions, which didn't seem to be fake. Damn it, we can't lose even one more companion. Future Steve stomped his hands on the ground twice in anger, but to no avail. Wait a minute. Barton and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other. Why do you think we can get the Soul Gem? I have a wife. He's not my type. The two said in unison. But Barton's family disappeared, and Natasha Romanoff remained close to Barton for several years after that. Future Steve said. Wait, my family disappeared. Barton couldn't sit still. Didn't they say there was a 50% chance of disappearing? Why didn't any of his family members survive? Yes, half of the population of the entire universe disappeared, but almost 2/3 of the population of the Earth disappeared. What bad luck! Liu Qi commented. Barton, don't get too excited. Our universe hasn't reached that stage yet. Indeed. Barton sat back in his chair in fear and drank a sip of coke to calm himself. Instead of caring about these, I would like to know why Doctor Strange in your world handed over the time gem. Logically speaking, as long as he hides the time gem, Thanos will not be able to find it. The Ancient One, who seemed to have a buff that reduced his presence, suddenly said. Chapter 75. Future Tony was stunned for a moment. I was captured by Thanos at that time, and Steven exchanged me for the time gem. The Ancient One shook his head in confusion, wondering why Steven didn't just use the time gem to kill Thanos. But the little brother may have his own ideas, and Ancient One is a bit hesitation. So Steven wants you to go to a parallel universe, bring back 6 gems, and then come back to save them. Is there such an operation? That's true. After Thanos is killed, you don't have to worry about Thanos snatching away all 6 infinite gems. This little brother is pretty good at playing with time. Anyway, Thanos is already dead, so I just need to snap my fingers slowly. Thinking about it this way, Ancient One even felt that Steven was a talent. But looking back, doesn't this little guy know how to use the time gem to train himself? He was able to think of this trick when fighting Dormammu, so why can't he train more? For a moment, Ancient One didn't know how to evaluate this guy Steven. You can say he is stupid, but he did a good job. You can say he is smart, but he chose the method with the highest error rate. He almost lost it. Wait, is this guy trying to be lazy and win without doing anything by using this method? Ancient One suddenly discovered the highlight. This guy is equivalent to fighting once, then staying idle for 5 years, fighting again, and then being fine. On the contrary, the missing 5 years are not included in the life expectancy, and the life expectancy does not change. Hiss, this guy is smart. Ancient One silently gave Steven a thumbs up, thinking that this talent needed to be fully utilized, so he watched a movie and thought of a plot to bring this little brother over. It's okay for this guy to borrow the infinite gems. Once things are settled later, it can indeed help them revive some people. It's up to you. Just get the 6 infinite gems back within 3 days. After Ancient One finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and motioned Liu Qi to give him the Wi-Fi password, but his eyes involuntarily looked towards the barbecue stall where the aroma was already coming out. Can't you just use data traffic? Go ask Tony. Liu Qi pretended not to see Ancient One's look and asked Ancient One to go find Tony. After all, he had been using data traffic. Seeing Liu Qi getting cocky, Ancient One resisted the urge to beat him up. Hold on, this is the sponsor, you have to hold on. Watching Ancient One turn around to find Tony, Liu Qi took the coke and took a sip happily. Now Cage had almost eaten up all the Chitauri warships, but suddenly a few more warships jumped over and bombarded Cage directly. These guys were not like the Chitauri who stood still, and performed all kinds of kite-flying shows. When Liu Qi wanted to add 2 more buckets of popcorn, a naval gun suddenly found the right time to fire a shot at the Shadow Core. Ouch! Looking at the blackened image, Liu Qi felt a little unsatisfied. Unfortunately, he placed the image transmission and remote control techniques next to the shadow core and could not see the subsequent process. However, if the core was hit directly, Cage should be destroyed immediately. After all, the spells to maintain Cage's form and supply energy are all there. Liu Qi asked Megatron to go play somewhere else and ran to Thor to ask him to play with him. In the distant starry sky, Kai Ying's form was unstable as Liu Qi had imagined, and it turned into a pile of energy that lost control and dissipated around, but the crystal was fortunately not shattered. Just when the surrounding warships thought the battle was over, the dark energy that had dissipated around their warships suddenly rushed into their warships. A trace of dark energy assimilated the crew inside, and in the central control room, the crystal appeared here at some point, and waves of darkness rippled here, transmitting information to the central control machine. After the screen flashed for a while, a sentence appeared on the screens of all the warship's main control rooms. Grow, evolve, become stronger. Also, find my master, return to the shadows, and serve my master. Liu Qi sneezed for no apparent reason, and then the phone screen went black. Damn it, little brother, you can't afford to play with me. Are you going to sneak attack me when I sneeze? Liu Qi roared crazily, but this game didn't have a channel open to everyone. Just as Liu Qi was helpless and furious, Tony came over to the Ancient One who had grabbed a few skewers of barbecue at some point. Taking advantage of the friendship they had just shared the Wi-Fi password with, Tony took out the dark energy crystal that Liu Qi had given him. Sorcerer Supreme, I have a question. Liu Qi said that magic and energy are different ways of applying energy. Can I use technology to release magic? Ancient One glanced at the crystal in Tony's hand. After all, this guy had just told her the Wi-Fi password, so she didn't mind giving him some pointers. Definitely yes. In fact, many magical instruments can be considered as using so-called technology to release magic. On the other side, the 4 members of the future who had just been freed were quietly discussing what to do, but now the fate of them and their world was no longer in their hands, and in the end they could only let future Tony ask Liu Qi. After Liu Qi learned his lesson and called for a substitute, he ate barbecue while watching the game and glanced at the future Tony. Thinking about the trailer of Avengers 4 that he saw in the original world, Liu Qi was still quite curious about the original plot. Therefore, Tony promised to take the gems to their world in the future. Liu Qi would still collect infinite gems anyway. After all, regardless of Thanos, each infinite gem seemed to be able to unlock something new for the system. So, gems, I want them all. Thanos, go have fun on the side. Liu Qi also asked where the other Avengers were and about the time. Liu Qi asked Ancient One to try to pull them over directly, but was rejected by Ancient One. Guy, if I could just pull anyone over, I would pull the future Steven over here right now. Do you think I don't have any tricks up my sleeve? Liu Qi could only give up his idea with regret. It seemed that he would have to meet the Guardians of Galaxy by himself when the time came. It would be a good opportunity to travel to outer space and see if there were any fun games there. It would be great if there was a game where one could enter a game with consciousness like an anime. Then I don't believe he can't play the game well. He's just clumsy, so what? Is he mentally retarded? After making a simple plan, Liu Qi let future Tony and the others go and have fun. After the future foursome discussed, they headed into the city. Judging from their appearance, they were probably going to do something sneaky. Liu Qi looked back at the banquet that was still going on, only to find that the banquet seemed to have changed its flavor. The people on the field were divided into 3 groups. Tony, Banner, and the Ancient One, Forrest, formed the academic group, Barton, Natasha Romanoff, and Steve formed the scheming group, and Thor and Hulk formed the young group. Oh, and there was also the spectator group who cleaned up the battlefield. Glancing at everyone, Liu Qi silently joined the younger group. Ugh, what do you mean by younger group? It's clearly the gourmet group. Not long after Liu Qi joined the food group and started playing Devouring the World, the night bat soldier who had been staying in his shadow suddenly showed up. Why are there so many things going on today? Who else is sneaking around and not showing up? Liu Qi took a look at the pinned down Loki, and couldn't think of anyone else in the Marvel world who could be invisible except him. Could it be that the Marvel side quest was triggered? Liu Qi became interested and asked a few night bat soldiers to catch the sneaky and invisible guy. After wiping the oil off his face, Liu Qi drew a line between himself and the younger group and walked aside. The dark energy behind him gathered and turned into a black throne. Liu Qi just sat on it, as if he was at peace with the world. What's wrong with this guy? Tony, who was discussing academic matters with the forced smile Ancient One, looked at him puzzledly, shook his head, and continued to ask Ancient One questions. Just then, 2 night bat soldiers flew over, pulling a struggling woman. Liu Qi took a look at the woman and had no impression of her. He thought she was just an unimportant little character. The so-called earth-shattering crisis that would come later could probably be solved by sending a shadow team of 100 people. Suddenly he lost interest in this woman. Yu lay down, and the throne turned into a sofa, wrapping Liu Qi in it. While waiting for the night bat soldier to bring the woman over, Liu Qi glanced at her casually, and 2 ninja soldiers came to him and gave him a massage. So who are you? Liu Qi glanced at the woman boredly. The woman took 2 looks at the tied-up Loki, frowned, and turned to look at Liu Qi. My name is Hill. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.